Hello, everybody. Welcome to whatever session this is of whatever game we're playing. Wade, once he realized how many points he finally has for a nip, he has officially quit the campaign. That way he can use his unseen, and then I'm sure he'll apply to rejoin right afterwards. So
that is the goal, yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to make something really crazy happen to a character, and then I'll magically create a character that is that character.
Oh, I thought you were going to give it to Jaaek. Like let's put Jaaek inside of like a liquor house and then give him a scene.
Alcimi is going to step on some kind of like underground time warp grenade that like turns her human or something, and she's going to have a son who's born with like superpowers, maybe a big maul named Mortifer, and I'm going to be like, hey, I'm going to take over that character.
Mortifer already exists. He's very far to the east of where
you are.
A
very common name in Aurora.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's up, guys?
Not much. Hold on, just cheating.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sweet.
And level 2 completed.
Oh, I forgot about dinner. I got to text my wife about dinner. That's the one thing I forgot today.
Wow, Wade. Just because she's your wife, she has to provide dinner for you? Is that what it is?
No, I'm providing. I just forgot to ask her what she wanted me to provide.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Whoa! How did you make it so big? Wait.
Uh-huh. The right person said that effect.
I meant in chat. I've never seen such a large emote before. That was.
If you all ever want a sound clip or a Twitch clip of Scott, now is the perfect moment to get one.
Look, Lancelot came out of nowhere and just it's super creepy right now.
Don't you love when people come out of nowhere and make it big?
It says,
yeah, right.
With a camera, sweating, staring at me, vibrating, saying, I see you HD. Like, which I think apparently stands for huge dick. So, I mean, hello. All right. I didn't know that was a thing. I should probably read my Twitch updates when they come out. They send emails and I just go, okay.
Nope.
So, anything else you guys want to waste time talking about before starting the session officially?
Last time on Lost Initiative.
All right. We'll go that way out.
Like 10 gifted and we head back to Leshev. For every 10 gifted, we just turn the rafter back around. Is that what happened?
Is that Roz's rule? Because I saw Roz was like, I got the 20 for Dathomir, Scott. Send them back.
Right? I kept seeing all that. I was like, I really hope this isn't serious because we just
Dathomir
left.
is still a word that I hear that's like a trigger for just like face palm feelings. It's like, every time I hear Dathomir, I'm like, dude, that planet is forever ruined for me in all of Star Wars lore.
Other people talk about the Star Wars campaigns to me. I'm like, oh yeah. And then we went to Dathomir and I'm like, you have not been to Dathomir.
We might as well have built a summer home there. We were there so much.
Yes, there's so much sunlight on Dathomir.
A winter home. Fuck you, man. I don't know.
You remember what Dathomir looks like, right?
I've tried to. Yes, I do, but I've been trying to block it out.
No. You didn't block it out. It's the red mist obscuring your vision.
I don't know about in the second one, but the Jedi, what was the Jedi game called where you're playing as the red-haired dude? You get to go to Dathomir there.
I didn't play it.
Star Wars, Force something, probably.
Star Wars Jedi Force Survive Unleash of the Republic, and it's old.
Yeah. One of
Jedi
them.
Survivor.
Oh yeah, Jedi Survivor.
That was one of the words I said.
Jedi Survivor.
Jedi Survivor Awakens. Force, Hope, Empire. Game.
All right, Force of Hope Awakens.
All right, you guys. What happened last night, Wade? You want to give us a rundown of the past 3 sessions combined?
We were in Leshev. We did normal things in Leshev. Went to an auction, bid. Word that we might lose the bid. Aldo stole the stuff. Was like, guys, I love you. Look what I got us. And Koa was like, could have gotten them on sale. Take them back. We'll get them when they're on sale. And I was like, oh. but I don't want to get them on sale. We've got them right now. And I was like, no, we'll get them when they're on sale. Aldo went and put them back. And then there was a big fire. Mikhail got laid. Elliot got mad. Elliot and Aldo, I think, kissed and made up.
Ew.
Koa found his old buddy Bugbear and was like, hey, you old son of a bitch. And he's like, you're a son of a bitch. We're like, great, see you later.
Actually, you couldn't say he was a son of a bitch because you didn't know his mother?
I mean, Bugbear,
We'll say it.
bear, dog, they're kind of similar. Old man was like, I'm dying. Koa's like, let me rub your chest. Next day he's like, I'm feeling better. Aldo's like, I want lamb. Cook's like, I shouldn't have this. I shouldn't cook this lamb. I know better. I'll cook the lamb. And Aldo's like, great, and left. And guy was like, dude, lamb. I know I should cook this lamb. Got fired. Got in jail. Now he's free.
He cost a lot before?
Oh.
No, I was
that
just
covers
thinking
it.
though, where was the flute guy when these fires were?
I forgot about Flute Guy. Yeah, Mikhail, the party jammed out. Flute Guy, a hero point was used to make Flute Guy look good. And Scott rolled a 1 and was like, Mikhail, you did this to me. And it's like, did we use a hero point to not do this to you? This is some bullshit.
I will never forgive him. I will never,
Yeah.
ever forgive that
You
flute
preemptively
dude.
used a hero point to make him look good. I think
Fucking
that does it.
Jeribald, whatever his goddamn name is.
Yeah. It beats gonorrhea, whatever the dude was. I was head I chopped off in Hod Gwen.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Goblinosis.
What was it?
Giovanni.
All right.
Start with a G.
Thank you for the
Anyway, we
recap,
got
David.
on a
I keep thinking gondola. That's not it.
Got on a boat. We're heading to Forven. I think we technically were at Forven, and we saw some gnolls along the
Gargolith.
way. Mikhail saw some gnolls along the way.
All right. I have one question before we actually dive in.
I don't know what I'm having for dinner, Scott. I'm trying to figure that out. Thanks for asking.
No, you don't care about you.
Okay.
I watched Jaaek gingerly take a sip from a giant mug, all cute-like, with 2 hands and whatnot. And in my mind, Jaaek is a sweet, sweet nubile boy. My guess is hot cocoa.
No, it's black coffee.
All right, as a man. Hey,
Yep.
buddy. All right.
If you have coffee in the U.S., it has to be white coffee now. Sorry.
Whoa, Elon, calm down. Elon.
The joke was right there, man. I could not take it.
There was an executive order and everything.
It was right there. I could not take. I was like, I shouldn't, but like it's
Solo,
right there.
you literally said "ugh, black coffee," and now you're offended. Like, I mean, it sounds like you agree. You know.
Oh my god. My fucking washing machine is going ham. One second, I'm gonna close my door.
I just quit working the other day for about an hour. Then it was like, all right, I'm off my smoke break. I'll work again.
I tried a new tea today. Somebody got me this like pack of a whole bunch of different chai teas. Chai tea. For Christmas, and so I tried one today, and I was like, tastes like dirty leaves. Okay, this says to put 2 ounces of milk in it. I put 2 ounces of milk in it and a little bit of sugar for its thing. I'm like, now it tastes like creamy, dirty leaves. Like, it does not work for me. All right.
You're not a fan of chai or tea in general.
I hate the flavor of chai. I'll try all 12 of them that came in the pack. But the
I'm
flavor
not a
of
big chai
is-
guy, but like, there's some that are fine with it. Like, there's some that's a little bit more mild.
Yeah.
Also,
they're,
I'm gonna
they're
do
all
my
like very
best.
different blends.
Knowing
So-
that we're going till 2 a.m., I will do my best here tonight. But man, I am a little sleepy after recording till 5 a.m.
I literally woke up at 4:30 in the morning and I couldn't fall back asleep because of the interview. I was too stoked. So
I was
we are
still
all
here
sleeping.
transferring video files, and I saw you posting in the Discord, and I was like, "This is fucked up, man." Scott's waking up, and I'm still here working on video files.
I didn't even nap after that, so we're all gonna be a little sleepy except for
Yeah.
Jaaek, who's drinking his black coffee. And
Yeah.
Solo, the individual that bought me the tea, was born and raised in India, and he selected it saying like level up your game, you suck, like learn how to drink tea like an adult. And so he chose one, and the name at the top of the brand, I don't know it or whatever, but it began with a V, It was very long and had lots of consonants. I think it was an Indian name. So I'm assuming the gentleman got me an Indian chai tea. I don't know for a fact, though. So.
Last time, we already did the recap.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Did I miss any important details? I don't think I did. I think I hit the big ones.
All right. Let us dive in. The boat pulls into the docks of Forven. You already talked to the other crew. Sorry, actually, pause. You talked to the crew about what you saw last night, yeah?
Of the boat?
Wade, no, whoever it was.
Kale saw it.
Yep.
I believe.
And you spoke to the other PCs about what you saw, yes?
Yeah.
You guys pull into the docks of Forven the next day. You're a little bit tired, Mikhail, because of what it was that you had seen last night and made it not so easy to sleep. You remember, the cleanup after the fires and how much your body still aches from that. And, obviously you remember the fires that you saw of the out in the valley up in the mountains. Not to mention the several combats that you got into or chases that you had with the gnolls. Simply put, it was not easy rest for you. Not fatigue or anything, but you're definitely feeling tired the next day. The other two, fortunately, got an opportunity to rest prior to their learning, but it's in the forefront of all of your minds. So as the boat pulls into the docks, there's the typical chaos of the docks that are there normally this time of year, where there's going to be significantly less traveling of commerce along the roads because the roads could be frozen or snowed over or just dangerous in general, et cetera, et cetera. So most goods are going to be shipped up or down the river. So the docks here are a bit more chaotic. When you guys pull in, it's going to be mid-morning where there's lots of workers that are out there. Either the early boats are finishing up their unloading, the boats that came a bit later in the middle of their unloading, or there's the ones like yours, which are just pulling up, and a handful that are currently pulling away. It makes for some pretty difficult maneuvering, a scenario wherein even the boat that you're riding in has a small collision with another boat. People worked best they could together to slow down the chances of this happening, using oars and whatnot to buffer or slow down the blow, but a crash still happens. And then the captains of the two ships just start swearing at each other, using all colors of words that none of you have, you haven't seen that side of the rainbow before. With crossbows out and threats made, luckily no actual blood was shed, and the boats end up going their separate ways. That one sails down the river, and you guys, as I said, pull into the docks. When you pull into the docks, you're of lower priority immediately, so you don't get to hop off the boat right away, though you do have a bit of like an antsiness to you. Eventually, good 20 minutes later or so on, you guys are given the, all right, you can, hop off now. When you get to Forven, you finally step off the docks and take in the sights. I mean, for being the heart of the winter and how much snow there is and everything, Forven itself is not quiet. It's not a particularly large town. You know this. You've been here before. But as small as it may be overall, especially compared to the level of commerce that comes through Leshev, or how densely populated Haudh-Gwenn is, Forven is all docks. They have the docks on the riverside where you pulled into, and the docks over on the lakeside, and you are right in the heart of where everything takes place in this town. So there's a considerable hustle and bustle. You move quickly to get out of the way. Maybe not Koa. He kind of struts to the side to get out of the way of where the hustle and bustle is. And then as you guys are like taking in the sights and the smells of nearby bakery or whatever there might be nearby, the two of you notice for a second Mikhail a little bit distant in the face, as Mikhail is staring off to the spot where he had his exchange so many weeks or even months ago at this point, where he had his exchange, happenstance in the middle of the night, got a conversation with a gentleman that changed the course of his own history. That conversation, had it gone ever so slightly differently, he could have been one of the people in chains. As he's watching this, he could have been the person being hacked down by Tor as someone else was trying to come to save them. This is a distant moment for Mikhail as he's kind of like, living through this experience again. And then whether it be a crash of a crate dropping nearby or the prompting of one of your characters, is able to blink and come back from the thoughts that he has for a second there. And then all of your characters die.
I was gonna say I don't think he would actually speak up about it. If that's what you're wondering.
Wait,
Unless someone
hold
says
on.
something.
I
to
can
him.
use an scene now. I'm not part of the campaign.
No. Bad.
All right, well. So we're stopped at the docks now, are we? Like properly
see.
docked?
See, yes, and standing off of the boat and witnessed everything I
Yeah.
just said for the past 15 minutes.
Been like 4 since you were talking about tea, but we'll pretend.
I've never been here before.
I don't know that Koa has
Forven.
either.
Oh, yeah, I came through here. This is when I ran into Tor. It's where Cleveland got kidnapped.
But he doesn't
Not really
visit
a
here very
happy
often
memories.
now. So we find somebody to warn about the gnolls. We check in, make sure that the lash situation's taken care of, and what else were we doing here?
Passing through. Really?
Wait, this is where Jaden was supposed to have come to, right?
Jaden, yes. Jaden, yes.
Yeah, we'll probably just ask around real quick and see if she ever made it to town.
Well, the last member here was the captain of the guard or something, right?
There were 2. There was the captain of the guard, then there was like another one we didn't really... It was less important, but he was also working here, I think.
Maybe a quick word with the guard, see if there's been any changes, and inform them about the gnolls. Then maybe hit up. I don't know. Is there a tavern here somewhere? Travelers come through, and use a Jaden through that way probably.
I'm sure there's got to be a tavern. Mikhail?
At least there's a couple of restaurants. There's a few places I know we can check. It shouldn't take too long.
Beautiful. Let's get this done and get on the move in case the gnoll are moving to Harad or Hod-Gwenn. We want to be moving as fast as possible.
You sir, remember during this conversation, maybe it's you logged in your memory for a little bit, but when you bumped into Tor that first time, he wasn't just randomly anywhere. He was specifically standing outside of a warehouse that was part of what was implicated in the 10 lashes.
So yeah, I'll tell them. It's like,
And you guys, just so you know, because because of where I said you were phased out for a second, that means you're over by the corner where the warehouses are. Because if you don't recall from like your session fucking 0, like literal months ago, there are again docks that run along the riverside. There are docks that run along the lakeside, and then he happens to be conveniently located with several warehouses right at the corner. Between where the docks end and begin from the 2 sides.
Great, so we go break into the warehouse that no one's investigated for months, and we find a bunch of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen skeletons inside of people that weren't saved.
Oh man, that's rough.
It's your world, man.
Jeez. I will point this out to the others. Oh yeah, the meeting was over. I know Tor was over here at this corner where these warehouses were. I want to make sure those got investigated.
Are you saying we break into them ourselves, or are you saying we ask the guard, or?
No, for when we asked the guard.
Right. Well, let's get to it. We'll follow your lead, Mikhail, since you're the only one of us who's been here, I believe.
Yeah, it's been a little while now that I think about it. Yeah, I guess we'll just go flag out a few guards, find the actual station, figure out who to talk to.
So you guys are going to go do that. So you're not going to go straight to the as you were suggesting maybe you would do. You're going to go instead to find out where the guard station is. It's easy to find. It's not even a check need to be made. You eventually are able to walk around, ask a couple people, and they will tell you where it is. So you guys head over to the guard station, and it takes a couple moments or whatever, but eventually you'll grab a guard's attention, and go ahead, take it from there.
Real quick, before we do talk to the guard, I was going to talk to these two as we approached.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Knowing that the captain of the guard was, involved in the lashes, I think that people in Leshev were pretty happy. The guards were happy to have Dan rooted out, but if this captain was liked or if he had sympathy from the others, we might want to be careful how we approach this.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I was just gonna try asking if there's a way to talk to him. I mean, if he's still in his post, that won't be too suspicious, and if he's not, then maybe they talk about it a little bit.
That sounds like a good way to go about it. Let's do that.
Okay.
Sure.
So you guys go to speak to the captain of the guard. So you're walking in, and I'll let you guys again take it away. So as you walk up towards the thing, towards like where one of the guards is set, you give the look or whatever it is, get their attention, and it's kind of like, "I can help you out."
Yeah, I was hoping to have a word with Captain. I don't know his name. Did we get his name?
We did a while
The
ago.
Lashes guy. Oh, frick.
Captain, I think his name was Captain Lashes.
Yeah, really, really big lashes. Really big lashes. They're actually kind of known for it. No, so whatever, you give the captain's name.
Captain Rogers.
You give the captain's name, and they say, "Oh,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be the only one."
Uh-oh, something happened?
Yeah, something happened. Listen, when we first heard word about this, some of us were told to go and detain him, and just for questioning, by the council, just to see if it was true, because people didn't really believe it. But you can't sit on word like that, especially with supposedly some of influence were suggesting whatever. So some had to go and detain him. I was part of the crew that went, but I was just standing out by the street. I wasn't one of the two that went in. I was the only one that survived. And even then, my leg got torn up pretty bad. Why do you think I'm sitting here? And he'll actually, kind of like slap his leg in a way that suggests for you to like look around to see. And you can see it's still pretty bandaged up.
Nasty
Oh,
business.
damn. So it turned that quick, huh? So what people were saying about him was true?
No, you don't understand. His house, it was trapped all over, front to back, top to bottom. It was traps everywhere.
Don't know why an innocent man would need to do that.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Anyways, I was lucky enough that someone, because I went and checked it out after my guys were hurt. I went in to go check it out, and luckily someone heard me screaming loud enough that they went and got attention, and I was able to be, at least I'm sitting here. Shrugs.
Yeah. Glad
So you
made
didn't
it.
catch the guy?
Did they catch him?
Catch him? No. So once we word happened of got out of what happened to three of us, obviously there's a bit of a manhunt that went down. Followed the leads for a little while, et cetera, and we found out where he was. Except apparently he wasn't alone. He had two friends with him. One thing you might not know about the captain is he wasn't always some local townie. He used to be one of those adventurer types, people that went around and got paid to put their nose in other people's business. Anyways, he was one of those, and apparently some of his friends happened to be in town. Well, one of them knows a bit of magic, and the other one knows how to use his hands. Well, they got out of town.
Damn.
They're still being pursued, or is it assuming that they're gone?
Oh, maybe I wasn't clear. People had seen them. We went and investigated, and we lost another. Down 3, almost 4. We didn't pursue any too much into the woods. They got off. I'd be surprised if he came back this way, but shakes his head.
What direction did they go? Or they last seen anyway?
Yeah, they were
Not
heading
towards Westwood, right?
Thanks for a second. No. Westward, south of the river. They were heading eastwards into the woods.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Do you know if anybody's still trying to go after him?
Shakes his head. Says no. There was a short period of time where we talked about maybe having the council spend some coin to hire some, adventurers to go after them. But then there was some squabbling about whether or not we'd just be paying their own friends to go and have a couple of beers at them and laugh in the woods. So the idea dropped pretty quickly.
Unfortunate. Well, hopefully he's found and stopped. East of here. East of here is the lake and Harad, right?
It's the woods immediately to the east. They could have gone north afterwards.
Can you pull the map up and put us on?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, sure. 2 seconds.
I was about to ask the same thing.
Does chat need the map as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you, chat. I think this is what I want to put you on. Oh, apparently I didn't bring chat. Select all. Bring everybody there. Okay, for some reason we're not bringing chat. Where is chat? Okay, there we go. It did
They're in
a
the
hard
grey void,
transition.
it looks like.
There you go.
Well, going too far east, and they'd run into Harad and Jaaek or Hod Gwen. If they go north, I mean, who knows where they could have gotten lost in the woods, but Rid is also up that way, yes?
If they go that,
Rid's
I
up
mean,
the
but
river.
nobody travels through the woods. That's too dangerous to travel straight through the woods. Everyone knows
Have
that.
any of you gotten word to, I don't know, anyone in Haudh-Gwenn about this fellow? Or has it just been a localized thing here?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. He leans in, looks one way then the other. You think word wants to get out that we couldn't handle our own part of the thing? Not going to tell anybody what's going on.
So
I
that way he
figured.
can go and hide in one of those towns.
He says, no, it's about looking weak to the other towns.
If you're smart, he'd be in
Hod
Haudh-Gwenn. Aldo says.
Koa just
Smart, he
looked
would've
at you
left.
with a look of you can tell he wants to say more, but he's looking at you guys like
Yeah.
maybe I shouldn't.
And Mikhail will follow up what Aldo said and just go, how long ago was it when you lost him?
Could you ask that question again? Sorry.
How long ago was it when you lost sight of him?
He thinks, it was pretty quick. I don't remember how many days ago right now, but when we got word, we went at him hard, that day, right? And then when it was later on that day, granted, but it was that day, probably just enough time for him to catch word too. And then when we caught sight of where he was, it was several days later. So it's going on several weeks now at this point.
Plenty of time to hole up somewhere else.
Hod Gwen, Rid, Varen, out of the country even.
He's not from Adir originally, so it's very possible he just would have left entirely.
Where's he from?
Shakes his head and says, "Not around here." He's got one of those accents that suggest he's been around. Shrugs.
Which accent?
Exactly.
Right.
So you don't know?
No, I'm telling you, like if you're Del, it's like, well, North Del got an accent, South Del got an accent, East and West Del have an accent. Then you go
So
beyond
it's
the Del, and then he could have an accent from out there, but he doesn't have an accent that suggests one of those. He has one that's a mix.
Okay, so he's from East and North and Del.
Yeah, Northeast Western Del. The little deer in the middle.
Right.
Good. You know,
Those that
Okay.
tend to live outside of the laws don't tend to flee to somewhere with more laws. I'd put my money on he's still in a deer somewhere.
We'll have to worry about him another time, though. There is another pressing matter for all of you to consider. Have you heard the name Orsugo?
Who hasn't?
Well, there might be a more pressing threat to Forven, as there was an attack on Leshev, where it seems Orsugo has gotten
Whoa, Leshev?
Yes.
But
Yeah, we
Orsugo's
just
to
came
the
from
east.
there.
No, Orsugo's been. Well, if Orsugo or someone using the legend of Orsugo to do some misdeeds is running around.
No. Listen.
Yes.
There's a town on the other side of the lake that claims they saw Orsugo too, but apparently it turned out to be a guy with a little bit of magic. Like there's no. The Orsugo isn't around here. This is just going to be more legends coming from some sleepy folk in a town.
A good portion of Leshev burned.
He thinks for a moment.
He goes, listen, we just came from there. We were helping with some of the cleanup efforts.
Long story short, we were in the mountains to the west of here and Leshev. There was a place known as the Valley of Doom. And the reason it's the Valley of Doom is there's a whole bunch of gnolls, 100 or so. Some kind of adapted, cold-loving gnolls. There was a big fire display. We left, went to Leshev a few days later. It seems that, based on testimony that we saw, these gnolls went from throwing spears and
He's like nodding more and more as you're speaking. Go ahead.
using their teeth to someone said they were using their hands, right, to make the fire. The gnolls were just making fire
Yeah,
with
that
their
makes
hands.
sense. That makes sense. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, it was just coming out
When
of their
part of
hands.
Forven burns down and you disregard what I'm saying, you'll regret it.
No. I understand now. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Listen, he looks back and forth and he gets really low whisper and he's like, I don't like him either. I get it. Absolutely. These gnomes are a problem. Yeah, they wiggle their fingers and things burn down.
Gnomes?
100 of them?
Big dog creatures.
What? No.
Gnolls.
No.
Gnoll.
They're little.
No. Gnomes are little. We're talking about gnolls.
I think you're saying it wrong. It's an M, not an L.
So you've never heard of gnolls? The
Gnolls?
tall, lanky hyena men. They're covered in fur. They have giant teeth. They generally travel in packs.
He sits up and he goes, no, I've not heard of any dog people before.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
So they're like furry?
Bipedal fire-making dog beasts on their way here with fire.
Yes, they're covered in fur. Listen,
So
maybe you haven't heard of them
these-
specifically.
So these furries are walking around and setting fire to things?
I feel like our DM is getting involved in your head.
Molly!
Hello!
Hello.
God.
Molly raiding for the furries. Anyways, go ahead.
Maybe you haven't heard of them specifically, but you know there's shit out there that not everyone's seen that can cause issues. These did. We got multiple accounts of them rolling through there, setting fires with nothing but their hands, probably magic. And that is after we saw flames out of nowhere in the middle of the night split the heavens and light up the entire sky.
So if the gnolls, these furries, if they know magic, then I guess the gnomes taught the gnolls magic after they
No,
made
there's
them?
no gnomes involved in this. This is
I haven't seen any
Listen
gnomes
for a
involved.
second. Listen. You know Orsugo is out and he's setting fire to things and burning them. You know he has followers, right?
Yeah.
Well, these followers are not just in the east. They are roving war bands now, setting fires to towns. So what you need to do is set a watch so you don't fall victim. We are giving you a heads up. Okay? What you do with it is on you. But your town's safety relies on the guard.
He goes, yeah, no, I get all that. It's just the details that were a little
There
disorienting.
were a lot of deaths,
Yeah, it sounds horrible.
and there will be here as well.
Is there an official report that came from the town with you?
No, we were leaving.
And then
They're still cleaning up.
if you head out before the report did, I'm sure it'll be here later today, tomorrow, whatever it is. With
We
uh,
saw
The
them
gnolls
on
are
our way
ahead of
here.
that. Yeah, we saw them while we were on the river headed this way. You don't have time to wait for a report. This is your fucking report.
he thinks for a second. He says, "Let me get my superior." and
Please.
And he gets up
Or
and hobbles away.
I'll go with you.
I thought it was gonna be one of those moments where he's like, "Oh yeah, my superior ran off." He turns the tag. He's like, "Manager." So
No. So eventually, someone comes out, and she looks at the group of you and says, several minutes later,
are we still covered in fucking ash and shit too? Because like we came straight from that.
well, you guys had time to clean up. Oh no, you didn't have time to clean. You would have cleaned up on the boat.
No,
yeah.
we didn't.
So she comes out,
And I was out of spells.
She gives you guys a look over and says, "Look like you've been through it."
Yes, and we're trying to give a warning to you all about potential danger, and I don't think it's being fully appreciated.
I hear gnolls setting fires to buildings up in Leshev.
Oh, good. The word gnolls was used. I swore he would tell you it was gnomes. Yes, gnolls. Working potentially with Orsugo or someone using the legend or the mythology of Orsugo to have these. I don't know how to explain
Did
this.
you see
fire
it
ritual.
yourself?
Yes.
Or Sugo?
We saw a giant ritual in the mountains where there were a lot of people, gnolls. It was hard to tell. We were far away, but there were a number of them performing some giant fire ritual in a big circle. And then, well, we saw the devastation in the Shev.
Nods. All right. So, Orsugo, she says, like air quoting, is moving to the west. Wonderful. If there isn't enough issues going around, yeah, we can try to increase our guard and have the water at the ready of whatever need be for this. This is some bullshit. After everything else that's going on, shakes her head. You said you were also asking about the captain?
Yeah, we got a bit of a story off that. Said you weren't able to track him down?
Shakes her head and says, no. I don't know if you know much about him. He used to be an adventurer. He was pretty connected. He was known for getting the job done, but pretty ruthlessly, she says, kind of looking a little, perturbed by it. Like she knows maybe a bit more detail. They built a reputation for themselves around Paradel. Just really good hire for coin, swords for hire kind of situation. Sell swords, she says, like remembering the term. Sell swords. And then she does a hand up and down towards Koa and says, "You know the sort." And he apparently linked up with them. I don't know if they just happened to be in town or if he knew something was up. But we were getting reports prior to that about there being bandit activity, collecting people, what was going on in Haudh-Gwenn. We heard, of course, what happened around Leshev. The towns are connected. So we did catch word. If he was a part of it, which is what the report came in suggested, he probably was prepared. Maybe even send word out to get his friends here before it happened.
Got the way you use 2 fingers to rub your eyes and mouth? Hot.
I'm tired. But okay. Oh, that has to be a compliment? Jake didn't even say a compliment with more than 3 words. He's screwing over chat.
I can't read chat. I'm going to let you know. From here, I cannot pick that up. So
Jake,
if anyone needs me,
Jake,
at me.
I know you're denying. Just wear glasses.
No.
You need them. You're old.
I do need them.
You're old. You're like Brittany.
Do you know, when I got my eyes tested, she goes, "How do you drive?" And I was like, "Normally."
Jake, that's problematic.
No, it's not, because it's fine.
Jake is like hearing about, like, somebody's like, "Hey, did you hear about that? Apparently a car hit this kid the other day." He's like, "Yeah, I know. It's terrible. You see the damage to my car."
Steve, I'm counting that drink I just took as hydrating. I'm not chugging.
I don't need to wear them though. They are. See, this is the thing is, I think in my mind and what I see, I'm fine. You know what I mean? I don't know where this thing is. She also tried to tell me that I haven't been able to see like my whole life, and I was like, I've had like vision tests done up until I was like 25. They've all been fine. So I think that this so-called professional isn't very much of a professional.
Meanwhile,
That's all
you
I'm
can't
saying.
see chat 2 feet away.
Yeah, but that's like that's you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Small words, you know what I mean. But everything else clear.
It's almost
It's
like
fine.
the gradual decline that takes place slowly every second over the course of decades is not super apparent.
Angry old man can't admit when age starts to catch up. It's a
Yeah.
common theme.
Oh my god. You guys say
Couple
I'm
more
old.
years yet. Couple more years yet.
I bet Jake colors his beard too.
I do
bet
not.
I bet he's in there with
I
like a
do
Sharpie.
not.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Hey, I'm 33. Okay.
Yeah,
I've
we
still got
know.
a couple years left.
We know Squinty.
It's fine, guys. He's got a good old 2600 vision.
Oh. That's gonna be
right.
another one of Aldo's alternative personas. It's gonna be Squinty. See this old guy's like, what? I can't see what you're saying. You mean here? What? All right, back
I've
to
been
game.
wearing contacts or glasses since 4th grade, so
Yeah, I was 6 when I got my first pair of glasses. I don't know what grade that is, but 6.
Nope.
So
No glasses.
what?
No glasses here.
Do you think it impresses us?
I have nothing against glasses. I just don't
this
want to
guy
wear them.
hates glasses.
Everyone's like,
Get him.
oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if you get glasses. I know it doesn't matter. But I don't want to wear them right now.
Guys, we can totally Mandarin Jake because he'll never see us coming.
Oh Jesus Christ, no! Oh, even if he feels it, warm spill on his back. So,
All right,
anyways,
so
we-
anyway,
I hate
Okay.
it here. Where are we? I hate it here.
the guards. We warned them about the gnolls. We asked about the captain. Now we need to ask about Jaden, and then we can get the fuck out of here.
all right.
Yep.
So she was talking to you. We got distracted. What was it about? She was like,
about
"Oh yeah, that's right."
The captain getting away.
Yeah. She was
Being an
like, "So
adventurer. Took an arrow to the knee.
it's very likely he left Adir altogether. He has a reputation in Paradel, a good reputation in Paradel of a competent person. And I know the guy's loaded. He took the position not because he needed coin. He did it because it's a position. He got to call the shots. He was kind of an asshole. Well, ask most of the people around here. Either they're gonna, well, he's alive still, so they might bite their tongue. But if he were dead, they would tell you straight out how much of an asshole the guy is. So she just shrugs and says, he just liked throwing his weight around. He wasn't a good dude. I'm not surprised with the accusations being made by the Valiant Few. But
Yeah, that's us. We
what?
That's us. We're the Valiant Few.
She looks at you and looks sideways to the head for a second. She says,
He goes, "What were you expecting us to look like?"
well,
You two
I mean-
should look more like me, in all honesty, but
she says, well, I don't know. You just hear the song, Dan and the Valiant Few, and they just feel so larger than life, she says. And like really like larger than life, like sizing you guys up.
Regardless, we were the ones who saw his name on the list of people associated with the lashes. So he's definitely guilty. It's not surprising he was an asshole.
Yeah,
What
she's
makes
not,
you so sure he left a deer?
again, he has a positive reputation elsewhere. Here he's now a criminal. What he did is abhorrent. Like, you don't enslave people in a deer. That's against everything we all stand for. Are you kidding me? No. He would not find comfort in a place like this unless he has a handful of friends tucked away somewhere. It would make no sense for him to stay. However, in Paradel, I mean, that's kind of, it's not their thing, but in some places it is. And he already has a reputation there, and nobody's going to listen to what his reputation is in a deer out in Paradel. They're too big. We're small potatoes. That being said, though, he wasn't the only one that was sent to be arrested. We did get the other one.
glad to hear that, at least.
Good.
Oh, don't get too excited. What do you know about Julius?
Deserve to be arrested.
She nods and says, if the accusations around him are true, then yes. Unfortunately, Julius is the most independently wealthy person in Forven, and his businesses are running as usual. He is currently in custody, but and we did search his warehouses, and there was enough evidence in there for us to keep him in custody as the trials are running through. But if I were a betting woman, I'd say that he's gonna end up being found innocent.
And then what will happen?
He will be free to walk about town as he wishes.
So he'll be tolerated in a deer, despite the reputation.
If he's found innocent. She shrugs and says, I'm sure there's some people that'll give him a hard time, but if he's found innocent, he's innocent.
Who would find him innocent? Someone that's being, are you implying paid off, or someone who just...
Hey. I would never make the accusation of corruption against our town council.
Right.
Now it's Mikhail who looks like he wants to say something smart and just holds his tongue.
I mean, every other council we've encountered has someone corrupt, so...
She says, yeah, it's a real problem.
Julius is the one who owned the warehouses, that's right. I saw him talking to Tor.
They were pretty chummy.
Koa killed 3 men right in front of me that were chained up and helpless.
I read that report.
Not
Shakes
the one
her
to
head.
get chummy with.
Yeah. Listen. Not only do I understand what you're saying, and I believe you, I didn't realize you were the Valiant Few. I would have offered you a drink.
It's all right. We still have a lot of business to come. The gnolls, take them very seriously.
Hey, there's even more weight to your words now. Thanks for
What
the
can
heads
we
up.
do about Julius? Is there anything we can do to help with that matter?
Unless you can find evidence that's so condemning that he definitively knew. She shakes her head. Probably not.
Maybe you should just tell the council, if, he's found guilty, they can auction off his stuff. And maybe they'll just get to, use their privilege to take half of it.
She, looks at you kind of confused.
Oh, sorry, I forgot we weren't English, chef. My mistake.
She just looks a little bit perplexed and says, well, either way, everything that has been brought against him so far, there's been a defense for. There's been an alibi. There's been someone else whose fault. Somebody else handled the books. Somebody else was working that night. Somebody else handled those packages, etc., etc. He happens to be innocent bystander. He was just an ignorant shop owner that was enjoying the wealth that his business brought him without understanding the underlying, actions that made it so successful.
When's his sentencing supposed to be?
She says, we've been delaying things as much as possible with the hopes of gaining a little bit more evidence here and there, but by law, a few more weeks.
You think he'll stay here?
In
When he's...
Forven?
Yeah,
Oh,
if he's found
absolutely.
innocent.
Why wouldn't he?
Do you mind when the trial's over? Do you mind sending a letter to? I guess just send it to me, Mikhail, in Hod Gwen, just to let me know what the verdict was.
Nods. I'm more than happy to.
How much?
She looks confused for a second.
To pay a runner. He reaches into his pouch.
She's like, and you're offering to... No, you're ridiculous.
Guess I was just raised right, but I appreciate your help then. Just, it'll be good to know. It'll be good to know for sure.
Nods. I couldn't help but notice the case on your back there. Does that mean you wrote the songs?
The Valiant Few, yes, it's all me. Dan was more of a collaborative effort.
How embellishing are they?
Honestly, I don't know if I could have embellished them enough to properly convey what we've run into. Oftentimes, the truth is stranger than fiction, as they say.
She nods, just kind of like assessing, and then leaves it alone and says, "Well, I'm sorry that I don't have better news for you. I really wish that things could have gone the way that they did in Leshev or Haudh-Gwenn. I'd rather be, having you guys ask me to dig up a corpse to check the details, but." She shrugs and says, "Unfortunately."
That's oddly specific, but no worries.
She looks at you and says,
you've been
"Oddly
very
specific.
helpful.
I want to be clear. These fucks should be dead."
Oh, I understand now. I agree. But no, you've done plenty for now. Thank you for your help.
Nods. If we're lucky, the people in the woods will get, what's his name? We'll get the old captain.
People in the woods?
Yeah, the people in the woods. The merchants.
You think merchants are gonna kill a god captain? Bomber, even?
The merchants from the woods. You guys don't know about the merchants from the woods?
Do I know about the merchants in the woods? Okay.
So it's pretty rare, but occasionally merchants will come out of the woods that aren't from Haudh-Gwenn, Harad, Leshev. None of the because they don't travel through the river. They can travel through the typical road. They come in from the woods. They always come. They always wear the same exact cloaks, even if the people are different. And they keep to themselves for the most part. Don't speak very much. They trade whatever goods that they need to trade at the time in the marketplace, and then they leave.
Oh, sounds interesting. How often do they come around?
Oh, to Forven? Not very often. Maybe every 2-3 months or so.
Not likely to see them today, then. Oh well.
Shakes her head. No. Says, I can tell you though that the reason why I say maybe they'll find them is because I've seen once before somebody tried to steal from their cart. They pretty quickly found that individual, like grabbed, chased them down, grabbed their hands, and so on. They brought them to the guard, but people around, they said that underneath their cloaks they saw a glint of metal, maybe even wearing armor. I don't know much about them. Like I said, they keep to themselves. They don't really answer questions.
Guess we can hope.
Yeah. Shrugs.
Might be worth talking to them eventually anyway. They'll say like the other two. Because we
Yeah,
know
if we
those
run
woods
into
can be
them.
dangerous.
She says, well, anyways, if you have any, if you want help with anything else, let me know. Be more than happy to. We don't have a captain yet. They haven't selected a new person. She leans in and very, very much under her breath says, I think they're hoping one would just pop up.
Oh, one thing before we go. When you were investigating the captain and the other, did you check out the warehouse?
She says, yeah, I said that already. Oh, you must be Aldo.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Julius is the one who had the warehouses. When they said they checked his warehouses, that's the ones they're talking about.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, anything else?
It was a pleasure meeting the three of you. Thank you for the warning.
Oh, it looks like they mostly travel at night, by the way. So if you're going to buff up one of the watches, should be that one. probably wants people who can see well in the dark.
The issue is a town like Forven doesn't have a very robust guard. It's not like, well, Haudh-Gwenn doesn't really have a guard anyways, but it's not like Haudh-Gwenn. And then we lost more or less 4.
Yeah. I just mean,
You
if you're
should
gonna-
probably involve maybe some of the townsfolk. You know what I mean? Whatever it takes to protect your town.
We've deputized and looked to expand our forces. I mean, it wasn't just guards that went searching. It's just we were the only ones that, attacked.
Yeah. It's. I don't know how much urgency the other guard put to this, but it might be worth even just getting the word out to the townsfolk to just be prepared to shout an alarm if they need to. Those fires were bad.
I believe you. We'll get buckets ready. Issue with the winter time. You think you're surrounded by water with all the snow, but the air is dry. Everything's like kindling. Everybody's got a fire in their house.
Yeah. Is it really snowy here also?
Yeah.
In this area?
Mhm.
Okay. So, the snow will make visibility pretty nice as long as if you have plenty of moonlight. So, here's hoping. But, pleasure meeting you as well.
One last thing before you go. Perhaps you can help us with this. Did anyone ride in from the west on a horse, maybe in a bit rough shape, named by Jaden?
And shakes her head and says,
However long ago.
Not that I know of. Sorry.
Right. Well, perhaps an innkeeper or something might know. Thank you for your time.
Smiles. Says, again, if you need anything, please reach out.
Oh, yeah. Who would we ask for?
She says, "Oh, my name?" And then looks at chat. Okay. What's your next thing you want to do?
I would turn to the other two. Mikhail, those documents we got from Ashtar, would those help with Julius, do you think?
I thought we provided them.
Yeah,
because
Jack
that
had
was the
those.
reason to.
Did we give them away? I thought we showed them. I don't know if we actually
I
gave
made
them away.
copies. Yeah, I made copies, and then I gave him the OGs. So yeah, he
There you go. Her name is Kira's Hallow.
Oh.
And a little known fact about her, she likes to do the Patrick dance.
Okay.
Perfect.
So when she was born, her parents were like, Kiris, Aldo be her name. Interesting.
All right. All right. See you later, Spiral. Excited to see you when you catch up. All right. Then you'll see this on YouTube. And you'll be like, hey, that's me! I'm Spiral! I caught up!
And before Scott somehow edits this out.
You think I would do that much work?
No.
That'd be like Jake wearing glasses. Oh. Anyways.
I can see why that's funny, but Jake can't.
Oh. All right, back to the. Oh, he's
Oh.
gone now.
Look what you've done.
Again, I can look at what I've done, but can he?
Did you know if you scramble Jake's name, it's load?
That's crazy. Where do you get that?
Okay. Why?
Are you saying that Jake's D is prominent?
You mean Aldo?
Yeah. LOAD.
Okay, yeah, that's very clever. We'll put that right up on the fridge.
Looks like we've got a new session title.
A load of Aldo. All right, moving on. So yeah, you guys are going to at this point looking for. So was there? Do you want to like walk away and have RP with one another first, Or do you want to jump right into a gather information to try to find if what's her fuck came through here?
Probably that, unless you guys have something immediate you want to talk about.
No. Nope. Oh, I don't know if you heard, Wade. When you had stepped away, I had asked Kiris to send me a letter on what the verdict is, so we know if the guy ends up innocent or guilty. Julius. That's it.
Well, he's a bad man, so if he
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
off scot-free, we could always pay him a beating.
Ooh.
Yeah. Maybe two. Depends on how many he's earned. We might treat him like an old councilman, you know? Anyway, but I think we're ready to go to gather information.
Okay.
How would you bring that up? Reopen old wounds. Putting a lot of DBZ at bridge today. I don't know why.
Good show.
All right, yeah, we're gonna start looking for Jaden, I think.
Okay.
Is this just a gather information, or are we upping this?
It can just be a gather information check for this one. Now, who
I want
wants
to
to
RP
be
with every person in Forven to find them.
who wants to be the ones that roll the gather information check?
What is the hell is gathering?
I can believe it.
Roll?
It's it is diplomacy, but before you roll it, you're the one that's rolling it.
Yeah, I'll
You
lead
know.
it.
Okay. What do you guys have for diplomacy skill mods?
Since I
Not
get to
you,
use
not
my
you, not you,
perform
not you,
strings,
not you.
it's very high. But yeah,
What do they
not
have?
me.
I got a 7.
Goose egg,
What?
a 0. Goose egg.
Oh, nada. All right. So they're going to give you an automatic +2. You
I
can go ahead
but
and
that doesn't make sense here.
roll for that.
I'll just put the +2 in the mod.
Okay.
All inclusive.
Yeah, 20 total is not bad. Are you happy with that result?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Have you seen Jaden? Is Jaden anywhere? How else do you perform strings to find her?
He walks around just playing her tune. And she's like, "Oh, that's my song."
Jaden. She goes out like,
There she is. Okay, yeah.
Yep. So anyways, you go walking around trying to find out where she is, and it turns out she actually did come through. And more importantly, she's still in town.
we can get your horse back, and then we'll have an extra horse.
True. Okay, yeah. Well,
So you
I
go
guess
walking around trying
we'll
to
probably
find
go
her, and
her.
we'll say it's specifically Mikhail that is able to. Well, they're going around checking a couple of locations. Mikhail's the one that's able to like walk up and find her. So you go checking inside of another place because somebody's like, "Yeah, I know someone that met that description." You're like, really? And then you go walking in, and you walk over to the bartender, and you're like, "Hey, did you da da da?" And they just kind of like point to somebody whose back is to you, and you look over, you're like, "Thanks." Walk over, and as you like come up from, like step around from behind them, you look down. She looks up, and Jaden's right there.
Hey, looks like you made it.
I did. Thank you.
I'm surprised you're still in town. I thought you were going to be moving on.
I thought so too, but the weather turned pretty sour. How was it in the mountains? That was weeks ago.
Sour is a word for it, but honestly, it was a pretty fruitful journey we had. We found quite a bit. Be a pretty long story. We were actually just kind of looking around to make sure you made it into town. It's not all great news. We already reported to the guard, but do you know what gnolls are?
Nods.
There were some in the mountains, quite a few.
Ooh, I
And
kind of feel bad I didn't come with you then.
well, we handled what we dealt with. All of us are.
She was gonna say, you're saying we.
Yeah. Aldo and Koa they were checking some other spots. They're still okay.
So she's like nodding. She's like, everybody's okay. All right, that's good to hear.
Yeah, we all made it out. Koa got bit a couple of times, but he's okay.
Did he clean the wound?
Yes.
Only
He,
thing dirtier than a gnoll bite is a goddamn Dell.
yeah, it's probably true. Just says, but anyway, I don't think they followed us necessarily, but they did leave the mountains. We actually just came from Leshev, and they set fire to a pretty big area there.
Gnolls set fire to Leshev?
We think they're working either with Orsugo or someone who's using that legend to their advantage, but they definitely have some way of creating a lot of fire at once.
Shrugs. I don't know what Orsugo is.
Wow. He can't take 2 steps without hearing about the terror of Orsugo. He's supposed to be an orc that can control fire.
She says, maybe worth a hunt. I don't know, maybe a job in the future. If you're going on that job, let me know. I might be interested.
We might. We may need your help if it comes to that. From what we were able to see, he may not be. His legend may not be all bullshit. We saw a lot of fire when we were out in the mountains. Like a lot.
Do you want to sit
lit
down?
up the sky. I was thinking about it, but I don't want to leave the others. I just want to give you a heads up that we've already warned the guard. If you see anything at night, looks like a big fuzzy dog man, they're not supposed to be here. You should tell someone.
I know what a gnoll is. We've trained against the idea of fighting them in Amalta, but they're not something that we come across very often, ever.
Wait,
but,
really? He now sits down, like almost absent-mindedly.
Yeah.
Takes a seat.
Part of Amalte's training is we have to be familiar with the battle tactics of not just Paradel, but all sorts of different types of tactics. I was not part of. She thinks for a second. Other divisions of our military where they're trained to fight against all sorts of different beasts, but something like gnolls, you need to be familiar with their tactics because they are a little chaotic. And when you go fight against people like the Dell, they will oftentimes emulate different commanders, whatever will emulate different types of tactics, including trying to use these, touch and go pact like formations. And so we're familiar with gnoll tactics to battle against, etc., etc., etc.
Okay. You've actually encountered them before, or just studied them?
Studied. I've seen pictures, sketches of them before, and familiar. They usually live too far north for us to again deal with them directly in Amalta. But they again touch and go tactics, extremely filthy creatures. As far as known, there's no reasoning with them. They're violence to the core. They will go so far as to, eat other people's young. If they don't kill you, they enslave you. Pretty nasty creatures.
All the same thing was he heard. Have you found work or anything since you've been here?
She's says, no, I've just been relaxing a bit.
In a sense motive.
Yeah. She was definitely the whole time. Now that you're thinking about it, you have a conversation with her. She's happy to see you, interested to talk to you, so on and so forth. But not fully into the conversation. Almost like something's on her mind. The fact that she's still here is also strange. Like, she's here for a reason. You're definitely getting that vibe. It's not just she happens to be here as relaxing. She's here for a reason. Now, I'm sure it piques Mikhail's curiosity. Why? But either way, I've just been relaxing a bit.
Didn't really seem like you were the relaxing type last time we spoke.
Last time we spoke,
like a person on a
had
mission.
just gotten me out of chains, and I had to go find my friends.
Yeah. What aren't you saying?
That new shirt of yours looks nice with your eyes.
I feel like
Okay,
Scott's
look,
leaking
I
through again.
enjoy flattery, but I feel like you're probably here for a reason. Maybe we can help while we're not going to be here long. We're going to keep moving toward Hod-Gwenn, but
I'm only going to be here for a few more weeks at most, and then I could join you in Haudh-Gwenn if need be.
join us for what?
You were suggesting joining me, so I could return the favor. I still never found, referencing
Oh.
her friend that got left from here. I did catch
Oh.
word that he made it, so he's at least still alive. He's out there somewhere.
But you don't have a direction or anything?
I didn't get enough of a lead to follow, so whether the trail be, a few weeks old or a few months, there's not much of a difference there.
Okay. So you're here for a few. Wait, you're here for a few more weeks, just like vacationing? Or are you waiting for someone?
She looks around for a second. Yeah, I'm maybe waiting for someone.
Hmm.
Hey, that shirt looks really nice with your eyes. Want to go upstairs?
He looks very confused. Sure. Yeah, we can talk more up there.
She says, pants fit nice too. A bit too loud. She says that. And then she walks over to the bar and orders like a bottle. And then she pays the tab as she winks at the bartender, and then heads upstairs with you.
Get money. Okay, anyway, yeah, he just follows.
Yep. So you go upstairs, and you guys make small talk. You make some sort of comment, maybe like how Mikhail will just like make a mild joke, and she laughs a little bit too forcefully with it, like it was one of those things where you would expect her to not laugh at all, or maybe like a huh, but she's like, like too forcefully, even for somebody that genuinely found it funny, and certainly doesn't match her personality. And then eventually you get the idea that she's definitely putting on airs. Like you passed your 20. She's definitely putting on some sort of a show. And then she'll go upstairs with you and go inside the room and shut the door. And she says, I have a bottle. You want to drink?
Still working.
Shrugs, goes over and, pops it open, takes a swig and hands it to you and says, sorry, I couldn't say anything downstairs. I don't know if you heard about what happened, but the two people that were part of your Lashes group, well, one of them killed some fuckers and got away. And the other one, rumor is they're going to get off.
Just talked to someone about that, in fact, before we got here. Or before I got here. The others I'll have to fill them in. But yeah. I spoke to Kiris, one of the guards. She was really helpful. Asked her to send me a letter once the verdict would come through on Julius.
Now, you don't need that letter. You're not going to swig that, she says, and holds her hand out to take it back.
He takes a quick drink of it and hands it back.
She takes a long draw, takes a moment for for breath, and takes another quick sip, and then offers it to you, which I imagine you just kind of like wave away, and she'll go put it down. And she says, if the rumors are true, if he is let free, it's like a pause. No. Justice will be served.
I actually know exactly where you're coming from. I was thinking something similar.
She says, I don't think you do, Mikhail. You didn't have the iron on your wrists, did you? You didn't watch your own... Justice will be served. If that fucker's dead, I'll find the next one.
He nods. Says, it will. But does it have to be immediate?
She why wouldn't? Like, if you let it go by, then it's just some random death. If it happens right away that day, people will know. The message will get out there. This is supposed to be a land of freedom, free spirit. Okay. Free for the
I don't
red
think
sheep.
anyone's going to forget these accusations. I don't think that's the case.
People seem to be a little bit short-sighted.
Okay, you're not wrong. I mean, they're even importing their corruption now, but I don't want the letter just to be in the loop. I want to be in the loop so something can be done.
Oh.
I mean, you've met Koa. You think he's just going to be okay with that guy getting off free? I'm certainly not. It's a loose end.
I did meet Koa, but he's a nice man.
He's not a nice enemy.
Oh, I saw that. But he's not going to go cut down some merchant in the middle of his warehouse.
Maybe not. Look, here's what I'm thinking. If the guy somehow gets out of here innocent, it's pretty likely that he decides to stay here. Won't be going anywhere. Settles in, gets comfortable, lets his guard down. That's when shit happens. Let him think he's got off free.
No. This one's mine.
You know, if you do that, you're going to get caught.
Shrugs. At least then I would have earned those irons.
You don't want to get the rest of them? We haven't even confirmed they've all been caught. We've just let people know.
I'll do what I need to do, and then I'll head east into the woods. See what I can find from there.
Jaden, this feels very familiar. Trying to talk some sense into you, and you're letting your emotions rule you instead of using them as the weapon they can be. I think you can do a lot more.
Take a swig and then go over and sit down on her bed.
I think you can do a lot more than deal with one corrupt, disgusting, redemptionless bastard.
It's more than just one corrupt, redemptionless bastard.
That's what I'm saying.
No. He was a part of you know.
Yeah. Look, I was almost one of you.
Almost.
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what you went through or anything, but I can tell you from at least a somewhat objective viewpoint, you can get a lot more done than this. Okay? I don't think the level of satisfaction you get from axing this guy, however poetic it is going to hold up the entire time you're in jail for it. I think you'll regret it. I think you'll wish you had done more.
And so he's just going to walk. He's just going to smile, make his sales, turn his profits, be free. He'll know that he greased the palms of those that he needed to get out. Probably find himself on the council at a later date. I better make a real fine treasurer, making sure that he oversaw the money that he put into the coffers.
I don't think we're going to wait that long, but look, whatever he accomplishes, it's hollow, because we will know what's coming for him. It's just important that he doesn't. Not until it's there.
I don't know. The idea of a man as corrupt as this, having these accusations against him, found innocent for them, immediately turning around and running for politics, something tells me that he'd be able to ride the negative attention as a positive way. Something tells me he'd run away with it.
I don't think he leaves where he's built all this. He will be easy to track. That's the important thing. That's the main thing is he won't be going anywhere. He's not going to disappear off into the woods like the other guy did. Let him make his bed. Let him make every mistake he can make. Don't interrupt that. To potentially, let's say you go for this, right? He's probably going to be ready for something like that. What if you fail?
You think he would be? I don't think that kind of a man believes others would have the audacity to attack him.
I wouldn't take that risk. It sounds like you're willing to bet everything, your freedom on that. Don't bet it with that many variables in place. Learn what you can. Do this smart. And look, if you don't like the pace we're going at, you get to Haudh-Gwenn, build up some resources. Give yourself a better chance when you come back. You're going to learn when we learn what the verdict is.
I'll think on what you said. Thank you for your suggestions.
Yeah. Well, you know who to ask for if you get there. If not, then I hope you succeed in that case.
And she'll actually smile at that.
All right. Really think this shirt goes nice with. It's like he's about to leave.
Sure it does. The pants are terrible. You should get them tailored. Take the bottle with you. I don't think I want it.
All right. We'll be heading out soon, so if you need anything before, I don't know, evening, you can probably find us.
She nods. You head downstairs.
Leave.
As you
Yeah.
go to head down to leave, as you're walking through like the bar part of the area, you hear from behind the bar, the bartender goes, "Womp womp. Sorry, buddy."
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of gives him like a shrug. Keeps walking, like holding the bottle.
and you go walking out.
Yep.
You should have been like, what? It happened twice already.
Oh God.
Want to see me do it again?
All right. So, anyways, you go heading out. You can join up with the other two.
Yeah. Then I don't know if you want me to explain the whole thing. I would just tell you about the whole conversation, including the like, oh yeah, I'm thinking about like killing this guy or whatever. He would just let it out.
Well,
You're thinking you're doing it?
It's definitely a thought. I was going to talk to you guys about it, but
even I
Yeah.
can't help but have a thought. The man is evil and deserves justice. Just as Beltran does.
yeah. I mean, we're not going to just let him get away if he's sitting around here and we know he's guilty, right?
I'm not sure what to do about it, but sadly, that seemed like the biggest issue in all of the world just a few weeks ago, but now we have the gnolls and also these curses and everything else. And if the guards are afraid to talk to other cities here and work together, then perhaps that's part of the curse as well. Maybe their cowardice is forced upon them, their fear of looking weak.
Hmm.
And Orsugo and everything
Maybe.
else just kind of heightens the importance of us getting all of this done.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't thinking of some grand detour or anything, but I know we're going to come back up this way come spring. So I'm sure we'll have a verdict by then.
Well, I saw a bartender just down the road. Perhaps Aldo could dress up as him, break into the prison, and kill him.
You're not a murderer.
I'm kidding. It was a
Go.
joke.
Aldo doesn't look impressed. He says, I'm not a murderer.
Right. I know it, but it was funny, right?
No,
Mikhail?
it wasn't.
Oh, all right. I take back my laugh. Look, we know you're not a murderer, Aldo. You've only killed to protect us so far. At least as far as we know.
Julius is an evil man. Killing him would be a kindness to a deer more than a crime.
Sure would.
I agree. I think he should be. To be honest, I think he should be executed. I don't think I'm the one to do it. I mean, Mikhail, if you're willing and it's something that you feel comfortable with doing, hey, you know what I mean. I'm not saying no, but
I feel a lot
don't
more
think I
comfortable
can.
with that.
Yeah.
I think perhaps Julius and the captain and Ashtar and such, they're a bit smaller fries right now. The corruption and fear of the councils and the inability for anyone to govern and lead this place in a proper way. Again, I feel like is the bigger issue now. And with Orsugo threatening everything. Again, 3 weeks ago, this would have been the most pressing thing on my mind, but I do feel like perhaps we can affect things better by making a bigger change than by
I agree.
wasting time on these nothings of people.
Yeah, I would probably agree wholeheartedly if I hadn't had the conversation I just had.
Let's hope that your words hit her and she doesn't do this. If she does,
I
I
hope so.
understand. Even as opposed to a lot of these things as I am, I can't help but see the failures for justice to be upheld and see them as being not necessarily laws worth following if they're not doing their job.
Yeah. They're pretty hollow if they're not doing anything, right?
The right thing is for evil. I mean, there's always going to be a balance, but we're not very good if we don't try to remove the evil, right?
Yeah. Especially now that we've seen it. Like, you always think you know evil, and then you like look it in the eye. It's different.
Tor was very different.
Yeah.
The gnoll
Anyway,
was
even if she listens, it doesn't mean that that issue is resolved.
no, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah. He'll have to see justice one way or the other.
Let's hope it's served. We don't have to worry about it, but I have a bad feeling that another inept council is going to screw up, probably intentionally.
Me too. But at least we'll know when they do. I think that's. But I think that's all we've got here, right?
We're going to have to be careful for ourselves as well. If we do start going after people with a reputation and perhaps council members and such, rooting out corruption might be seen by many as a positive, but those with power will resist us.
They certainly will. I suspect that'll happen sooner rather than later at this point. I mean, we have a property now. That puts us on a radar all on its own.
Right. Well, we have another few months, almost a year, before we have to pay tax on that, right?
Yes. Yeah, because they handled the first payment for us.
Good.
The first year.
Because I'm broke.
Yeah.
Minus what's in the bank.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Got a little bit from the show, though. But I don't know. I think if we can catch a boat and keep moving, we probably should rather than stay here for a night.
I agree. Getting to Harad to warn them, and then getting to Haudh-Gwenn as fast as possible, I think, is ideal.
Yeah.
A porter comes running up to the group of you and says, "Pardon me, are you the Valiant Few?"
Why, yes, we are.
You are? Oh, great. I had a message for you. It was to go and meet at a tavern. Follow me?
Who sent this message?
If you wanted to meet, I was told to bring you to the tavern.
So they're anonymous?
They just kind of give you like a weak smile. I can tell you
It's broad
this.
daylight. What's going
It's
to
a
happen?
lady.
Well, that removes a couple of concerns. Sure, why not?
They smile and say, follow me this way. And so they walk it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, while walking, Koa was going to turn to Aldo. Aldo, I really didn't mean to offend or accuse you of being a murderer. I simply was trying to lighten the mood without the seriousness. Perhaps I missed the mark. I apologize.
No, it's fine. Your apologies accepted. It's just the more I see places here, I don't know. I'm sick of councils.
I would agree, but I don't think of you as evil or murderer or anything like that. Again, I don't have to go over it again, but I apologize.
Water under the bridge, Koa. It's fine.
Hopefully water we're sailing on soon. After this, of course.
Yes. Unless another porter wants us for something else.
Where is Yara? I just saw the comment about Yara. Yara was with us on the boat.
She was. Forgot about her.
We all
She's
Wasn't she going to Hod-Gwenn with the injured people?
That's right. She was going to Hod Gwen with the injured people. She did not get off the boat. You are 100% correct. Thank you for
That
being
makes
better
sense.
than the rest of us.
All right, well, this woman we're meeting isn't a small redhead, is it?
Ooh. They smile, shake their head, and say, "No."
Good.
Oh, good.
Perhaps
Here's
she's
the
grown.
place. They say, smiling and gesturing at the doorway. If you guys, I don't know if you just immediately walk in or.
Koa's glad that they both laughed at that joke.
Yeah, you know those notoriously late Hafue growth spurts. But yeah, we walk in.
Oh, I was referring to the other short redhead. But yeah,
Yeah,
the one we
yeah.
don't want to see in a deer again, right?
That's who I thought we were
Yeah.
all referring to.
She's not a Hafue, unless she is.
I don't know.
Okay. So, you guys are going into the go into the place. I assume you want to make perception checks just to make sure nothing seems like off or whatever.
Yeah.
Hell.
Hey.
So, Mikhail looks around and so as you guys are looking around to see if anything seems off, nothing does seem particularly off. Not at first until you guys first go into the place, and then almost immediately, Mikhail notices that there's eyes staring at the door, and it's that of a woman. Not young, probably about 34, 30, 3 years old, some of that range. So the early to mid 30s
Twice
range.
my age?
What?
Ew. How old?
Human woman that's sitting there. Honestly, she's a pretty attractive woman. Proudly wearing her age, dressed in decent clothing, so on and so forth. You catch her eye looking at you guys coming in almost immediately, and you can see like the almost immediate anticipation seeing you come in. You know exactly who that's who you're supposed to be who's like looking for you guys. But so quickly assessing this person, you can go ahead and roll a sense motive since you rolled so high. But like I said, she's an attractive woman in her early to mid 30s who wears her age and wears it well. Like I said, there's anticipation that's there, but you don't get any too much of a vibe check beyond that. You can see that based off the clothing that she's wearing, again, had some degree of money or has some degree of money, but also the way that she's currently sitting with her legs crossed. That's revealing ever so slightly the bottom of where a what's called like the sheath of a dagger is. So she has a dagger strapped to her leg, which is not so unusual for somebody who's willing or capable of defending themselves. She's not particularly well built, you know what I mean? It's not like she's very muscular or anything like that, but just a person sitting there. Anyways, you guys can approach whatever it is you'd like to do.
Yeah. I kind of like do like a very quick sort of gesture that way to the others, and so start heading that way.
Okay. You guys walk over, go straight towards her. She goes to you can see like as you head there, like she was taking a moment to like collect herself. She was taking a moment to collect herself with preparation of your like to call you over. But then you were walking so pointedly at her, it actually catches her off guard a little bit. So she like half stands and sits back down, and you actually can have the opening line because she's too thrown off by it.
Yeah, as we approach, Mikhail will just say, you were expecting us?
I believe I was. Are you three the Valiant Few?
In the flesh, yes, of course.
She smiles and says, I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance. Please have a seat. Did you need a drink or food or anything?
I wouldn't say no to a meal. We could.
Yes.
Could eat.
Yeah. Please, 1 second. And she like waves to get the person, someone's attention. They come over. There's a few moments. You guys put in like, oh, can I have today's, get drink, whatever it is, And when you guys like order whatever it is, she goes, no, the best one that you have. And she looks at you and she says, allow me to pay, please.
Do you insist?
I do.
Okay. Granted.
And when the you can see the serving person's like, whatever, and like walks off.
Mhm.
And she looks at you finally and she says, well, with that business out of the way, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I've been incredibly rude. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lenor, and I was very interested in meeting the three of you, and I was really hoping I might be able to get you to help me with a bit of a situation that I'm in. I honestly don't think, by reputation, anybody else would be able to help me the way that the three of you would.
In what?
She says, are you passing notes between each other under the table? There's like zooming back and forth. Are you guys chatting?
Yes.
No. We would
She always
never.
say yes once
We're
it's done.
adults.
So anyways,
I can share with the class. I don't mind.
you want to Sharon Stone with the class? Is that what you're trying to do?
We were just asking how she was sitting.
Uh-huh.
We didn't know if there was one cougar in the chair or two.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. She says, I don't think anybody else will be able to help me. And then you were going to respond, Keegan? All three of you.
I think Aldo said like with what, and yeah, Mikhail would just kind of nod with that.
She says, you see, unfortunately, my husband, he is missing right now. There's been terrible rumors surrounding the man, a man of genuinely well-regarded reputation, someone who has always commanded the respect of those around him, and with things being as they are as of late, unfortunately, well, as I said, he's missing right now. He wasn't abducted or anything. Please don't misunderstand. And you can see there's like some pretty intense apprehension.
Wasn't abducted. Who's your husband?
You are the Valiant Few, yes?
Last we checked.
She gives a faint smile and says, he was still
I knew that was coming.
captain of the
Oh,
guard
that
here.
says.
And accusations were made by the three of you about him, and
You don't believe them.
she gives you a look and says, I mean, you can understand why. Again, He's a man that worked hard his entire life. He built a reputation off of success, off of aiding people. If a prince's second cousin was captured and being ransomed by, I don't know, goblins or whatever things he would do, him and his friends would run off, and they would go and bring them back and be rewarded handsomely for it. He was always the person that could be turned to for help. Him and his companions, they've always been there to help. I mean, they put their lives in danger, so of course they got paid. I mean, only a fool would take a job where their lives are put in danger and not have, some sort of compensation established for it in advance. But beyond that, they were always there to help people. And then you and your team, I don't mean this accusively, sorry if there's a tone to me, you can imagine I'm emotional, but you and your companions, gesturing to the others, well, you went and did the right thing. You uncovered this horrible organization that was doing this incredibly monstrous thing. I mean, this demonic activity of capturing people, enslavement. It's abhorrent. It cannot be tolerated. I agree with you on that. But I think part of your investigation led to false results. You've unfortunately gotten my husband tangled up in the mess.
I see.
Let me be the first to tell you that my condolences on this whole situation. Having your family torn apart is terrible, but there was no mistake on our part. And while that may be hard to accept, he is, as we reported.
Did you ever see a tattoo of a lash on him? Like a whip?
He has a lot of tattoos. I mean,
And
I
that was
swear,
one of them.
they were bets between him and Miltoast. Milton. And of how often they would have to get tattoos, and sometimes they lost a bet. They would choose tattoos for each other.
That wasn't the question, ma'am.
The answer is he has many tattoos. I don't know them all by heart.
Apparently, you didn't know him by heart as well, and I hate to be blunt.
Excuse me. You're please.
Kind of winces.
I asked you here for help.
And I'm trying to give it to you in as straightforward a way as possible. We did our diligence. We put our lives on the line. I watched 3 innocent people be murdered right in front of me. We obtained documents and intelligence that had the list of other people that were involved. And based on everything and his reaction and how things have gone and how people have died trying to find him, I think perhaps the truth is he was, in fact, not who you thought he was.
I don't think words are going to change this, right? You must have considered these things and really thought about this and come to your own conclusion.
Of course.
What do you want our help with? Because if it is to clear his name, that's... He just kind of shakes his head. But if you need him found, then he would have the opportunity to do so.
She says, well, your young friend here says that you did your diligence. And my request is that you indeed do your diligence. Check through again. Whatever you uncovered, whatever notes you have, whatever it was that you discovered that pointed you in the direction of him. What evidence do you have proving this? I mean, I understand there was an accusation made by word of mouth from someone. Sure. But what actual written evidence do you have that binds him to this situation?
Documentation from 2 of the different members, plus I saw him with the captain. And then when confronted, he not only ran, but there were casualties.
I mean,
none of it looks very good.
To be clear, there were casualties, but they broke into our home. I mean, simply put, Hunter was really good at setting our house up for. They have a reputation. I don't think you understand. The Tillermen, they have a reputation. They made many enemies throughout their whole career as adventurers. I mean, Bear Trap, Milk Toast, all of them. They built up a reputation of people that don't like them, that would obviously hunt them down. So yes, our home, for my own personal safety, had gadgets put into them to protect us. I mean, if there was some sort of an alarm system you could have that goes off, but that doesn't exist, does there? There's no beams of light that let you know that someone's breaking into your home, is there? No. Instead, they put in the best that they could do, traps here and there, and there was the misfortunate situation of casualties. But then one thing led to the other. I don't know who you're getting your information from, but he was just doing what was best for his own safety at the moment. He was under attack.
It doesn't really add up to me. If this was just a product of home safety devices going off as they were intended, and people were not supposed to be in his home, he's the captain of the guard. Couldn't he have had counsel with anyone? Cleared his own name?
She nods and says, potentially could have. But again, you weren't there. You didn't see how things played out. He also, she looks a little embarrassed, was not sober that day. Not that he has a drinking problem in general, but he was not sober that day. And again, one thing led to the other. And if his two of his friends weren't around, I don't know where things would have gone. But luckily, they scooped him up and they took him away before things can get worse.
Fine. Lenor, what kind of evidence would you need to see to convince you that he is the man that we discovered he was?
It can't just be accusations made by other people trying to tear those around them down, trying to peddle out whatever evidence, whatever names they can to try to save their own asses.
If he has the tattoo, will you believe us?
I don't know.
It is literally their branding.
I understand what you're saying. If the tattoo's there, I think it's enough for me to at least reevaluate.
Then you need to help us find him.
Well, I want you to check your details before there's any finding of him.
The only man who can defend him is him.
Look, we can do that, all right? The notes we have, all of my copies are back in Hod-Gwenn, which is where we're headed. If you have any information that can help us when we come back this direction, you'll probably want to send them there.
She nods and says, all I'm asking is that you look through again. You made the accusation, and because of your reputation and what it was that you did at the time, which was a genuinely good thing. I don't want to denounce what you did. I just think you made a couple of mistakes along the way, and I'm only asking that you clean up your own mess. Because blood is already shed from it.
Clean up our own mess. You have no evidence to show that he's innocent other than that your heart tells you so, whereas we had evidence.
I'm sorry. Do you need evidence to prove somebody's innocence or guilt? I suppose it depends on what town you're in.
It does. Listen, Lenor, I take a small amount of offense to calling it a mess because you haven't been proven correct yet. But I think it's reasonable, especially being in your position, to ask us to recheck our work. We were very careful, so I'm just worried that when we do, if we come back with the same answer, you won't believe we did.
If you come back with evidence proving it, then again, I'll reconsider. Same as I would if I happened to see him and I notice a tattoo. I would. I promise you. I'm not trying to be unreasonable here.
I'll sense motive when she says happen to see him.
Go ahead. I'll sense motive.
Yeah.
If you happen to see him. Who knows? It might happen. All shucks.
We'll see. Yeah, I know you're trying to be reasonable. This has got to be pretty difficult. But look, we'll go recheck our work. However, in order to get to any other steps after that, if it's all the same, we will need to find him.
She says, if you find out that he's guilty, if you can prove it, I might be able to help with that. Maybe. I don't know. But I might know somebody that knows.
The tattoo would be the easiest proof.
She says, well, if I happen to see him, I'll check, but it's very unlikely. There's a manhunt for him. It'd be foolish for me to just go gallivanting off and running into my husband's arms as much as I would love to feel his embrace.
Where would you run off to? You seem to have an idea.
She shrugs and says, there's a bunch of places. They have old meeting places. They have a couple of homes that each of them own.
I'm not sure what evidence you're going to need to convince you. If
More than just somebody's words, she says, like, with a little venom in that one. And she tends to, she speaks more sharply to Koa, because Koa's been the least kind so far. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, she's an idiot.
Go ahead.
More than someone's words. So documents with his name on it, or accounts of what? We need to go find every single person who was enslaved and put them through it again to what? What evidence do you expect us to find at this point? If we don't have
Documents
him
with
to
his
talk
name
to?
on it. That would be evidence.
Look, Cole
We
looked at
turn
Mikhail.
those in.
We had,
Yeah.
those exist.
Documents
Yeah,
with
Captain
his
Jaaek had them.
name on it.
That's how we got his
I've seen
name,
no
isn't it?
such thing.
Out of game. This is literally how we found out about him, right? Was Ashtar's documents about him?
Yeah,
And
Ashtar's documents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She provided evidence, like actual evidence on
Written
the others.
evidence, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we don't? Are you sure we don't have that on us? I know you gave.
You
some-
gave it to Jaaek.
We
I gave
have
him
copies
the
of
originals.
it.
I have copies.
Yep.
I made copies of them. They're not actually at Hod Gwen. I was just saying that so that we didn't have to deal with it right now if we didn't want to.
I got you.
So,
But I feel like if you just show them to her, maybe we can get her to shut the fuck up.
yeah. So he like takes off his bag and says, "Just a second." Like digs around for a minute. No. Okay, that's one. He like kind of goes in and then finally produces like all of the evidence that we have against him.
She says, "Is this it?"
These are copies.
It's the written
originals are
stuff.
the originals are with the captain and Harad, but yes.
Well, if they're copies, then I can't trust them. Somebody could
Then
change
go
it
to
because it
Harad and
benefits
talk
them.
to Jaaek because he
I
has the
wrote
originals.
them myself.
And she says, "I understand, but Jaaek has the originals.
Yes.
Jack's a dear friend. I would be more than happy to go and speak to Jaaek."
Oh, then yes. Go speak to
Great.
Jaaek. He has the originals, and you can set that straight. Look, we were actually just heading out of town, so you can mail us in Haudh-Gwenn.
I thought you were about to off. Okay, okay. You can mail us a Hod Gwen. She says, "Is that where you'll be staying for the winter or sometime?"
Yeah, likely for the winter, yeah. Weather's getting really bad.
I'll speak with Jaaek. I'll look at the originals. We'll see if there's any credence to this accusation.
There is.
I'm assuming your state's fairly well off. You might want to, if you're traveling, you might want to hire some protection of some kind. Roads are a little odd right now.
Though a little bit cleaner than they were a few weeks ago.
True.
She says, my assets have been taken from me. She just like kind of lets it drop and says, "Well, I will see to my own details then." She says, I was hoping that the Valiant Few were a little bit more valiant. Unfortunately,
If you
just
can make
seem to
ready
be-
in the next couple of hours, then you're free to go with us. We're traveling by river.
And after speaking with Jaaek, we look forward to your apology.
She just
He
kind
actually
of
does laugh in character a little at that. Just
Koa
she
is
gives
fed up, and you guys can see his patience is dwindling with being accused of not doing his job well.
she gives him a long look and says, "I'm sorry. This must have been a mistake. I thought the Valiant Few were men, were heroes. I didn't realize it was.
We are,
a couple
man,
of
but you are
boys.
questioning us and are the very core of our investigations and our
I'm
work.
going to go
Lenor-
and close the tab out. Thank you for coming out of your way to meet with me. I do appreciate it. And I will
Please,
take your
just a
advice to
moment.
speak with Jaaek.
Hey, you have emotions tied up in this, right? This is very personal for you. So
you
is what
seem
we
to
do.
as well, and that's fine. I
Yes.
get it. Yeah, you saw horrible things.
a
Horrible
bit of
things happened.
grace.
I get it.
Lenore, a bit of grace, all right? We're willing to help. I think we've shown that.
Aldo stands up and he
Yeah,
says,
I was just say she's standing up at this point. Obviously, she was excusing
yeah.
herself, but she's still
Aldo
the
stands up
guy.
and he says, I'm sorry, Lenor. Let me walk you out.
Roll me a diplomacy check, because do you have a good chance of actually her just being like, she says, "Thank you," and will turn to walk out with the only man at the table. So
Koa looks to Mikhail. She's a fucking idiot.
Hey, you don't have to say that part out loud.
yeah, he says it
Clearly
like,
she needs
like
to hear it.
loud while they're still in the room. Like she's 2 feet away. She's a fucking idiot. You know?
Quiet.
Sorry, Wade.
Questioning our work rather than questioning a disgusting man just because she's too stupid to see it.
Well, we saw the worst of him, and she saw the best, right?
I suppose, but I don't know. I don't fully trust her. Either she's an idiot or she has something else brewing. We know he's bad, right? There's no question about that.
We know. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind looking back over this stuff just to see if maybe something is there we missed. Like, if for some reason this guy's like a double agent or something crazy, I definitely don't want to miss that. I just don't believe that's the case.
Double agent.
I don't know. Maybe he was like infiltrating them or something, and then
And
we
no one
busted up
knows
his
about it
operation.
but him?
or some other secretive operation. I wouldn't be surprised here. Everybody works for themselves. Nobody talks.
Well, then he's an idiot too.
Sure.
But people
But
have
either
died
way-
because of him, either before or since.
Yeah. Look, I know that. She doesn't know that the way we do.
Well, then someone needs to bash it into her head. I was trying as verbally hard as I could.
If I told you, let's say we go back to Haudh-Gwenn, a few weeks pass. What if I come and tell you that Gwen has been trafficking slavers?
Well, I suppose I would also want to see evidence of it, but at the same time, as much as I do like Gwen, I've not been with her that much, and honestly, at this
But
point,
it'd be
I've seen a
harder
lot
to
of the worst
convince
in
you.
people.
But it'd be harder to convince you, right?
I suppose to some extent, yes, but
And she
I
maybe
don't like the way
hasn't
she
seen.
talked to us.
I don't either. He like really agrees. Like I don't
Plus,
either.
she's stupid, and I don't like that either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are two unlikable traits.
But look, I'm trying to get where she's coming from to keep things civil, but maybe Aldo can handle it.
They apparently have their house set up like a death trap, and first things start to go sour. He doesn't stand up like a man and defend himself. He runs off with his buddies and leaves her behind. She wants to see a man. Well, hers ran away like a coward.
Well, they were after him, not her.
Still,
I don't. I don't think there's any convincing either of you at this point that both of you have a point.
no, she's an idiot. This is a waste
Two
of our
things can
time.
be
We have
true at the
important
same
things
time.
to do other than help prove that a slaver is a slaver. We did that.
Oh,
once.
I don't care about that part, but she's a lead. She can help us get to him. That's the part I care about.
That's true, and while Osugo burns half of a deer down and these curses prevent anyone from doing anything useful, I guess we'll be hunting this man down for a second time.
I
It's
figured it'd only
frustrating.
be on our way back through. We are passing through again on the way back up to Leshev in the spring.
Yes, and I do want to see him caught, but for her to question our legitimacy, well, quite frankly, it pissed me off.
I saw that.
All right, well, let's hope Aldo talks some sense into her, because if I see her again, I will continue my verbal assault.
Well, try salting your food first. It's already
Yes.
paid for.
Bartender, chalky milk. Oh, thank you.
You want what kind of milk?
This one, chalky.
Okay. All right. Anyways, who's next? Oh yeah, that's right. You walked outside with her. What was your plan there?
Yeah. As we close out, I guess, the tavern and we get outside, he says, Lenor, you'll have to excuse my friends. The things that they've seen, you know, when we cornered Captain Tor, there was no way out for him. And instead of surrendering, he started slaughtering prisoners.
She actually puts a hand on your
front
arm as you
of them.
say that, because like she's clearly heard the story and it's like turning
Yeah.
her stomach hearing it again, but she doesn't interrupt you. Sorry, like I did. Keep going.
Yeah. And he says, and in a result of the following investigation, we did come across papers, and, you know, it's not my place to say whether your husband is innocent or guilty. We provided what we had. But, the thing is, your husband, only he can answer for that. And I don't know if you've heard, or if you're in contact with your husband, if you're aware of where he is, but we've had some worrying reports from the guards as well. They seem to think that he could end up running afoul of the merchants in the forest. Not only that, but this is just probably the only one outside of the guard that knows this right now. But Leshev was burned last night.
Her eyes widened and say, "What?"
Leshev, it was you know Osugo? Heard the rumors?
Yeah, of course. He's a bastard. My husband wanted to hunt him down for years.
Well, it seems he's moving west. Leshev was hit last night, and not only that, as we were leaving, we spotted roving warbands headed this way. They're coming through the forest, and let me tell you, if your husband is in those woods or around, I don't know what him and Milk Toast and the other or whatever their capabilities, but there were many. There were many of them, and they seem to be able to throw fire like just like it's magic.
Shit.
Lenor, if you know where he is, I know you want to see the evidence and things like this, but the best way forward here is for him to come and defend himself. You know, Julius is raising doubts. You must have heard.
Nods.
See, he no matter what the reason was for your husband running, at the end of the day, he can live a life, you know, in constant danger, or he can come back and face and prove whether or not he's innocent. As for the tattoo, I don't know if your husband has it, but if he does, that is a clear indicator. We've seen it on every other member.
Unless there's some story behind it, then maybe. But I don't disagree that the tattoo is pretty damning. I followed this. I've read a bunch about what's going on, what I've been able to get my hands on. I followed this. I'm not going to immediately make excuses unless there is some genuinely believable story behind it. It's very, very damning.
Yeah, and like you said, They genuinely could be, but the only one that can answer that is to your husband.
No,
And it does no good to anyone for him to maybe wind up dead anyway. I don't know if you've been in contact with him or not. It would make sense that he wouldn't just leave his wife. But listen, I can empathize with you. And I'm sure you'd rather at the end of the day see him, if he is innocent, prove his innocence. And if he's guilty, then can answer for his crimes, which is how all of us should be held accountable. But better alive and able to do that than missing or worse. So I'm asking you, we leave at the end of the day. There is a way that we could move forward, especially because of the time limit we're on. I don't know where they are if these people find them.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, you know what my motive is here.
Of course.
If you were to get his old group back together, I mean, like, Bruiser, Face, everyone. If they were to go and solve this gnoll problem, do you think that might play in the favor?
They would have to act rather quickly, and I'm not certain they could. You seem rather certain in Bruiser and Milk Toast and the other one I can't remember. But there are many gnolls. I don't know how. I don't know how that they could conceivably win that. And not only that, they seem to wield magic. I mean, how many of your husband's companions can do that? I hear there's one.
I'm sorry, I'm just dying at Wade's comment. Koa is becoming lactose intolerant.
Yep.
I just... Sorry.
Bye, guys.
Fucking Wade. Alright, anyways, back to the game. She says, I'll see what I can do. But I'm most likely not going to see him. I just... It would be stupid for me to go and find him. Like, you know,
it would
that.
be, especially
especially
with what's out there.
You're being a gentleman right now, which makes sense that the only grown-up in the group is probably the reason why the reputation is as strong as it is. I mean, the words you hear about the Valiant Few are genuinely heartwarming. And again, I appreciate what you've done, except for this one thing. So I think it's great that you took these boys under your wing and that you're teaching them to be respectful. They probably don't have parents, and you are the father that they needed. So thank you for that. But
Aldo's nodding along.
killing me.
And they need a mother, Aldo says as he puts a hand on her shoulder.
So thank you for that. But I also know that you right now believe that my husband did what he's accused of. Not that you're not open to there being something else, but you believe that to be true. You could just be being kind to me in hopes that I would lead you there. I'm not so foolish as to fall for something like that. Not accusing you. I'm saying...
I understand completely.
So I'm not going to go and see him. But I will speak to Jaaek. I will look into the other details. I will find out what I can. I'm hoping that we are able to clear his name. Like I said, a lot of people don't like them for the work that they've done before. She looks a little pulled back. Like, again, your sense motive from... well, actually, your sense motive sucks, but even as bad as it is, you can see she's clearly choking something down and not saying what she was thinking. She says...
Flavor cock.
She just choking down. She says, never mind. I will take to heart the suggestions that you're making. And I will reach out one way or the other. I'll be in contact.
I understand. I will say though, and it falls on me to say this. I hope that your hope doesn't end up becoming your despair and grief. There isn't much time. And Aldo just like puts his hand on her shoulder.
Yeah.
He says, I'm sorry.
She
to the bearer
says,
of that news.
"You truly are a kind man. You really are. Are you married?"
Yes, I am.
She smiles and says, "Oh, I am so happy for your spouse. That they're lucky to have you. Listen, again, thank you so much. And I don't know what kind of lessons you give, but that the real young one in there could probably take a lash or two. Oh my
would
gosh!
avoid
In
saying
context, oh, I am so flush right now. That was excuse me.
what
I'm so
is-
sorry.
No mind.
She's like, I am so sorry. Excuse me. And she like immediately turns and walks off.
All right.
Hmm.
Then go back inside, I guess.
What an interesting
I'll
choice
just go
of
up to the
words.
table.
You
I'll
walk in,
push the
and
table.
Koa's trying to convince Mikhail to write a song about how stupid she is because he's upset.
Roll diplomacy. Roll diplomacy. Roll diplomacy.
I'm a PC. I'm immune to those.
I don't know. 13's
Jesus
a lucky
Christ, why'd you
number.
waste that?
It's a lucky number.
Yeah.
Well, I tried my best, but apparently, not even the imminent threat of the gnolls maybe finding her husband seemed to want to let us help the situation. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she sends a letter out in haste or something like that. I could watch the place tonight. I know we're leaving tomorrow, but if anything leaves, you know what I mean? We could always follow.
I thought we were leaving today. I don't know,
Well, our
you think
boat's
it's worth
gone.
it?
I don't know when the next one is, but
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna look and see if maybe there were some others going by. But
Well, hopefully
I
Yara
guess we can wait
spreads
till
the word
tomorrow.
of the Knowles Forest then, if we're going to be delayed by this foolish request.
we don't have to be. But I think it is a good chance, if it does turn something up, we could, I think he's closer than maybe we think.
I kind of got that feeling too.
Yeah, she seemed to be like, oh, it would be stupid for me to go and see my husband. And you're not going to talk like that if you're going far, right? She seemed rather familiar.
Plus,
And
unless she has
we were. Go ahead, sorry.
if all of her funds are seized at the moment and she's struggling a little bit financially, she couldn't really hire many people to protect her to go find him, so she wouldn't be venturing off into the forest alone too far, right?
Yeah, not unless she's a lot more capable than she seems.
Well, she's not capable of anything mentally.
So rude.
Koa's upset.
Well,
we had a pretty good head start on the gnolls. I don't think they're going to necessarily pass where we've gotten so far. We probably still have time to warn Herod tomorrow if we leave fairly early.
it's up to you guys. I think this could result in a lead as to where he is, which may even result in us finding him. But then again, it could all be for nothing.
She implied he and his friends are very capable, so even assuming we do follow her, or we do get a lead and find them.
I think there's 4 of them. There's him, Bruiser, Milk Toast, and some other one. I can't remember the name.
Bear Trap, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
But if they're capable and we do go and follow and find them, I mean, it may not end well for us.
Possibly. But I don't know. Hard to tell. I'm not necessarily questioning her intelligence quite as much as Koa is, but
Her judge of character is terrible.
that's the part I really agree with. I don't know that we can depend on that.
Well, her judge of character is really irrelevant to the situation, right? We
or just capabilities.
We can all agree
right?
that that's the case, though. Even thinking about it, though, they also have a magic user. I don't know to what extent, or if they trained like you, or what, but it would be dangerous to confront them.
If we did get him, perhaps he would turn on Julius and help provide some more evidence that Julius is guilty. It might help that case.
Yeah,
that is
Could
true.
help close the book on the lashes for good if we do manage to get him.
Yeah, sure would. And if he's sticking around nearby, it's... I don't know. It doesn't sit right. It feels just like a easy way to eventually cause more issues.
Well, let's not think too hard and long. What do we want to do here? Do we continue moving forward or roll the dice?
We're likely going to be here all night anyway.
Let's give it the day. Perhaps keep an eye on her.
Yeah.
And if she makes a move... Aldo, I mean, I don't know if you've befriended her. Perhaps you can convince her to let you tag along, or perhaps we follow her.
No, I don't think she's wary of us. I think this will require a different persona.
Oh, you're gonna... You got one in mind already, don't you?
He just smiles.
That's something I'm not going to doubt.
Let's do it then. Might as well. A day's delay now might save us a lot of trouble in the future, and if Yara can pass along the information about the gnolls, then there's not much else we are in a dire hurry for. A day's wait, so be it.
All right, let's get to work.
Want more chalky
We do
here.
find something out. I might talk to Jaden again. Maybe not yet. Not until we got something more concrete.
Having heard from
These
backup.
people are dangerous. We could use the backup.
She would be helpful in that situation, but she will not allow us to do this carefully or quietly. Jaden is loud.
That's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting to tell her.
She's a plains cat. In a world full of quiet.
That old. Speaking of which, I guess I need to get new pants.
What? What's wrong with your pants?
They don't really like go with. It's not important right now.
Honestly, Wade, kind of like looking it over, Koa was looking the pants up and down, and he realized it does kind of make his ass look a little flabby. And his.
Have you seen how Koa's dressed? Are you sure Koa's thinking this?
No, yeah, but you know what's crazy though? It's so loose in an awkward way around his thighs. Maybe that's why his thighs never get hit. He's wearing like MC Hammer pants compared to your hip huggers.
Koa knows his thighs never get hit because he's never within 10 feet of danger.
I killed a hyena right next to you.
Never seen him one time in any danger.
Anyways,
But
so
yeah,
what do you
gotta
guys do?
wait to talk to Jaden until we get something more concrete.
Anything in the morning or anything for the rest of the evening or no?
I guess we're keeping an eye on her somehow. I don't know how we're doing it. I guess we're gonna let Aldo take the lead.
I'm disguising up, and I'm gonna watch her. Like, I'm gonna watch her. You know, see if any people come and go from wherever she's staying.
Well,
you know what I mean? Try and
up
just
and then go find where she is.
yeah. So gather information, right?
Yep. Disguise.
That wouldn't be hard. We literally know the guards know where she lives because the guards know about how he got hurt in her house.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Mikhail wanted to perform strings it.
Si, senor.
We'll give him a +2.
Wait, he's looking around for her. That you were. That way, no, it doesn't track back to you guys.
I can do that.
Right?
Yeah.
Before you get a disguise and then you diplomacy.
That makes
Oh, you
more
lean
sense.
on
disguise
someone
first, is that
else.
what
This
you're
is
saying?
your problem. You go dress up as a cook and make some lamb.
Yeah. All right. So what do you want first? Disguise.
Disguise.
Okay.
I miss ice cream. I feel like I haven't had ice cream in so long. Makes me sad.
About sleep.
Okay.
Just because the sound effects, the background noise sounds that way. The weather gets pretty nasty this evening. It gets like really, really windy and sleet out. Matches the background noise. It gets really windy and very sleet outside, so like the rain's coming down kind of at a pretty hard angle.
No, it's a clear night and easy for her to be tracked.
Bit of bite into the air, which is uncomfortable. The good news is, however, you were able to use that to your benefit, and your disguise plays into the bad weather, allowing you to very easily kind of almost blend into the backdrop, grays and whatnot that allow you to kind of, light grays because of the snow that still exists, but allows you to blend in much easier. Very easy to stick back. You do go searching around. Roll me a D4, sir. Taking the D4 plus 1, you got somebody in chat to roll it if you want. You go around and you want to ask somebody?
Forensic.
Roll a D4. We'll add 1 to that afterwards. So anyways, you go around, ask about where she is, and you do eventually find out where it is that she kind of went off to. First and foremost, she wasn't back at her place. Again, she was kind of locked out of her estate. It took you a little while even to discover that. Not a crazy amount of time, but, with the weather being as bad as it is, it took a while for you to find people to even talk to. So eventually find out that she's not staying at her house because her house is kind of closed up as a currently under the taken by the town right now. She's been staying at an inn, but then finding out which inn it is and then eventually going there and asking, she's not about. She's out for the evening, but she seems to have a bunch of packs with her. You go down to do some searching by the docks, and you do discover, oh, she's not sticking around. She's actually, when you go down to the docks about 5 hours later, you finally find her. You get close enough that you can confirm that it's her, but not so close you can hear what's being said because of the wind and the sleet. But she is arguing with, either some captain or first mate or whatever it is of a boat to barter for passage onto the boat. Presumably, she's heading out immediately.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna get closer. I'm gonna get closer, really, and try and overhear what's going on.
Again, the wind ends. The rain is so horrible. It's so like loud. You're gonna have nasty penalties to your perception. You have to get.
I'm gonna walk right up there.
Huh?
I'm gonna walk right up there.
Right.
Got a 30 disguise. I'm walking up there, being like,
"Hello.
Is this boat going today, or is it?
Oh, okay, like legit
tomorrow?
full on. All right, yeah. I accept that. That's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are you go walking right up to them, and to interject yourself in the conversation. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a bluff check?
Yeah.
Happy with it?
Yep.
You want to use the luck die? Oh wait, hype train gave you what? Was it +2 +2s?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
But are you going to use one here? Or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So yeah, you go walking up and you're like more or less like, hey, what's going on? Like, is this? And he's like, no, I keep saying it's full up. And she's like, fine. And then she pulls out, you can see she pulls out a couple more coins, and then she presents to him 6 gold and says, then rob me. I'm getting on that boat now. And then he looks at the fact that there's 6 gold. He's like, you drive a hard bargain. Fine, get on. And she moves to get on the with the pack. So she moves to grab her bags and goes to get on the boat. And she's like, can you help with this one? And he's like, sorry, my hands are full. And chuckles to himself as he starts pocketing the 6 gold coins.
Do I steal a bag and run away so she has to get off the boat? That's the question. Well, I don't have 6 gold. And I don't have my friends around, so I'm just like, is this the last boat going to Harrod for the day?
He shakes his head and says, probably what not meant to be, but everyone else might, chicken out because of the rain. Shrugs. We're sailing though. You got 6 gold? He says, like, knowing he's pushing his luck.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Just wait. He says.
He says, we ain't waiting. We're out. Well, now.
You ain't waiting for 6 gold. I know you just got 6, but geez, you're a richer man than I thought.
He looks over his shoulder and looks back and goes, I might be able to buy you a half hour.
He says, that's all I need. And he runs off.
with the bag. No. And so she did have one bag sitting there, and now that you're gone, he's like, fuck it. And he picks up the one last bag and goes and walks over towards the boat and just throws it over so it smashes into the boat. And it's one of those things where you can, if you turn around and look back, she's like, you motherfucker, And so you run off. Where do you go?
Oh, I just run back to the inn or wherever they are. And when I get in there, I'll find them
You
both.
burst in, dripping wet. You guys see some crotchety old sailor or whatever, a salty sailor, come bursting in the door.
I know who it is.
It's not Billy.
It's Billy.
Oh, it is Billy. Oh, okay.
Of course it's Billy. Yeah, so I make my way over and I'm like, she just got on a boat to Harrod. I think it's the last one for the day. She paid 6 gold to be on it. 6. It means she's in a hurry. Yeah.
So much for fucking frozen assets.
Yeah, well,
we don't
kind
have
of leaves us at a
18
loss.
Yes, we don't have 18 gold to board this boat, so how are we going to get aboard it? Is that a plan?
I don't know. Maybe, Mikhail's pretty good at, convincing people to do things. Maybe he might be able to get us on board somehow. Maybe we can
Put
make
him
a
to
deal with
sleep
some
and
other
we could be the
passengers or
captains.
something.
No,
Oh,
that's a
we
terrible
could
idea.
do that. Yeah. Well, I was thinking
didn't hear
more
you,
about
sir.
making deals with some of the other passengers, but that might work.
Whatever it is, let's get moving. How much time do we have?
Probably about another 25 minutes.
I guess
Luckily,
let's
all
get
our
moving
stuff's
now.
here.
Oh, but the weather outside looks shit.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Fine, let's get this over with, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess I'll ask really nicely for them to give up their seats.
Do you
Yeah,
think
all we can do
she's-
is try, right?
Do you think she's going to Haudh to find him or to talk to Jaaek about the documents?
Probably to talk to Jack, unless she was lying about
Probably to
that
talk
too.
to Jaaek, but she is doing it really, really quickly. Maybe they're around Harrod. I don't know. This could all be for nothing.
Well, we need to get there anyway, I suppose, so at least it gets us further east a little bit faster.
Well,
All right, let's do it, I guess. We don't have time to decide unless you all object.
no.
Yeah, I guess we can try. Get up really quick and start
What is she
heading
going
that
to do
way.
if she sees us on the boat?
I don't know. Well, we were headed to Harrod anyway, right? So she didn't know we were staying the night or anything else. Just
Fair
a
enough.
coincidence.
I was telling her we were
say.
trying to leave today. So
All right, well then, I guess that's just our story. We managed to get on this boat. All right, Mikhail, apparently good luck convincing the captain to let us on.
yeah. I guess we rush over to the boats. Good
Yeah,
thing
I'd take
such
off
a
my
low
disguise,
bar for
though.
success was set with that 6 fucking gold.
So you go rushing over to the boats, but I mean, you guys did not check into an inn here yet, right? So, or maybe you, I don't know. We
No,
didn't
we
say you
haven't.
did, so I'm not gonna say that you actually logged into it, like put your shit down or whatever. We can just assume you all have all your stuff with you, not your horses, but you
I
have.
assumed the horses were sadly on the boat with Yara still, because this was supposed to be like a stop in, hop on the boat, stop in, hop on the boat.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
Nightstorm not have stayed with you?
I don't know, because I don't know how easy. I feel like the first time we put her on a boat, it was hard to find a boat that would take her. So I don't know how many
Okay,
times.
then let's leave all the horses with Yara. I'm fine with that. All right, keep going.
I would love to have Nightstorm, but like it seemed to make more sense to like try to be quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our goal was not a sidetrack mission to go find a coal.
Right.
Yep.
Oh boy. Okay.
So you guys head down to the docks. What's your plan from here?
Figure out how many more
Try and
side
get
quests
passage
Scott's
on
can
the
introduce before we
thing.
get to Haudh-Gwenn.
I did not hear what you said.
Oh, I said sorry, Jake. I didn't mean to speak over you, but I said I wanted to see how more side quests Scott would introduce before we can go to Haudh-Gwenn.
I mean,
Apparently, he had chat bet money on how long it would take for us to get there, and we were trying to move fast. So he was like, "Oh fuck, I'm losing on this." So I apologize, chat. but
these
this
are
was a
all things
scheme.
that we're sitting here waiting for you.
I apologize, chat.
Okay, so you guys make your way down to the docks, and as you get to the docks, literally the boat is, because of how long it takes to run over there, talk to them, for everybody to run back. The boat is literally starting to pull away. Not like, oh no, it's gone, I can't get in, but like it's starting to do like the removing the ropes, all of that stuff. There's still several, minutes left, like 3, 4, 5 minutes left.
Does the boat actually look full?
I mean, most of the stuff that's going to be on a boat is going to be like crates and barrels and stuff. If there's, full, almost all the people are going to be below deck. So if they're not actively working on being the ones to launch it right now, they're going to be below deck. You wouldn't have a proper clear view.
Okay. Yeah, I guess as we're running up, I just like wave and I'm just like yelling.
Yep, and you run up and
we have money. They go, we have money.
They're like, yeah, but we're heading out. We're heading out. Oh, hey, he says, pointing at Billy with a big smile on his face.
He took the disguise off.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, he took the disguise off.
So he he's like, we're full. He's like, we're heading out. We're heading out. You're like, we have money.
Yeah,
you see, he gives him pause.
Koa looks at Mikhail like we do.
I'm not saying we have 6 gold. We have regular boat
I don't know
money.
that we have 1 gold.
I do in silver, but yeah. So as we're running up, I'm like, I just will like run harder since they're like obviously leaving. And as I get up to him, we'll shout, may as well try it. Go, hey, is there room for the Valiant Few?
Ooh, you are going that route. Okay.
Try.
Give me 1 second to respond to that.
It's exactly what I wanted you to do. It was the only way.
Right.
All right, give me 1 second before you finish this.
There's the one idea I had too, but I was like, I don't know that Koa would think of it, so I'll just see what you guys decide to do.
Let's hope he's a fan.
You're gonna make me a D20 roll. It's going to be D20 plus your level, plus your charisma modifier. But hold on, while you.
Oh, plus our level. What a big.
This is just Kiken, but yeah, his level, his charisma, and then 1 second. Plus 3 more. Plus 2 more. And then it should be an additional 2 more. So what did I tell you? Okay. Sorry. So I gave you a 3, a 2, and a 2. So that is a 7. So your fame mod right now is a 7.
It was level, charisma, 3,
and
2,
and
2.
7. Yep.
Okay.
So it's level charisma,
2.
and 7.
Okay.
D20 plus whatever all that is.
I don't know what his charisma mod is. Probably a 3.
I'm gonna just roll a charisma check with a plus 9 in that case, because level is 2, then the other 7.
Yes, sir. All right, it's a 16. You rolled very low.
I rolled very low. How many plus 2s we got?
2.
I would like to use one. Make that an 18.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can do?
Nope, we don't have any luck.
Okay. So you go walking up. You see the Valiant Few, and he's like, "What? Like the Valiant Few?" And like gesture, whatever it is, and he squints his eyes, and he's like, "No, you're too small to be Koa."
I like thumb over at Koa. Stand up straight.
It's
like
not about the height;
rain.
it's about the muscle. They'll say like flex.
Yeah. And he looks him over, and he's like, "Oh shit, you might be." No. I heard stories about the Valiant Few. They say there's a pair of pipes on them.
You want us to play the song right now in this? What if we do it aboard the boat?
He thinks for a second. He goes, "Will you sing on the boat?"
Of course,
you have to pay us not to.
You'd have to pay us not to.
Yeah.
So he said. He goes. Yeah, let's go. And like gesture for you guys to go, but like they've already taken the walking plank, so it's literally like a run and a jump. The acrobatics check is a 5. Do you automatically pass 5, or do you have to roll?
I have to roll.
Okay.
All of us?
If you don't automatically pass.
I mean, I have a 4, so I think the least I can roll is a 5.
Yeah, you auto pass.
Actually,
I
you
just
only
don't.
have a 4? Oh, you don't know this, Wade. Oh, actually, if you click it, it should tell you this. Click acrobatics. It should say it on there. Yep. Yeah. Because it's a jump check, that's a 15.
Right,
okay.
yeah, because you're fast.
Speed, yeah.
Mm.
I was like, you auto get a 5 just with your speed alone.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, and Jake auto gets a 5. So you guys are easily able to Mikhail is, slips right before he jumps, but he still makes it across and doesn't have the most graceful of landings. But, Koa and Aldo is able to jump across the gap pretty easily, land on the boat, no problem. And so you get along, and the guy he runs and jumps as well, and he lands in a way where he's grabbing a rope on the way down, like some of the mess of ropes to stabilize himself because he's not as graceful as you guys, but he's got the rope there to, he's practiced to it. And then once he's on, he's like, "The hell you doing up here? Get below deck. Let's go. Let's go."
Oh, Koa's so happy. He's like, if she's on this boat and we get to perform and just rub it in.
You guys go down below, and so you guys go
Yeah.
down, and there's a whole bunch of people down there. You don't see her immediately or anything like that, but when you go down below, there's a whole bunch of people. Everybody looks dreary and miserable. There's not much light down there because it's candlelight or whatever it is. So there's not much light that's down there. It's it's cold because it's winter time. There's water dripping through some of the planks above or where the open gray area is above, and everybody just looks fucking miserable, right? And so you guys go down and you just look at this misery. About a minute or two later, he ends up coming down too, and he's like, "All right, let's see if we can brighten this place up." And he looks at you like all expectantly.
So does Koa.
Yeah, while we were down there, like Mikhail had already been kind of looking for like where's like a good spot to like actually go, or kind of for like a good a good makeshift stage, as it were.
There's a group of people piled up right in the middle that look like they might have died, but they make a perfect stage.
Awesome. Squish, squish, squish. Let's loot them first. But no, yeah. So I guess he'll step up and he like does like a couple of just like test strums. Fingers are cold, and then he'll like he'll probably start into Dan first, since that's the.
That is a fan favorite. People love it.
That is a
Whatever it is,
fan favorite.
That's either the encore song or the opener. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of our two songs, it's either the first or the second.
Oh, should I wait for aid since this is a group performance?
Oh, I got you.
Oh God, Jake, are you performing? Yeah. Chloe, we've got all this wood to bang on.
I guess. Yeah.
Banging on a trash can.
Oh,
On
no.
a street light.
At least it's
Maybe
only an
use a
8.
+2 and make it a 10.
He could.
Good. You want to use the other one?
Nah.
Okay. All right. So +2.
You can imagine that the Billy voice just kind of made his own real voice a bit raspy. That with like the cold, sleet air and doing the Billy voice, it just fucked up the zone. So does that include the +2?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay, so 22 total. So the music thing starts, and almost immediately people are getting excited about it. People start singing in, especially the first chorus. More people by the second chorus or even the second verse, whatever it is. But then, of course, Aldo, who's not really doing the best of job singing, he's more or less lipping along, looks out, and she sees the three of you. And then she narrows her eyes at you. Aldo.
Aldo looks at her like surprised. He'll, I suppose, while they're singing, he'll kind of go over there.
Yeah. That's why he got a natty 1, because he left in the middle of the performance.
Right. We just have to suddenly take over vocals.
And then Koa
He goes over to
in.
her.
They can suddenly hear how bad of singers we are.
Your
Like,
natty
shit.
1 is Koa singing for you.
Dan, don't fool us again.
Fucking Tony's on this boat. He just jumps in where Aldo was.
Dan, 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 dan. You go over to her.
Yeah, and he just says, "Fancy seeing you on this boat. You're quick to move. Going to see Captain Jaaek."
Bluff check.
Yeah.
A couple seconds pass, of her just like giving you an analyzing look, but also just making sure she heard you because they were singing loud and other people are singing along. And then she says, "That's right. You were leaving tonight, weren't you?"
Yeah. No, we gotta let Harrod know about the problem in the woods.
She nods and says, "Wow, strange you're on the same boat. Coincidence."
I think this is the last boat tonight, so
She shrugs and she says, "I don't have much of a corner," but then gestures for you to go join her, and then you guys can make small talk.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you maintain like the friendly relationship thing. One of the things I will say, just jump cutting through this, is that she actually, though, despite what Koa was saying, she's not unintelligent, right? She's not roll me a sense motive. No, don't roll me a sense motive. Roll me a wisdom check. So she's not unintelligent and she's not uneducated. She's not an adventurer, though. She's just somebody who happened to marry a man that was a part of an adventuring group, right? And she kind of goes into it. And you even ask like some stories. And she's pretty light on the details. She doesn't give you too much on the details because she doesn't want to give away too much because of, the situation as everything is. But she will give you a few details that are there. Like, for instance, you find out that their adventuring crew there's 6 of them. There used to be a 7th one, but that person died really early into their career. And that's how the rest of them kind of like really bonded over that one person, unfortunately, like dying. It was like a shocking experience for them early in their career. And then they kind of like built up their reputation since then. I don't know if you care to write down these notes or if you're going to rely on forensic or otherwise. But there's Jaaek, a.k.a. Blackguard. There's Bruno, a.k.a. Bruiser. There's Milton, a.k.a. Milktoast. There's Freya, a.k.a. Face. There's Hunter, a.k.a. Beartrap. And there's Kazakh, a.k.a. Captain, her husband. And so that's the group of them that are there. And so they've been, traveling together for years. They did most of their work inside of Paradel, but not exclusively in Paradel. Et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, they all retired into different places, or most of them retired into different places. Her husband having retired when given a job opportunity here in Forven. Whatever. But like I said, she's light on the details. After like a long conversation with her, one of the things you realize about her and some of the mild stories you hear about the others, it's not that she's unintelligent, and it's not that she's uneducated. It's not that she's a bad person. It's just as she's really easily warming up to you. Out of the 3 of them, maybe you're not so introspective to realize that aspect of it, but her glaring flaw is she's a really bad judge of character.
Yeah.
Wow,
Okay.
that's so hard to believe.
Yeah. When she's like, "Aldo, you are a respectful, polite man."
Aldo's a good guy.
That's right.
Deep down, and it's coming out finally. It was just buried beneath the booze and potentially STDs.
So
He hasn't had a drink today either.
Oh, wow, that's true. Yeah, no to drink all day.
Okay, so anyways, you guys end up chatting for a bit, but then eventually gets late, and then she's like, "I do need to sleep. So maybe we'll talk in the morning."
Yeah, of course. Rest well.
And then you guys go your separate ways or whatever it is. And then you can kind of jump cut to the next day or whatever.
Yeah, I do want to say to the others that I really think that she's here not to see Captain Jaaek. Just off her reaction alone, I think it was more of surprise that I said that. And she was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." So I'm thinking that she might be there to get a message or something to her husband. Might be around here somewhere.
Well, apparently you're the one close to her, so I suppose keep that up, and we'll do what we can.
Yeah.
I'm very much
we're
looking
supposed
forward
to
to
see
the "I
Jaaek,
told
too.
you so" moment, though. Cannot wait. I won't do it,
Don't
but
know.
I want to.
Don't know that we'll get it.
Also,
We're just not convinced she'll be convinced.
No.
So because everything's alliterations, aside from Jack, Kazakh is spelled with a C and two Z's, and all the 2-word things you have there are 1 words. Bear trap 1 word, milk toast 1 word, blackguard 1 word. Jack is the only one that's not an alliteration. Anyways, so I suppose Hunter as well. Anyways, moving on. So moving on. It takes longer than usual to travel from there to Forven. So it takes 2 full days, but
We're back
most
in
of the
Forven.
lake travel is Harrod. Most of the lake travel is actually I didn't even mean Harrod either. What I meant to say was because it got turned around and they went upriver by accident, you wind up back in Leshev.
Dathomir. Oh, okay.
No, so you you guys are winding up in Harrod, and but it takes 2 days to get there because you have to row across the lake and the water's choppy and the weather's terrible and so on and so forth. Even when you get to Harrod 2 days later, it's not that it's raining out anymore. It's that it has spit out. It's been spitting off and on, and there's still like an overcast, and it's winter time, so it's cold. But like luckily just above freezing cold. So it's like spitting rain, but then just like the wind chill's nasty. Otherwise, you'd probably be okay. And you finally arrive in Harrod. After all this time, you've made it.
A Harrod. All right. Yay.
All right.
And is this boat going straight through too, or is it taking some time in Harrod? You know how the other boat we got off was more or less just going straight away, or is this one going to Harrod and going back? Or
It's going to Harrod, then eventually to Haudh-Gwenn.
Okay, all right.
All right. So the plan here is we need to warn Jack about the gnolls, and we need to figure out obviously what's going on with everything else. So how do we go about it?
Well, I guess we'll go to Jack first.
Yeah. Scott, the people that are going to Hod-Gwenn, are their bags remaining on board?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, when she gets off, does she take her bags?
Yes.
Okay.
She actually asks you for help with one of them.
Yeah.
The same one
I'll
that
go.
Billy watched the other guy like hurl.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Aldo helps her. Cool.
Yeah.
So you guys help her out with the bag, and she says, if it's not too much to ask, there's a nearby inn I intend to check into. Do you mind helping me bring my bag there?
Yeah, of course.
So you guys will head that direction. Do the other two follow along, or do they kind of like fuck off for a minute to give you like a bit of space?
Koa would fuck off. She doesn't like Koa, so he's not gonna keep like.
Yeah.
He's gonna let Aldo keep playing the strings.
Mikhail will go with Koa then.
Okay. I imagine you guys don't. You more or less just get kicked dirt for like an hour or whatever it is.
That or go
Yeah.
find Jack and just tell him about the gnolls.
I don't know if
Just
you
make sure we
wanted
know where he is.
Jake there for the RP or not.
If
We'll probably
find
at least
RP,
make sure we know where Jack is,
Sure, that's fine.
so that we're not
That's fair.
Yeah.
Cool. So Jake, you would follow her to the place, and when she goes in, she actually knows the innkeep, and they talk like small talk for a few minutes, and then she kind of checks in for a room that's there, and she asks you, how many nights are you staying?
I don't know. We've got to have a talk with Jack. We might be going today, probably. I'd say.
She frowns and says, "Oh, it's too bad," and then looks at the innkeep and says, "Can you put one more room on my tab, please, for him in case he stays?" And he says, "It might fill up quick with this weather. I can't." He's like, "I can't just put a hold." He's like, "You'd have to pay for it outright." She says, "I'm not here to steal your business." It's like laughing and puts coin onto the table, onto the bar, and he goes, "You know I would never charge you that much." And then she's like, "Oh, come on, just keep the rest of it for the family." He goes, No, I couldn't. "Oh, no, please, keep it. I know how much your wife loves reading." And he's like, You're too kind. And she smiles. And we'll go and, grab her stuff to bring it upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd offer her if she needed help to get her bags up the stairs, but other than that, I'll get going.
She says, honestly, if you don't mind, looks over across, gesturing towards the person she was just speaking with. He would do it otherwise, but he is probably busy.
Can I sense motive as well?
Nothing noteworthy.
Yeah,
Keep rolling low. So you.
I don't know. One of these people is going to be like face or something, right? And so I'm just walking into this trap. Anyway, I'm going to help her take her bags upstairs.
Yeah, when you bring the bags upstairs, open the door. It's actually, you're like, oh, this is it's not that it's grandiose by any stretch, but it's a nicer room than you would have expected for a shit town like Harrod, right? You're like, oh,
Yeah.
This place actually has a decent room in it. Wow, I didn't realize there was a room where I couldn't touch two walls at the same time, So opposite walls at the same time. And so you go in and put the stuff in, and she says, "Oh, thanks." And here's your key. She gives you. She says, "You're the room right across the hall."
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
She nods and says,
see you around maybe dinner time."
She nods to you and says, but truth be told, and she'll lean in, the food here is absolutely horrendous. I'll be eating at, and mentions another place.
Okay. And he says, I might see you there then.
And so you can kind of go out. You open the door across the hall, and again, slightly smaller than hers, but not a shit room. Even if you took a second just to put your hand on the mattress, you're like, oh, this is a mattress that's in decent shape. You'd almost put money that there's not bed bugs here. You know what I mean? Like legitimately like a decent room. This is nice. And you can shut the door and go downstairs.
Yep, I do. Catch up with the others.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So you guys head downstairs and go try to catch up with them, which they were able to find out where Captain Jaaek happened to be, where Captain Jaaek happens to be is overseeing an incident that happened at the bridge. As a reminder, Harrod has a bridge that crosses over to the north side. The bridge itself is one of the old mole structures, but not one of the grandiose ones. And it's not. It was originally a mole structure, but has long ago broken down, and now it's predominantly modern reconstruction to keep it so it functions. They just use the same spot because it was already anchored on both sides, right? You're gonna say something, Wade?
Yeah, whenever Mikhail saw the gnolls, which side of the river were they on? Were they on the north side or south?
The western side of the river. So
they would be on the same side as Harad.
They were on the opposite side of Forven, and what would be the same side as Harad if they came all the way around.
But there were no other bridges crossing over until Harad?
Correct. Unless you went through Leshev's bridge, which you clearly saw they did not.
Right. So either they went across the horrible freezing cold water, or they were going down here. If they even wanted to cross, this would be the place to cross. If they didn't want to cross, then it's either, I guess, Westwood or going toward Haudh-Gwenn?
Yeah, you'd have to go through Hod-Gwenn to get an actual bridge. Yeah.
It's one of those things I'm trying to keep mental note of where the...
Yep, it's smart. Cool. So you go and speak to Jaaek, who's dealing with an incident over at the bridge. And so you guys go up there. You can see that there's a bunch of workers out there. There's actual construction being done. Because I said, the anchor points at either side. It wasn't as grandiose of bridges up by Leshev. The anchor points at either side are still held together. The construction that, unfortunately, some of the rain that came down and then it froze, and just the amount of the expanding ice did enough damage that when a wagon went across, past week 2, whatever it was, it unfortunately dropped part of the bridge into the river. And so now the bridge itself, if it's an individual person crossing by, it's probably safe. But if you try to ride a horse or bring a wagon, oh my God, it is not a safe situation right now. And so they're trying to do some patchwork construction to survive the winter, and then they can properly fix it in the spring. And that's what you're kind of like walking up and, seeing is happening, or at least he explains it to you when we get to that point in the conversation. But you guys first approach and you can say,
It's just to Jack.
yep, because kind of like you're going to get his attention because his back is to you as he's overseeing the construction.
I'll just say, is it morning or after? What time of day is it?
What a weird thing to say to him.
It's going to be late morning, early afternoon.
I'll say, good day, Jack. Look busy as usual.
Like, fuck it. Oh, hey, he says. Turns around, sees you guys. He'll actually walk up and give like a brotherly embrace really quick to each of you.
Unfortunately, it seems things aren't going so well for you at the moment.
He shakes his head. He goes, damn shame what happens. I mean, things happen. You fix it as needed, so on. But the bridge collapsed. Took a wagon down. One was able to jump out, broke their ribs hitting the side of the bridge, but horses, everyone else, shakes his head.
Mikhail, you could fix a window. Can you fix a bridge?
That's a little too big.
Well, there's anything we can do. We're just passing through, but happy to lend a hand. We wanted to give you a warning. Unfortunately, there might be more bad things on the way.
Huh. Might as well throw it on the fire, huh?
Interesting choice of words. Speaking of which,
His smile fades at that.
yeah. I don't know if you want us to like actually RP it, we can. But I'm just gonna give him the same spiel we gave the others.
Yep. Sure.
Probably quicker because he's more likely to take it seriously.
Yeah. So you give the thing, and he goes, "Hold up, Orsugo, I'm familiar with, but gnolls with magic."
Yeah, or at least that's what it sounded like.
And you said gnolls are dog people.
Yes, they said about this tall.
Yeah. They're closer to more like
hyenas.
hyena people, but if you're not familiar with hyenas, think like kind of a lankier, spotted
Laughing
dog with
dogs,
bigger teeth.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're vicious, nasty little things. Bite you in the thigh. And all
I
these
think
weapons
like
they
jackals.
throw and things. Now apparently fire. Whole mess.
All right. That's in Leshev. How many casualties?
Forgot.
Did we ever
You
get?
said.
They were still calculating bodies, right? But
Yeah. But you can give like an updated number.
Yeah, we knew it was quite a few. So yeah, we tell them how many.
It was like 10
how
or
many
so
we
last
counted.
we'd heard.
Hmm.
That was before
Yeah,
I even got there to help, so it might be more than that now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
What is the number?
that's horrible. All right. Well, are you boys going to be spending any amount of nights? I'd appreciate the extra hands around if you have them to spare.
So we'll like eye the other two, kind of like, do we tell him why we're here now, ish?
I mean, yeah.
Is that about
Yes.
the woman? Yeah, I think so because we've trusted
This
him
is the
right
person
up
to
until
tell.
this point. So
Yeah.
Might not be here
Just
too
nod.
long. Might be here a bit longer. The captain from Forven led, and his wife, we think might be a way to find him, and she's in town to speak to you to look at the documents that condemn
Lenor
him.
is in town.
Yes.
she is.
Ugh.
He wants to see the original documents that incriminate her husband. Wouldn't accept the fact that we have the copies.
Aldo is pretty confident though that she's here also to maybe see him. And he's got some buddies, Toast, Beard, and
Milk toast.
Milk Toast and Beard,
Deer trap.
Bear Trap, Captain.
Face.
Shakes
Bruiser.
his head. He's like, I don't know any of Kazac's friends, but I do know Lenor.
Yeah, you don't look happy about it.
No. She's genuinely pleasant, but
A fool.
he's
pleasant.
well. Hold on, before we're casting too harsh a judgment. I mean, her and her husband, they love each other. Actually, sometimes a little too much. You know, he gives that facial expression that people only make when there's PDA happening around them.
She and Koa did not have the best impression of one another.
She said we were bad at our jobs, and I said she was an idiot.
He goes, I probably would have handled it a little bit more gently.
That's why Aldo took the lead on that one.
Yeah, he kind of screwed it up for me. So,
Aldo did no such thing.
Jaaek, do you know Lenor?
When I said it,
right?
Yeah, we're friendly.
Is there any place her and her husband would go when they're here? Do they have any old friends or anything like that?
Not that I know of. I do know that sometimes they would take trips out of from Forven, and they would take a boat down here, and then would travel out the road down here. They'd travel, the only road to head south unless you're going, along the river itself, right? But generally speaking, they would, if they were going to come through, they would hit the road south. Maybe they know somebody down there, Westwood or beyond. I'm not familiar.
Well, we just might need to follow her or know where she might be going to meet her husband and intercept.
He says, well, I'm not going to stop you from doing it. You have my blessings to do what you need to. Unless, are you asking me to spare somebody? Because what you're telling me about the gnolls, I'm a bit more concerned about. That's kind of more pressing.
I agree, and I don't want to have to take anyone, but if they are a capable bunch and there are 4 or 5 of them, then we don't really want to walk into a death trap ourselves, so it's a bit of a delicate balance here.
You're thinking about... No. One thing I can tell you, again, I don't know about his friends, but he does have a reputation, and he knows his way around a sword. Like, absolutely knows his way around a sword.
Oh yeah, we've heard.
Yes, but apparently his entire little adventuring party is capable. Magics and all kinds of things, and they've left a trail of death in their wake as it is. In her words, it was self-defense and misunderstanding, but people have been injured and killed in their pursuit of him already.
Well, it is her husband. He says,
I understand that part, but
it's a weak apologetic, like it's a weak defense of her, but he does say it.
And you know what he's done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You saw the place.
Listen, you don't need to convince me, Koa. We've done the work together. I was there. I did clean up. I know. You know what? I might have somebody that can help. I don't want to tangle you guys up in this. I'm sure you have other things that you're working on.
We're on our way to Haudh-Gwenn, but this keeps being right there and feels wrong to leave it.
Yeah. I think I have somebody that can look after this. Actually, you met him, he says with a smile. Remember the bartender? Luca?
The one who went and told the people of Varen and the people in Forven?
Yeah.
Yeah, Luca.
Yes, this is, of
Oh,
course.
yeah.
I think Luca can either handle it directly or get somebody to take care of it.
Take care of it in what sense?
Keep an eye on her. See where she goes. See what she does.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Nobody's going to go and fight.
Could he do it today?
Yeah. Sooner the better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that way we can hurry on and get this over with and go to Haudh-Gwenn and get other things taken care of that we need to do. So, yes.
I'd ask that you ask him yourself. Not that I wouldn't be willing, but he gestures the bridge situation going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. That would still end up taking a lot off our plates. I'll just ask him where he is. Assuming everyone's okay with that. That's what Mikhail is okay with doing that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Agreed.
I'm happy to you guys are around. Was there anything else, or are you going to be spending the night? Maybe we can eat. Grab some food later on. If you don't have a place to stay, I don't have much to offer, but I can keep a log in the fire, and you guys can pull up some carpet in front of it.
A meal would be fine. That sounds nice. Even if we provide for ourselves, it's good to be in good company.
Why don't we all go and eat at? And he mentions the inn or the place that she told him about.
When you mentioned that specific place, he's like, well, that place is pretty. How do you know that place?
Oh, Lenor told me that's where she'll be eating tonight.
Oh.
Huh.
Don't you think that'd be a little bit obvious?
No.
Knows we're in town.
Yeah.
I mean,
She
if
did
we
tell
want
me
Luca to keep an
specifically.
eye on her.
Yeah.
Maybe you.
She also
should
paid
go.
for a room. So
Oh, we have a room.
we do.
Well, that's nice. I'm guessing she didn't know it was for all of us.
I'd say probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we're gonna have Luca keeping an eye on her, we probably don't want to just end up all tangled up and such. But if she's expecting you, you should probably be there.
Yeah, I guess. I see the wisdom in that, Mikhail.
You want us to stay
Good.
close
So
by?
you two can pull up some carpet on by my fireplace, and Aldo can sleep elsewhere because I don't think my liver can handle that. He says playfully.
Right.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Oh, please, God, no.
Was there?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Jack, I can't remember.
Ashtara.
That was it.
What about her?
She left, right?
Yep, like a bat out of hell.
Okay. She leave anything behind? Anything we ought to know about the exit?
No, I know she said she was leaving a deer. She was heading out entirely. There was a deal struck with you guys and all of that.
I was kind of surprised you let her leave. I thought maybe you'd stop her.
She made a deal with the three of you, and I wasn't going to, well, I have to keep peace in the area.
We didn't want to make a deal with her, unfortunately. We were in a position of either getting her or getting everyone else.
Yep.
Maybe wherever Kazakh is where Ashtara is, he says playfully.
Hopefully in a
Seems
godless
doubtful.
void.
Well, if Kazakh got away, I hear they got the other guy, though.
Snaga, we did.
No,
that was
Julian?
We opened with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Julian or Julius?
Julius.
Julius. Yeah, they did. But a lot of people are concerned that it's not going to stick given his connections.
Oh, well, all we can do is, put our, you gotta make the laws and gotta put your faith into them. Let's hope that if he's guilty, they find him guilty.
Well, he is guilty. Whether they find him or not, we'll know.
Yes, the amount of corruption among different councils has been quite disheartening that we've found.
It says old money and new money, like kind of like looking down and like it's a battle he knows all too well. Then just shakes his head and says, "Hey, listen, go speak to Luca before it's so late that you miss the opportunity to catch something important. And I got to make sure that these idiots don't go falling into the icy river in the middle of the winter."
Yeah, they will.
Speaking of money, though, how's construction coming along?
What was that? Sorry.
How's construction coming along?
Yeah, he says it's actually going really well. I was hoping to talk to you about that later on. But again, go talk to Luca. We'll have food and drink later.
The bridge.
Stay out of this part of the town. Keep it a surprise.
Right. The bridge. Do you think it was just something that happened or something someone did?
Oh Christ! You're like the 11th person to ask me this morning.
Yes, but I'm Koa.
He goes, "Oh yeah, sorry. Christ is the guy that asked me right before you.
Who's
He's a
that?
real stick."
I don't understand. Like Attila, whatever his name is. Well, he's a rock.
I don't know. Knowing Christ, he's quite the cross to bear.
I don't understand what you're saying, Jack. You're speaking crazily.
I don't think any of us know this guy.
He's like a thorn in the brow. You know what I mean? Like a spear in the side. You don't know.
Jack, I
Anyway,
think the DM is coming through you. Purge it out. This keeps happening today. I'm not
just
sure why.
he starts doing like the Super Saiyan charge up, and all of a sudden you just start seeing like, you know, goop form out of him that pools on the ground, and it makes my face.
Someone
Step on it.
Anyways, back to. Oh.
Yeah, let's go talk to Luca.
He didn't even answer my question.
Well, if it was, he was. Oh, sorry, I thought my answer was
Yeah,
obvious enough.
Yeah, man. Jesus, crowns.
No, he was like well, you're the one that played up the fact that I said the word Christ, just because that was just me speaking, but more or less like, in the name of the gods, you're the 11th person to ask me that today.
Yeah, why would he say Christ? That's not a thing in the hand.
In the name of the gods, you're the 11th person to ask me that today is a pretty overt way of being like, fuck, no. At least as far as I know, no.
Well, I asked an A or B question, and his answer was no.
Yeah, correct. Which is B.
Sure.
Does your character actually push for like, so was it?
It's like, do you think it was foul play, or do you think it was something natural? No.
Well,
Then what
in the
was
name of
it?
the gods. You actually, so his response is again, in the name of the gods, you're the 11th person to ask me that today.
And your answer to the other 11?
Aggravation, but I don't think there was anything foul. The water collected, it froze, it broke the bridge or made it loose enough that when the wagon went by, people died. It just happens sometimes.
It's unfortunate, but I just wanted to make sure there was not another horrible crime. So everywhere we go, something horrible is happening. So
No, listen. Sometimes people try to cross the river over in front of Forven. You know, they'll use oxen to pull the wagon across. They get dysentery. You have to. It's just times are tough. You know, winter's really difficult. I'll speak to you guys later.
good luck.
So anyways, so you guys make your way down to speak to the thing. When it comes to Luca, there's really no RP that you have to do with Luca. You can just kind of like tell him the situation. You'd be a little bit lighter on the details with him because he's not Jack. You'd be like, hey, listen, Jack said you'd be willing to help out with this thing, so on and so forth, And he nods and says, Lenor. Name sounds familiar. And he says, actually, there was somebody that was just in town looking for Lenor.
Like, just in town, like now?
Yeah, this morning or last night they came in and they were looking for her. Looked like some porter or some, probably somebody delivering a message. Traveler.
Weird.
Right.
Here? What do they look for here?
Shrugs.
You know if they found her?
Not as of now, but if you're asking me to keep an eye on her, then I'm going to see what I can find out.
We appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, come back in the morning unless I see you beforehand, and I'll let you know what I was able to find out.
Can do.
Just be careful.
Hey, have you guys seen the plans?
No, we were told don't go to some part of town to hold off for a surprise later.
Rolls his eyes. All right. Have a beer instead. And he goes, go pour you guys some drinks. Make small talk.
Is Aldo
This is
drinking
going to
beer?
spiral Aldo.
Jesus, Wade.
All right.
He said he hadn't drank all day yesterday, so I didn't know if he was avoiding it or if he was going to drink.
Nope, no, he's drinking.
So he slides the first beer over to Koa, and he goes to slide the second beer to Aldo.
He takes it.
Okay. And then he gives the third one to Mikhail.
Yeah, he'll take it.
Okay. And you guys can make small talk with him. I'm fine with jump cutting till this evening, unless either A, there's anything else you guys want to do, or B, Jake wants to describe what happens next.
Depends where we go. What are we doing, guys?
I believe the
What are you doing
plan
for a couple hours?
We were going to an abandoned rock structure in the woods. I don't know. I mean, we're just kind of trying to stay available so we can be found if something we need to be updated, right? So we probably want to be.
Right. And I think Aldo's gonna go to the restaurant she's gonna be at that they talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna, I guess, go to Jaaek later. But
I mean, will we just go back to like our room where we can like chat about things and like make a plan?
Sure.
Talk about what we're doing in Hod
yeah,
Gwen? I mean, I don't
probably
know.
do that. Yeah, I imagine we wouldn't want to necessarily stick around the tavern and whatnot because we're not trying to like.
We don't want to be overheard with.
We're not
everybody talking.
trying to sit. Yeah, we don't want to be overheard,
Yeah.
and we're not like relaxing. We're actually still doing shit.
Yeah, so I imagine we just go back to one of our. Well, I guess the room that. We've only got one room, right?
Yeah, yeah. Except other than Jack's place, which would be weird to just like show up there when he's not there. so, so if Aldo needs an out, then that would be it. We'd probably be trying to leave after a little bit of chit chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys go to do that. You're gonna have to convince Aldo to do so. I mean, I don't know how many drinks in before you try to convince him to leave.
I mean, knowing that he's going to be going to the restaurant, like probably after like, if it's just beer, probably after like 2, Mikhail would be starting to be like, oh, we should probably get out. You got stuff to do.
Yeah. That's
Is
fine.
that hard to do? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Is that hard to do?
Aldo's been abstaining, but when someone just gives him free alcohol, it's like, well, are we starting a chain
Right.
reaction here? Probably.
Yeah.
But
Making
yeah,
him
we've got
fight
stuff to do. So I
alcoholism.
mean, I'm still, you know what I mean. I'm still coming with you guys. So
Okay.
Okay. So where you guys go exactly?
The room, I guess, that we're staying in.
Yep.
Is it right next to hers, or is it
So
just nearby?
so you guys go into that room and you're like, here's our room. It's a nice room for one person. The other two could like sleep one straight on the floor and one kind of L-shaped on the floor. It's definitely not large enough for 3 people.
we've seen what the free folk get up to. All right, everyone will fit.
You have to do what you have to do whenever you're roaming around.
I mean, yeah, it at least works for just where we'll hang out for a little bit and kill
this
time,
room
basically.
Next to hers, or is it like just in
Across the hall.
same?
Across.
Okay, so we still have to be careful about what we're saying then. I think we avoid
Yeah.
talking about her. I think we talk about more like plans for Hod Gwen and other stuff that we're gonna do,
Yeah.
non-slaver related things, because I don't think we want to risk her overhearing or someone else overhearing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And unless there's something particular you guys want to talk about, I think we can just skip ahead.
No, I feel like we already know what's happening this evening, and then we're going to try to leave tomorrow as early as we can once we talk to everyone.
Unless we're in the woods fighting a band of slaver and friends.
Yeah. I don't know that we will be. but we'll see.
Hmm.
Yeah, time skip.
Okay, so jump to the evening. You guys are gonna go down to have food at the restaurant. Yeah, you go to or at least Aldo is. I don't know if everybody's going to have food at
Yeah.
the
I think
restaurant.
we're going somewhere else with Jack. So that
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not
So
all
we'll
there,
jump
is that
to
right?
Aldo, food at the restaurant again. Like, so actually, hold on. Wait. No. I gotta do something before we just jump into that. Let's do the other two first. So you guys go to speak with Jack, and when you guys go meet with him at his place or whatever, because he's not going to meet with you at that restaurant, right? So when you guys going to meet with Jack at his place, it's one of those is like, wine's not as good here, but it does the job. He says as he opens the door.
We don't need to be having too much anyway. We're kind of still working, so a bit light on the drink for us.
Hope you
Yeah.
don't mind being light on the food too. He says, I've got some jam. It's not bad. Some bread and some freshly churned butter.
I mean,
Yeah.
beats what we ate on the road.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mostly eat out, he says. As he shuts the door behind you. And goes over and, more or less you guys have whatever's around his place. And so you can kind of like jump into conversation. So unless there's anything you guys want to cover, is there anything specific you want to cover before I get into? Okay, cool. He goes over talking about the plans for, as I said, like what they were looking to build that are here. And he'll actually have a drawing pulled out where they actually had somebody come in and start doing a drawing of what it is that they're planning to do. So fortunately for them, because they're so close to Meshtes and the university that's nearby to Meshtes and Bard, they were able to get their hands on an architect relatively quickly that was has come up here and has already put together a drawing. And he's like, really excited about this and getting this work done and da-da-da. He's, going for it. He's like, we haven't, come up with a name or anything for it yet, but let me show you. And he's kind of like going through the kind of like the plans or whatever that are there. And so he's just like more excited about it than I think either of your characters care for. You're excited, because he's excited, I guess. And, you like the guy. You're also excited because it's something that you contributed to. So that's nice as well. But overall, you're more or less just kind of feigning excitement for the benefit of a companion, which is because neither of your characters are particularly rude. So correct me if I'm wrong in making that assumption. I don't want to put the words into your mouth on it.
I mean,
Not rude to Jack.
Koa would be relatively. I don't know if he'd be like the most. It's not like the most interesting thing in the world, but I think he would still be interested because they did contribute to it. It's actually something positive that they can finally see as a result of their labors, rather than like the never-ending slavering that just can't ever fucking die and go away.
Yeah.
So so he kind of goes through this and has some drinks or whatever with you and kind of like the things play out that way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, at some point in the middle of your evening, there's going to be a knock at the door, and somebody comes in and he's like, "Hey, Captain, as word came over from Luca. So last night, someone, he says word from Luca, and he like looks over. He's like, no, they're fine. And he's like, from Luca. He's like, yes, they're fine. And he's like, oh, okay. So someone came in last night to looking for I think Lorraine, something like that. And he goes, waves it off. Yeah. Go on. Well, apparently they came with a message for her, which they did deliver, and then she gave a message back to them, and they went to go head out of town. Luca had kind of realized this and thought it was a bit suspicious, so rather than just let the guy out of town, he had him grabbed. It was a bit of a scuffle, it was maybe a little more heavy-handed than we wanted it to be, but we did get the guy. He's like, and? Oh, he's not awake yet. Oh. He's like, he shrugs. He's like, but we got him. He will wake up though, right? Yeah, we're pretty sure that'll happen. You're not exactly giving me confidence here. He's like, well, he was on a horse. And he's like, what did you do? Well, How did he get hurt? Well, the horse fell on him. Why did the horse fall? What the hell happened? Well, we didn't want him to get away, so we shot the horse. Ugh. Well, okay.
Did someone redeem something? Is this? Did you roll? Like, what the fuck happened? Oh
He's
my
just like-
god!
And where is he? He's like again looks over his shoulder to look at the two of them. He goes, "They're fine." And again, looking suspicious, like, why are they fine? That's the Valiant Few. Oh, he says, looking over at the two of you, and he like gives you like a genuine, like a very toothy smile, and then he looks back at the captain, and he says, "They're in the cellar." And he goes, "All right, that makes sense. Is there a watch on him? Oh yeah. All right. And the horse, already being butchered. All right, that makes sense." And so he says, we'll go visit. And so the guy
Did they
will,
get the
will leave.
note off of her?
You asked that?
Yeah.
Shakes his head. No, not written.
Understood.
Love your work.
Likewise.
Thanks.
And he goes and heads out.
Koa says likewise. He's like, that was dumb. It's like, have a nice
Yeah,
flight. You
Mikhail
too.
gives you a look. Right.
Right. Enjoy your meal. You too.
Yeah, the Koa's having one of those like moments.
Anyways, so the captain turns to the two of you and goes, "Oh,
Well, a bit less subtle than we anticipated, but I suppose we'll have to make do.
Yeah. They shot the horse?
Not particularly fond of that as someone who enjoys horses quite a bit, though. Mikhail, I'm sure you're pleased.
I like horses. I just don't like the other ones.
I know, Mikhail. I know it was a joke. Apparently, my jokes aren't funny anymore. Jack, am I funny?
the other ones?"
Yes,
Mules.
mules and
It's
donkeys
mules.
and all kinds of things. He somehow gets bit by them. I don't think he
They-
remembers to feed them, to be honest with you, but
He's throwing
don't
his
feed
comfort.
them because they want to bite me.
they want to bite you because they're starving. Anyway, it's neither here nor there.
I was dying.
How do we handle this? Do we want to be seen by this fellow? Or do we just allow you to handle it and stay out of sight?
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna go question him.
You want us to be a part of that?
Do you want to be a part of it?
Yes, I
Yeah,
just
I
don't
guess
want to
we should.
necessarily tip off and scare Lenor and close our one avenue as to finding this guy.
Doxy. He shrugs and says, "She's if he's going to stick around long enough, to say something, he's going to tell her that this happened, and she's going to know that it was by my command, and she's going to know that you were probably involved."
I suppose the wheels have turned in that sense, so might as well then, right?
Yeah, sounds like it.
So hopefully word doesn't get to her while... Hopefully it was just him. If anything gets back to Lenor and she's more dangerous than she likes to present, Aldo is alone with her at the moment.
Come on, guys. You can either get the report from me later on, or you can get it from the horse's mouth.
What's that about?
Like Mikhail like looks at Koa like directly as if to see if he thinks that's funny. Like
No, because Koa's
Okay.
like, I miss Nightstorm. It's like whenever you see like someone sat with a puppy and you just want to hug your puppy.
yeah.
Oh.
He'll feign a really pathetically sad fake smile.
He just shrugs. Enough bad jokes not been laughed at that he's not offended. He just shrugs and you guys make your way there. Jake! I rolled. So you guys sit down and you have a nice
What'd you
meal.
roll?
Things go well. You make small talk. Was there any pointed conversation that need to be had?
Nope.
She, unfortunately for you, does drink at the meal. And you already started drinking earlier today.
Yeah.
So I assume...
Well, the thing being is Aldo is at work at the moment. He has a mark. But they're also drinking. So Aldo's going to roll a willpower, and we're going to find out.
We have a +2.
He's a
okay.
-4 conditional mod for.
Oh, damn.
Oh, he got a 0. Looks like drinks are back on the menu, boys. All right.
Right.
You don't even have a hero point to reroll.
Okay, so glug glug, chug a lug lug. Anyways, you guys go back down to go behind the behind the tavern, Lucas Tavern, and down into the wine cellar. When you get down there, you can see that there's a guy who is passed out on the floor, and there's a guard overseeing him. The captain looks and says, "How long you been here?"
Oh my god! I thought you were talking to me. I was like, "Why am I going into a fucking wine cellar? What the hell are you doing?"
No.
There's a guy on the floor.
Amontillado.
Oh my god!
They start putting a brick wall up right in front of you.
So
They give you a barrel of wine, a
Sorry.
straw, and they start burying you alive.
Wow.
So anyways, he says, "How long you been down here?" 3 hours. All right, go take a break. We'll take over for a bit. Gives a curious look at the two of you, but doesn't say anything, and then walks by and goes upstairs.
I'll be back in like just a second. I'll still listen if you want to start off.
He nods. He says, "If you're gonna go grab a drink, I think we can all use one." And what's his name? Mikhail walks off too.
You know, a way of waking him up other than potentially injuring him more?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I guess we get to it.
Goes over to a small little barrel that's over in the corner and pulls out a even smaller box, but he like keeps it pretty far away from himself, like pointedly his arm is pretty straight, as he keeps it away from him. And he goes over and kneels at the ground with the guy, again keeping a bit of distance between him and the guy. And Mikhail comes back down and he says, "Oh, that was quick. Yeah, I could use the drink if you brought one," he says, and opens up the wooden lid and leans it over by the guy's face. And all of a sudden the guy's like, as he jumps to
Do they have smelling shits in Aurora?
Smelling the salts, yes.
Smelling shit.
Oh, there's salt. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So he and all of a sudden he comes to, like lurches forward and he's like, whoa, calm down. Name's Jaaek. I'm the captain of the guard here in Harrod. What's going on? Where am I? You're in Harrod. Who are you? What's going on? You're in Harrod. I'm Captain Jaaek. You were knocked out. My horse. My ribs. He's like, yes. There was an unfortunate accident. I was attacked. There was an unfortunate accident, but you're okay. My ribs. Like this kind of goes through. He's like, listen, I need to ask you a couple of questions. And as the guy starts to calm down, he's like, I have to ask you a couple questions. You just came to Harrod last night, right? Yeah. Some guard. And he goes, we keep an eye on things here. Small town and all that. So you came to town just last night and you're leaving tonight? And he's like, yeah, I was just passing through. No, you weren't. I just came in, had a quick little errand, and I was heading out. Something illegal about that? No, there isn't. And he stands up for a second and he looks over and he says, hey, Koa, you want to see if you can ask the questions?
I can give it a shot. What's your name, sir?
Koa goes over, who's a much more imposing figure than
He'll sit
Captain
down
Jaaek.
and he's like setting the sword down, like putting his like muscular arms like between his like on his lap or whatever, just to kind of like he's being friendly, but he's very clearly showing like,
Yep.
this bicep is a little bit more flexed than if I was sitting comfortably.
Yep. He's playing it up. He's playing it up like he's grabbing his beverage from the bar and there's a couple of girls there. He's like, I normally
He doesn't
drink
have to
beer
play
like
it.
that. I drink beer like this. Yes. Anyways, go ahead. So you
Ask him his
you
name.
kneel down And what do you say to him?
I asked him his name.
He looks at the guard, who goes over to Mikhail and grabs the beer that Mikhail grabbed, drinks for them, and he takes a sip of the beer. And when he sees like the captain of the guard wipe the froth of beer from his upper lip as he's being questioned by a very muscular looking dude, you can see very quickly, or at least Mikhail can see very quickly, like the gravity of the situation is falling on him pretty hard. And he's like, it's Keith.
I roll 2.
He just seems disoriented, Wade. Just disoriented. Oh, I already gave you the answer, but Keegan, I told you how he was feeling.
Oh, I wanted to know more if he's lying about his name now.
Oh, I don't know if I mean, I don't know if a sense motive would tell you when that somebody's lying about their name.
Okay.
Well, whenever someone goes, it's Keith.
Yeah, because he was
Just
thrown off
reading
by
the body
situation.
language thing.
Yeah. He was,
right?
he's thrown off by the situation.
Okay, I'll wait.
God,
Keith, is it? Right. Can you tell us what your errand was, Keith?
he's like, I came to talk to a friend's, or deliver a message for another friend's, and
Deliver a message. That's more of an errand than speaking to a friend. Understood. This message was from one friend to another. Is that right?
nods, holding their
Um,
side, their ribs.
Well, Keith, it's possible one of your friends is in a bit of trouble, and we're looking into whether or not they should be in trouble. And it's kind of hard to do that because we can't really track them down. There have been some allegations and things made, and my friend, I'll point to Mikhail and I have been asked to look into whether or not those are actually true or not. So I was wondering maybe if you could help us to find the person you're supposed to be delivering this message to, because otherwise, well, the entire town of Forven might be after them with pitchforks.
He shakes his head and goes, "It's just a couple of old friends. I was delivering messages for them. I can't tell you the messages. That's I guess I could tell you who they were. It was just a couple of ladies talking."
Well, the message in town was from a lady. It was being delivered to a lady as well.
Nods.
Can you tell us what her name is?
He looks really uncomfortable, then looks over and sees that apparently the captain of the guard take another swig of his beer, and looks at you and it's like, it's, yeah.
Keith, you're not in any trouble here. There's a reason you're
Yeah,
here and not in a cell.
And if you'd rather, it doesn't have to have come from you. If that helps.
It does. There's a woman named Freya.
Freya. Right. And it's from Lenor, yes?
Freya and Lenor, yeah.
And the message itself, you said you're not willing to tell us. Or perhaps if it weren't from you, you would?
He like pauses, really thinking about the situation. And he's like, "Are you really the guard? You know,
Am I the god?
No, never mind. I'm not gonna ask questions. Yeah. So I was just came to tell Lenor that they made it to the university, and Lenor just asked about, you know, which where the, you know, to tell them what building she'll be when she gets there, and she said something about a library. It was sorry, my ribs hurt really bad. Some library. It'll come to me eventually. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. While you're thinking about it, where were you delivering this message to? What town? What location?
Oh, well, just that the university.
Which is where?
Looks kind of confused for a second.
In Harad, in Westwood, in Paradel?
I think he's thinking.
No, literally the university. He says, like looking baffled that it's like still a conversation. It's like the university.
Do I know what the university means here?
I mean, there are multiple universities that you know of, so I mean, it could be literally is the university that you came from.
Tell me where you are headed as far as towns go, not where university.
Oh, sure, I can do that. You head south, south, east, east southeast, out of here. Then eventually you head south through the woods. You ride for a while till you get to Meshtez. Then you ride through the mountains until you get to the university.
Paradel?
He nods. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no universities in Adir, he says, chuckling, but like it hurts his ribs.
That shouldn't be surprising. Figured you guys might call a bar the university or something. South of Meshtez. I know what he was talking about there, Scott.
I mean,
I can't see it on the map right now.
Where did you go to college?
So it's in Bard.
Literally just south of Meshtez, through the mountainous region. There's a university right there.
Okay. So this university's in Bard. What the hell?
He nods. He's like, I know there's more than one, but it's the one that's nearby.
What building?
The library of, and he honestly can't think of the name of the. He's like, it's the library of, and he can't think of the name of it. But you know, there's a few libraries that are there, so that at least narrows down where.
Okay. There's a few libraries there.
How long is the ride from here?
Oh, on the way up, we rode pretty hard. Per request, it took several days.
Right. And we currently don't even... You won't finish the thought out loud. Anything else important about this message? Or any other messages? Or any other implications? Any other people involved? Any men?
No, it was just the what's her name? You said it.
Freya?
Just Freya.
By Freya, you mean face, right?
Face? He says, kind of screwing up his own face.
Just a nickname.
Total kind of looked at Mikhail and Jaaek, kind of like, I don't know what else to ask him now. He kind of opened up easier than I thought.
Right? Ugh, that's so far out of the way. Yeah, Mikhail just kind of shakes his head like he doesn't have anything else.
I think they'll kind of look to Jaaek. We're going to step outside for just a moment.
He nods and says, we'll wait here.
Assuming we're out.
Step out. Yeah.
So Mikhail, we're in a bit of a situation here, as that's very far. We don't have any horses. The supplies it would take for a week's journey there and back, assuming it was quick. I'm not sure there's much we can do right now.
Yeah, we can't deal with this right now. Probably not even But by the time winter's over, no telling where they've gone. Even if we go there, I mean, I know some people, right? I actually have connections there, but it's a whole can of worms.
Do you think these documents Jaaek has will be enough to convince Lenor?
No, I'm not even sure that's really what she wants at this point.
I don't think it's what she wants either, but she claims she'll be reasonable, though she really hasn't been so far. Hurried over here to send this message to this Freya. You think Freya's face?
Yeah. Just going by alliteration. Could be wrong.
Freysa.
She said, well, no, F, Freya, F face. She said, Milton was milk toast earlier, so.
Yes. Understood. You think it's just another nickname? Freya, face, and whatever.
I thought so. I was hoping he'd confirm it, but he didn't, so it's still just a.
Perhaps they're being careful in this. Keith doesn't really know much more than that, or perhaps they're disoriented from the fall. I just don't really know what else to do to approach this at the moment. He could get away if we do nothing, but at the same time, it's already been this long, and they're still trying to have correspondence, and she's still living in Forven, which I don't see changing either, so. If we don't do something, it could lead to more likely outcome of Julius also being released. If we do something, it would require us going on to Haudh-Gwenn, getting the horses, coming back, riding all the way down into Paradel to a place that I'm not sure we're welcome to, where we will not have reputation or allies on our side unless you have friends there.
Well, that's the thing. I don't only have friends there.
Oh? Family?
Yeah, that too, but that's where I grew up. I also have people who don't like me there, you know? So.
Like the flutist.
Well, he's here and an idiot. At least the other people who hate me have some kind of education behind them and
Well, he
talent.
was from there, right? You went to school with him, so he was one of your enemies there.
I knew his face. I didn't really know him.
It's flute dude to Wade. It's not flute dude to Koa. So what would you recommend here, Mikhail? What do we say to him? Would we let him go? His horse is apparently dead, and he's very injured, but I can't really
I kind of feel bad for him. I think he's just a porter.
I do as well, but here's the concern. We let him go. He goes and he delivers the message. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, someone killed my horse, knocked me out, put me in a basement, and these fellows in questioned me. That might lead to the former captain burying himself even further.
Okay. Maybe we ask him about the gnolls, make it kind of seem more like we're just seeing if he'd spotted them. Maybe a matter of the city's security.
I'll follow your lead on that.
Okay. Start walking back in. Are they?
Okay,
Yeah.
you go walking back in, and he says, yeah, I'm telling you, we are the guard. I am the captain of the guard. Really? Oh. No offense, sir, but I thought you were a gang, and I thought my life was on the line. He nods and says, I know. You guys walk in to hear that.
Yeah. So when Mikhail approaches, he does kind of chuckle and says, no, you're, like we said, you're not in any trouble or anything. Really, the questions we're asking are more, some of those were idle curiosities, just things we heard about on the road we were trying to clarify, but because you've been traveling recently, you haven't seen anything that looks like a kind of taller than a man, kind of fuzzy, looks almost like a dog man. They would have been moving mostly at night.
Walks on two legs, nasty teeth, has hyenas
Yeah.
with it. Them.
No, he said. He's looking at he's like, but maybe I'm not the only one that fell off my horse.
What about a big orc with fire all around?
Or Sugo.
Yes.
Oh, I've heard the Ballad of Orsugo, but I've never
Have you
seen
seen
him.
him? Okay.
No.
There's a ballad? Focus, Mikhail. He... no, I mean, you haven't seen him. Okay, that's good. Wait, okay, no. There's a ballad of Orsugo?
He says, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I don't know it. I've heard it. It's hot as flames, licking the evil. It's kind of a. I don't know the words. He says.
Unfortunately.
Okay. I'll have to find someone who does. The bastard get a ballad. A ballad of all things. Anyway.
Have you
So you
come
haven't
across
seen
any
him?
plants that have tried to attack your feet as you've walked near them?
He looks up at the captain of the guard and looks back and says, "Am I awake or am I asleep right now?"
That is unclear to us as well.
You're probably still a little woozy, but these are real questions. It's okay if you don't know.
He's like, no dog people, no plants trying to eat people.
What about a man made of rock?
I'd like to go. If I've not committed any crimes.
No, not that we know of.
No. You're free
Wait,
to
did you
go.
attack
Are
my
you sure you
horse?
want to?
No, we did
No.
not attack your
What?
horse.
Koa loves horses, and I'm terrible with a bow.
I actually traded my own horse.
The captain comes over and says, "It is very unfortunate what happened to your horse, and no, none of us attacked your horse.
I wouldn't have said Koa, but
However, I am very saddened by the fact that happens. It would be my honor to give you a horse that we have here for you to make up for what you've lost. Again, I'm sorry about that." And he's like, "Can I leave?" He's like, "Yeah, let me help you up." He helps the guy up, and his ribs hurt or whatever. If you do see any rock men, dog men, or plant men, please let us know. It's a growing epidemic.
Very dangerous out
Yeah.
there these days.
very. If you see them, whatever town you get to next, make sure you warn them. That's part of what we're doing.
He says he's like looking at you guys like he's not sure if he's not hearing you right or if he's going crazy or if you are all crazy. And so he goes to leave, and the captain says, "I didn't say leave yet. I'll bring you to get your horse."
Pleasure meeting you, Keith. Safe travels.
You too.
Oh, and keep things that you've heard a bit quiet. Orsugo is not very pleased to hear rumors spreading.
He looks perplexed because he just said there's a ballad. What? And
Well, he likes the ballad of himself spreading. He doesn't like the rumors of what he's actually doing spreading with the plants and the dog people and such.
Jaaek leaves the cellar with him. You guys follow?
No, I don't
No.
think so.
Jaaek says,
No.
It's not our cellar.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. Leave very quickly now.
And you
As we
shut
leave,
up.
I guess Ko would say before we go check on Aldo or leave him be and just get back.
No, it makes sense for us to show up to get him, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure because I know she doesn't like me very much, but also who knows? Maybe he's enjoying
Yeah.
himself or maybe he's having a miserable time. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, let's go check on him just in case. I don't trust her.
Yes.
Plus, I don't know. He's gonna be around drink.
Is that new?
No, that's part of the problem. But, man, I noticed he hadn't been drinking a whole lot recently. But if he does, we've seen him go overboard pretty hard.
No, we had. I mean, I thought so. He had that night in Leshev, but then it turned out he was. Maybe he
No,
was
I mean
drunk
the
when he
one
did
in the
everything else.
barn.
I don't know. I'll follow your lead. We'll go check on him, make sure he's all right, and then we'll. I guess have to talk. We need to talk to him anyway to make a decision as to what we're doing. We have to get the Hod Gwen
Yeah.
one way or another. We can't do
Yeah,
anything without our
true.
horses.
All right, start heading towards the restaurant that he's at.
He's been there for a while with her, drinking whatever it is. You guys were with what's his name for a long while, and then after you've all had some drinks or whatever it is, the person came in. Then you had to go all the way across town. Then you go down there. You were chatting for a while, went outside for a bit, came back in. Then you have to go all the way back over to where. And again, it's not that this isn't a densely populated place. It's a small town, which means everything's spaced out. So I say all the way across town, like you could be walking for like several hundred feet through, like barely cleared snow pathways, to get to the next building because things aren't super close together, like it would be in like a proper town. This is a village, if you will. So, anyways, you guys eventually get there, and when you go in and look at the place, there's a bit of a hubbub. There's a murmur of not excitement but aggravation inside the place. When you guys come over, you eventually see like hear the sound of a chair scrape, and you see her stand up, and she says, "Wonderful. He's just as valiant as the other two. I'll leave him to you now," she says as she picks up whatever she has with her and walks away from the table that has Aldo completely passed out on it, but like still murmuring words to himself, occasionally causing it to blow a bubble into the pool of vomit that he has in front of him.
Oh,
Oof.
at least we're all three living up to our reputation now.
I haven't even done anything.
Yours is more with animals. Besides, I'm only scary at night.
Let's get him before he falls and hurts himself or something.
Worry not, everyone. We'll get him out of here. Sorry for the trouble. Aldo, up and at him.
He's not moving.
The whoever's running the establishment will come over with a bucket and a rag and says, "Hey, amount of coin he spends, no trouble if you're willing to scoop that in here." And it places the bucket and the rag onto the table.
Right. I'll get him. Mikhail?
Right. Wait till I get strong enough to lift Aldo by myself. Then he'll be scraping vomit.
No, you
say
just
that out
cast
loud?
reduce person on Aldo, and then you. No problem.
Do you say that out loud?
He grumbles that to himself. He's obviously like just being petulant.
If Koa overhears it, he's like, "That'd be excellent. I would love to have someone as strong as me."
I bet you would. You
for
definitely
now.
wouldn't be jealous.
As he says for now, he motions to him picking up Aldo and you with the bucket.
Yeah, I scraped the stupid vomit. I'm not going to use prestidigitation in front of everyone. I only do that if I'm drunk or I don't care. I don't want people freaking out.
The bartender says, "Thanks." And you just throw the rag in there and grabs the bucket by like the handle or whatever it is, and says, "You need help getting him out the door?"
Nope, I think I've got him. Koa
Um,
thinks for a minute, and then he looks to Mikhail, and he's like, "Sorry, everyone. Jeribald won't be bothering you again."
No!
And he starts laughing to himself as he takes Aldo out.
Mikhail is looking at Koa fucking dumbfounded.
Koa's laughing like he like points to the bucket. He's like, "Perhaps another mess for you, Mikhail."
Okay.
Aldo starts mouthing, "Flute dude. Flute dude." Just kidding.
He will follow out.
They get outside. He's like, Probably a lot of Jerobalds.
No, I don't think there are.
Common name.
He's
I've met
gonna
at least
think
two.
I did this. He's gonna think I did that.
In some ways, you did.
In no ways I did. I didn't do anything to Lenor. I was perfectly polite. I didn't do anything to. In fact, I tried to help Jeribald, and he's too dense to realize it.
I didn't give you any other, any other
I need a drink.
information. I just said Jeribald. Just an alias. Like any other.
Let's just get him to his room.
Anytime Mikhail bombs a performance from now on, he'd be like, and the name is Jeribald.
It's probably gonna happen, actually.
Oh God.
No, it's like they don't know who the fuck Jeribald is, but to him, it's really funny.
Who's that's Mark Norman, the comedian. He always ends his sets with "My name is what the hell's the name of that comedian that's in a billion movies with The Rock? Short black guy.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
He goes, thanks everybody. You're great. Love you. My name's Kevin Hart. He always ends his shows that way. Oh,
Nice.
yeah. That's so
Doxy, Jeribald is not innocent. No. I'm not having the apologetics for Jeribald.
I agree. Sorry, Doc.
That man owes me a hero point.
He's the kind of guy.
Till he gives me a hero point, he's not forgiven.
We would have given his character to your character in Mass Effect to cut open.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
To be clear, when the quest line of Jeribald is completed, you will earn a hero point for it.
What's the quest line of Jeribald?
You know
killing
what?
him or killing his
The
reputation?
best way that could end is if he dies valiantly to save my life. So at the end of the quest, I get a hero point and no more Jeribald. That would be the good ending.
So does he die?
Yes.
Right.
He sacrifices himself to save my life, and I get a hero point.
He
Everything's
wakes
great.
up and it turns out he rolled over in his sleep and somehow impaled his own throat with a flute.
No! It's one of those moments he's like, and I will go down in history as the world's greatest flute dude. Did he say flute dude? He said flute dude. We'll all remember Jeribald the flute dude.
No, they won't.
I just have to. I do still owe him a song though.
All right, back to
He'll
game.
get it one day.
So you guys head out with Aldo and head back. Is there anything inside of Harrod that you care to cover?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
I can't
what's on
really
the
do
other side of
anything about
town?
the other stuff.
The construction they're doing.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Jack, show us that before we leave.
Not the actual location, because right now it's just a plot of lands. They didn't start that yet. They got the,
okay.
the plans. Takes time.
Cool. Then no, I think we can move on to Haudh-Gwenn.
Can somebody time out Brat for me real quick? Thanks.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to be nice to you earlier too for someone and I kind of forgot.
Do I get a
You're
backhand
busy.
to compliment instead? Combine
That's what I
them?
usually do, but like it's always like, Scott, you're so short you look tall, or Scott, for a short person you sure are tall, or Scott, your grays really make you look
Distinguished.
older than usual today. Scott, man, you sure eat pizza better than most dumpster divers I've seen.
What the fuck is going on?
Scott, your hairline reminds me of my own. Scott,
What? No. Jake has the
Scott, with
receding
side
hairline.
quests like yours, I'm surprised we ever get to play at all. Scott, you stream with the quality of a first timer.
I mean that sounds accurate. I accept that one.
What the fuck? You look older than tomorrow? What the fuck does that mean?
You know, Scott, if you were alive in the time of dinosaurs, I don't think they would have eaten you because you don't look appetizing.
Hey, it sounds great. Yes, please.
You're welcome.
Like that's how evolution works. Plants try not to be appetizing.
Scott, if you ever Sharon Stone with your legs, I would probably die on the spot.
What does Sharon Stone with your legs mean?
You know the famous moment in Basic Instinct when she like uncrosses her legs and she's not wearing underwear and like her vagina is just sticking out?
No, there's nudity in Basic Instinct.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's-
the movie. I've not actually
Yeah,
seen
that's
the
the
movie,
movie.
but like I know the reference.
Pretty
because
sure
it's
it's the
made
damn
my whole
movie.
life.
I mean, I don't want to be like one
Someone
of
in
the
chat
creepers
tell me if I
that's
got
like,
the wrong movie. I'm pretty sure it's the movie.
was that a Family Guy thing where it's like, I have a catalog
There's just a
of
famous
all the
image of
movies
her
with
like in
all
a
the
white
times.
suit with like her legs crossed. And apparently like I don't know. I've never seen the movies. So I don't know what happens, but she uncrosses her legs and it's like her vagina. I don't know why.
You guys might be wasting in it. That's 3 of them, and it's not going nowhere.
Guys, I do have to say, unfortunately, I don't remember who Sharon Stone is. I know the name. I know she's an actress. That
She's
was
the
popular in
lady
the
who
80s,
had
90s.
short hair for at least one movie role. I don't know.
I'd have to Google who she is. I don't
I
remember.
think
which
she
one
might have
is,
been
though.
like an actress more famous a generation before our time.
I'm doing. I know the name. Ugh, I'm just gonna Google her. It's been
No
too long.
actresses
Do you
before
have any idea how
Scott's
many
time.
actresses
What are you
there are to
talking
keep
about?
track of? Sharon
All right. Well,
Stone.
anyway, we're going to try to get a boat back to.
Okay,
Hod
she's a
Gwen.
really old lady. That's a 66-year-old. I need to see her in her heyday, so I know who she is.
Just Google basic.
Just look
Instinct.
up the cover to Basic
okay,
Instinct.
I
so
do
we
know
can-
who she is. Okay,
Jesus.
Thank you, Solo. Thank you. Like I've
All
not
right.
seen the movie, but like that moment is just one of those moments everyone knows of.
all right. So Sharon Stone, Basic Instincts,
Careful what you Google.
Instinct scene. Okay, scene is exactly what they want to. I mean, that's a cool dress. I don't know what happens next, but I can.
I told
assume.
you, she uncrosses her legs.
Yeah.
And then crosses the other way. It's like a whole.
I don't know.
All right, I got this for you.
I don't know why it's such a well-known scene, but it just is for whatever reason. I don't.
I sent
was
you guys
new
something in
then.
our private chat.
I don't want to. Can we go to Hod Gwen? I don't want to look at porn with you guys right now.
Stop.
I don't either.
Let's go to Hod Gwen. Let's
You're
play
not
D&D.
It's not porn. All right, back to game.
No, it's worse.
I'm out of water. I can't drink. It's not worse. It's mature.
I want to cut my eyeballs out.
Sorry.
Jake, help. You
Jake
you've
did not
been,
help.
You've been
Jake
in the
just
longest.
Patrick
What-
Static faced
help.
us.
I don't know how.
I just saw the inside of Patrick Static's throat. Patrick Static? No, Patrick Star. Patrick Static's my friend. Patrick Star is the SpongeBob character.
All right, so we're in Haudh-Gwenn now, right?
Not exactly. Were you guys also going to swing by before you answer this question? The question is, were you going to swing by Westwood on the way? Before you answer that, Westwood you can take by land. You cannot take by boat. Westwood, you've never met any of the people there before. It's a new location.
I don't.
Is the weather still shit?
It's winter.
And we have no horses.
Is it winter shit though?
There's
Like on the scale of winter.
no. It's not. So the by the next day, which who knows what kind of hangover Aldo has, but by the next day, it is the skies are partly cloudy. It's windy, but not crazy windy. It's just cold.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the weather, but I'm leaning toward just head straight to Hod-Gwenn at this point.
Without having our horses and it being winter and how apparently the weather can change at the whims of the DM, I think we also just go to Hod Gwen.
Yeah.
Well, funny enough, you guys
You're-
get
you're
onto the boat,
horseless.
and all of a sudden there's a tsunami.
In the river?
All right, so
Damn.
I'm free. I can spend my init
Crazy.
for Ancine.
Back to the ship. All right.
All of fucking Aurorum gets erased. There's my Ancine.
All right. So, anyways, you
Make a
guys
new
are
world, Scott, that's not so shit and corrupt.
you guys are going to get onto your boat and head out of there. Unfortunately, Lorraine doesn't speak to Lenor. Sorry, not Lorraine. Lenore doesn't speak to you guys anymore during your time there. She was genuinely bonding with Aldo, but and isn't aware of what happened to her runner, at least as far as you know. But with what transpired when Aldo fell off the wagon hard, ooh, it closed your in. But hey, you already got the victory from it, which is nice. Right?
Yay.
Cool. So you guys hop on a boat, you schedule it, and you get all the rest of the way to Haudh-Gwenn. Now, I haven't taken any money for you on all of these boats because one of them you were able to charm yourself for, and other ones you had already had passage taken care of for you by, was it Shev or whomever it was that was already helping you out originally when we originally discussed it. So you're able to get your way the rest of the way to Haudh-Gwenn. So you do get to Haudh-Gwenn, I think it's like a day or so later. You finally find your way back into Haudh-Gwenn, and here you are, finally, inside the city of shit.
Can we go back to Leshev? I kind of miss Leshev.
Yeah, Leshev was nice. They actually see you as like a hero and stuff.
Cool. Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, now that we're at Hod Gwen, I don't really want to be here. Let's go back to the ship.
So we get Nightstorm and we.
Can we
go
boat
back?
upriver? It's just no.
Did you get your? Did you get Daisy from
He didn't say he did.
No. I did
Geraldine?
not say I did.
Geraldine?
No.
Jaden.
Yes.
Jaden? No.
I'm bad with names, man.
No.
Okay,
No. We ended up like running off.
that's fair.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be straight with you guys. I've been up 20 hours. I know you guys are very tired too. I'm fading. I say we attack one task inside of Haudh-Gwenn, and then we can kind of call it for the evening, because I am fading. I still have to write an email because we don't have a DevOps.
Email?
Yeah, we don't have a DevOps at work, and I've been waiting for somebody to respond because they're West Coast. They're 3 hours behind me. I've been waiting for somebody to respond to me so I can say something to a client, but the client is set in Eastern Europe, so they're 7 hours ahead of me. So they're starting their workday in 45 minutes, and they've been waiting for a response for about 72
We
hours.
could have called off the whole session if I knew you had to write a whole email.
Oh, well, after we end, I'm going to write an email to the client more or less trying to buy time because I'm still waiting.
Guys, he has to write a whole email.
I do. And I'm going to use GPT to clean it up because I'm half asleep. So
Oh my god, a whole email.
I'm going to be like,
Using AI to assist you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a
I'm
real
gonna
hero.
make this not sound dumb.
That's crazy.
Stop what, Scott?
All right, so I think what we do is we attack the keep if we're only going to do one thing.
Yeah. Just burst in there. Kill whoever opposes us.
Yep.
Is there a door to kick down?
So Scott, we're going straight into the keep if we're going to do Haudh-Gwenn.
It's company policy to use AI to clean up everything that we do for outside communication. And that is a very normal company policy for most companies nowadays. So, but back to, all right,
It's
which
not
one do you
going
guys
away
want to do?
no matter how little we use
The
it.
whole keep.
No.
You gave us one task, so we chose the long one.
No. But you guys walk into the ruins area of Haudh-Gwenn and fade to black. You wake up in the back of a wagon, chains, hood over your head. The wagon stops. and you
Dragonborn! Oh, wait, different wagon.
Oh, you're finally awake.
Thought we were going to our execution.
But anyways, so where are we?
list.
What do you guys want to do?
I wish it was easy to find our cheat sheet for what we're doing in Haudh-Gwenn.
It's Rome
Yep,
spoilers,
I'm
pretty much the
still
bottom
scrolling.
post.
Oh. Oh, not anymore. People have been beaming. There we go. Oh, yeah. Inform the guard about the attacks. Yeah, get all those armor. Just talk to Gwen, talk to Edric, talk to Leon, eventually do downtime activities.
Yeah, let's do all of that.
Explore Dirt's crack. Huh.
I mean, the
See,
first
they're
thing
so
we do-
tired they can't even go shopping correctly. They're like, which one do I want?
I mean, can I get my armor?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't even have to update that. Just
awesome.
Get it right.
So you guys gotta head over to like Aldo's. Like, honestly, first things first. I know you're looking about getting an armor upgrade yourself, Koa. Can we just go get my shit? I already paid half of it up front. I want to go pay the other half.
I paid all of it.
Oh, that's right. You paid half up front, then later on you pay like later on that day or whatever
I
it
did.
was, or some
Yep.
shit like that. Yeah. All right, cool. So you're gonna go heading over that way, but you know, you haven't been in a Haudh-Gwenn for a minute, so you get a little turned around of which way you have to go when you go down a couple of the wrong streets, whatever it might be. But that's fine. That gives you an opportunity to choose either a perception check as you're looking around or a vibe check through sense motive.
For all of us or just Aldo?
Each of you. You're all going with Aldo, holding hands. You want to tell him how good he looks in his new blazer. Silencio, no. Bad Silencio. So perception, 2 sense motives. Cool. So Koa
does
doesn't...
Koa want to use that +2, get it to a 15, you know what I mean?
Or does Mikhail want to?
I was gonna say, should I or should... What is this for?
Looking around the city as you're walking through there, plus a vibe check.
Oh.
I mean, I could use it for the only perception, or one of you two could use it to boost yours. If you're both doing the same thing, won't we want Jake's to be the highest possible?
Yeah, probably.
So I would
I
say
think
it's either
Team's
me for
still
the
pretty good.
perception because it's different, or Jake just to get as high as possible.
No, I vote on the perception, personally.
Yeah.
But
Get
Okay,
it up to
Scott, I'm
15.
making the perception a 15.
Okay, so one of the things that you notice as you're walking through there is like Hod-Gwenn didn't exactly have much by way of air quotes guards anyways. There's certainly less of them now as you're walking through most of the city than you had seen beforehand. Like, again, when I originally described the place, like Hod-Gwenn is a place where crime can happen and maybe a guard is paid off and so they don't notice it, or maybe they're just like ignored, whatever the case may be. They ignore whatever it is because it's just not of a concern of theirs or what have you. But you're not really seeing any guards anywhere as you're walking through the town at first. I mean, not a one. Like, it doesn't jump out at first because you could go for a nice drive around town and never see a cop. But like, you would notice if you like went a month of driving and never, right? So you're walking through the town, you're like, no guards anywhere. This is weird. Like, these are not a good neighborhood. Whatever you're going through, we see nothing. Beyond that, the rest of you are getting with the vibe check at first is the town. You know, it's more drab than before. In defense of Haudh-Gwenn, it's wintertime, so people tend to be a bit more sullen at wintertime, more withdrawn, more indoors. At wintertime, you know, are more sullen or withdrawn outside, but more indoors. But even those that you're seeing, I don't know, it just seems off. Something about the place just seems like more pulled back, quieter, or more agitated, right? Then eventually you come to the area where the shops are. And now all of a sudden you see a good number of guards around. It went from absolutely 0 to there's a considerable number of the guards that are here. Like a considerable number of them. And strangely enough, they all have like an upgrade to their armor. Like they all recently got new armors. Like, you know, it's leather armors with some quilted portions added onto it and whatnot. Keeps them warm, gives good protection, whatever. Freshly dyed to have like uniform colors. So they almost look like they're wearing a uniform as well, which is, you know, pretty nice, I guess. But there's like a lot of guards around here compared to what you would expect this time of day, this part of neighborhood, so on and so forth. So from 0 all the way to that. And over here, the vibe check that you guys are getting is people are doing the shopping, whatever it might be, but they're also very much intentionally avoiding the guards that you see. They're like wide berths around them. If a guard brings their attention over to something, people kind of scatter from that area relatively quickly.
Is there like a particular shop they're hanging out about, or is it just all over this area?
Over in this more kind of like market area. Unless there's any RP you guys want to like quietly have with one another, we can just jump into the shop.
We might.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, this is weird. Why do you think the guards are all over here?
I don't know. Why I think people keep avoiding them.
Avoiding them? I don't know, but I didn't notice any guards at all until we got here.
Yeah, I wonder if something happened in this area recently.
I don't know.
Weird.
people are going rather out of their way to avoid them, so I suggest we do the same until we figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But we need to talk to the guards about I guess that's true. We'll do the armor first and we'll figure it out. But we do need to talk to the guards.
Yeah.
Someone.
Let's take care of your business first, just in case that talking to the guard gets us. I don't know. Doesn't look good for us for the locals.
Mm.
Right.
Okay. You guys go walking into the shop, and when you go in, you can see that the shop is maybe a bit more busy than you would expect. There's a number of people in here, not just people buying, legitimately buying armor, you imagine, but also a good number of people that are just in here browsing. Not so unusual if you want to get the fuck out of your house, but you also don't want to be outdoors because it's so cold, to go to places like this. So you're like, oh, okay. These people are literally here just to browse, to shop for a little while. You're familiar with these, this kind of approach just to stay warm in the wintertime. Anyway, so you go into the place and look around, and because it's so busy, there's a combination of, individuals working in the shop that are excited because it's an opportunity to sell something, or annoyed because it's people just wasting their time. When finally Aldo makes his way over to the front and gets somebody's attention, like, yeah, I'll be with you in oh, sir, you've returned. Please. I'll be with you momentarily. If you don't mind waiting over there.
Yeah, no problem.
And somebody standing nearby sees how they quickly reacted to that way, looks at you and goes, looks you down and says, how did you get that kind of service?
Must look like someone.
I was waiting for Jake to say, I bought something. Anyways, so must look like nice. They go, and then put down whatever they have and go walk over to another area of the shop. About a minute and a half later, they come over to wherever it is they pointed to you to go stand by, and they go, I have it here for you. Do you want me to show you the details, or do you want to try it on first?
Let's try it on.
Certainly. Allow me to assist you. They say, and they go stepping into like a area that's around a corner, so you can properly get undressed and redressed or whatever it is. And they go over and they assist you to get strapped up. It's going to take several minutes. What do your characters do while he's getting ready?
Shop. I have no money, but I'm window
Yeah, look
shopping
around.
hardcore right now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Check out the goods here.
So you say you're too poor to buy something right now, Wade? Is that what it is?
I mean, it was 16 gold for him, and that's kind of what I want, is something like what he's getting. So yeah, I'm too poor for that.
Okay. So I'm sure Keegan has money he can lend you. So you are going to
Not 16
Can
gold.
you lend our characters some gold?
You want 16 silver? I got 16 silver.
What's the guy's name that turned silver or copper into gold before? We need him in here.
That was God damn it, what was his name? I don't know. He's not here.
Elias?
I don't have that trick.
shit.
Curfy? Malik.
Malik. Yeah,
Curfy.
he
I was
did that.
close with Curfy.
Let's see. All
You
right.
know, you have that crazy ass opal, and
Yeah, I don't know who you go to and you're like, hey, would you like to buy 100 gold opal?
right? And I have that sapphire that we're going to use to buy the books. So yeah.
But yeah, I would like to look around at the quality of the armor like I did with the swords and stuff.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yep. Not a problem. We can kind of skip over that right now. To be clear, Wade, there's nice armor, but anything that's going to be really nice, it's going to be custom made for an individual. Like what else? So you're looking at the armor like, oh, this armor looks nice. It does. This good looking armor, but your character's no armor smith. This isn't an expertise of yours. So you're looking around, you're seeing this nice, but then when Aldo comes around the corner and you look at what he's wearing, you're like, this armor is shit. This whole place should be burnt down and literally shit on. Everything here is awful. I want that one. That one. Give me that one. Because when Aldo comes around the corner and you look at the armor, the gentleman legitimately looks like nobility. Putting on the armor, to
It's like the
lead
90s
troops.
rom-com when they take off the glasses and remove the ponytail and it's like the hottest girl in the school. So that's Aldo right now.
Yes.
Walking around and I'm like, who is she? Aldo?
Except we already established he doesn't wear glasses, so instead it's crazy ear spikes.
We don't know if Aldo wears glasses. We know Jaaek doesn't.
No, we assume no glasses.
Fantasy world.
Yes, we fantasize Jaaek wears glasses so he doesn't run over children, but instead Jaaek runs over children.
Yeah, that's 100% true and real.
Listen,
Well,
who's
that's
the
not
worst
the feed.
person? I use AI to help write my emails, and you don't wear prescription glasses when driving. Who's the worst? Who's the worst villain
One
here?
makes it
Who's
to where
never
food
had
is
an
less of a
accident?
shortage. The
Me.
other one is killing the planet. I think you're worse, Scott.
Yeah.
Kill
And also,
the
we can't
planet.
get you to wear we can't get you to wear like an uppy chair whenever you drive. So like, how do you even see the road?
Oh, because he's
That's
so
true. They don't
little.
send out the thick
That's a
phone
good
books like
point.
they used to.
Jake's like 5'3".
I
Yeah,
literally
also
said
true
Scott,
and real.
but okay.
Jake's taller than me.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we know he's a freaking giant.
All right, where were we? Back to the game here, or whatever.
I was pretty womaning.
Oh yeah.
Aldo's
You're
armor.
looking at what he's wearing is absolutely fantastic. Jake had chosen the colors beforehand. I don't remember what they are. Probably like gold and green or some shit. But
Goldarian colors.
gold. Oh, blue and gold, blue, gold, and white. Even if I remember
Mhm.
correctly, it's like a deep blue,
That's dope.
gold, and white. So like some like sharp colors. So I can imagine the leather itself is actually boiled. Oh no, Goldarian is green, gold,
He's
and white?
green.
Yeah, it's green,
Yeah,
gold,
yeah,
and
yeah.
white. That's right. So I was confusing.
Okay.
I think
that
the other one's
makes
a
more sense.
Malta,
It
isn't
is
it?
Malta, yeah. So so the leathers are green. It has gold highlights, and it has like whatever symbol or sigil, whatever it is, would be white, or maybe some of the laces on it would be in white, or whatever it might be, to make it like really pop. But it is a very, very good looking suit of armor. It looks damn fine on it, and it's super comfortable. It is very comfortable. So he comes out, and it's one of those things where he comes out, and you see their faces, and you're like, all right, this looks good. And he brings you over to a mirror so you can check it out. And I won't lie, Jake, you look at that mirror and you're like, I'd do me. Like, it looks fantastic. It really does. It fits you so
God, Is he
well.
Buffalo Billing right now with his thighs? You fuck me.
Puts the lotion on its skin. It puts, so the guy comes over and he's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wait,
Walk over to that,
tuck.
like,
You're gonna tuck it.
It's not as easy for some of us as others, Scott.
Oh.
Yeah.
So anyways, he says, the guy comes over and he goes like, oh, I'm so sorry about the terrible fit. Let me relace this for you. And goes over to like an area and like loosens and relaces it so it's like more snug in a different spot. And then says, just remember, lotion it.
Oh, of course.
It does what it's told.
Yeah, Aldo's just talking to the girl about the
God damn
armor. He does look over to the other two at one point. He goes, "I've never owned anything like this before."
Koa, under his breath, but obvious to you, says, "Me either."
I'm jealous.
Go ahead, Aldo.
I don't want to wear it. I almost just want to. I don't know.
Shakes his
Seems
head
like
and
such a
goes,
shame.
you look like a stallion. You look like the stallion that the leather was made from. This is a beautiful, fine suit of armor, and it's fit for the nobility that it rests on.
Tell me more, please.
He goes, well, let me go over the details. You had said beforehand that you do actually, this isn't just for cosmetics, but you are going to be out in the field. While I respect your choice, I also want to see to it that you're safe. And so like points at the different areas where it's like hardened or reinforced or what it is here and there, and the quilting that's over in this part there. Or
Koa
like
is hanging on every word as well.
Yeah, go
Even if he
over
doesn't
all
look like
details.
he's welcome, he's like making his way in to listen to all of this.
He's like perfectly horizontal, just drifting into frame.
Yeah.
Just
It's like a cartoon character. It's like smelling the cooked food, and like you see the smoke trail. They're like floating toward it. This is Koa coming right in toward the armor talk.
So he, unlike Hinta, he is very much selling the armor, right?
Mhm.
Whereas Hinta is like, why are you fucking looking at yourself, you piece of shit? It works, get out. you know, he is very much selling all these details, and Mikhail is watching the two of them hanging on to every word and salivating along the way, realizing like, man, maybe I should have gotten into sales. And and they kind of like goes through the whole process. At the end of it, he says, and of course, because I wish to see this survive this, particularly cold winter. It's been more wet this year than I think the past 3 combined, but I will be providing for you a bottle of oil to properly treat it.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Don't forget to come by and get more supply. You must continue to oil it. If it gets too dried, it'll rot, it'll crack, it'll fall apart. It'll take years unless you leave it out in the winter and the wet.
Oh, I won't. Don't you worry. This is a masterpiece, and you really are a master craftsman.
He like echoing you, he goes, a master craftsman. Wow, such kind of words have never been said. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very, like, to Mikhail, it's obvious that he's like echoing it and like pulling the attention of the other people inside the room. But the two of them are like, yeah, he is. So...
Mm-hmm.
He kind of smirks a little, noticing that, but says nothing.
Is this one of the people that Hinta had told them was a good armor smith?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
So Koa is definitely like, Hinta even said they were good. This guy knows he's good. I know he's good.
She didn't say, she's like, he's not the best, but he's good enough. Like, he's trustworthy. It's a good job.
Good enough.
Yeah. Well, if she's recommending it, they're going to be decent, right? And so clearly they know their craft, right? Anyways, so back to it. So you guys are going over this whole thing, and then he says, now, sir, it was an honor to make this armor for you, and I'm so delighted at how well your features complement my work. Thank you. Is there anything else I could do for you while you're here?
Not for me personally. My companions are both after armor.
Oh?
And after seeing this, he turns to look at the other two.
He looks at the other two as though he had never noticed them to begin with.
Of course.
Koa looks like happy, but like you can see like a shatter of heartbreak at the same time as he like reaches into his pocket and like you could tell he's looking at his coins and there's no gold showing.
He goes, well, you're a rather large man, aren't you? It would take extra leather, but I'm sure it'll be worth the cost.
Yes, I'll have to see. I'm very interested, but other matters I have to attend first.
He goes,
we will. Oh,
yeah, okay. So he says,
we'll certainly return. Go ahead.
He says, listen, what we should probably do is understand what it is that you need. Understand where it is that you need to be. And then if you'd like, we can dabble into the conversation of what the cost would be to accomplish this and how in depth you want to go. He goes, because if that is truly where your heart lays, there's the bank across town where you can go and, make the withdrawal that you need. I'm sure a man of your caliber has what's required to wear this armor, or at least a name and well enough standing to borrow for it. That, of course, so we can always try to refit something else on the shelf.
Koa like recoils at that.
He like
nothing so barbaric as that.
He goes, not everybody is the features that you do or the fortune that you do to be able to acquire something like your companion here.
You should at least get it priced. I mean, right now, Aldo looks like the only Valiant one. We could at least be the Valiant 2 if we can't be the Valiant Few, till I can afford my set.
Yes, well, to be honest with you, I am looking for something, as I've gotten into quite a few scraps out and about with beasts and monsters and whatnot. But I need to be able to stay mobile. I need to be able to move around, not lose my speed or anything, but something to keep the body from being impaled or shot or bitten or smashed, crunched, bludgeoned, pierced, burned, frozen, shocked. It just keeps naming different horrible things they've gone through.
I'm sure we can handle each one of those. Now, let's see your fit. And we'll kind of like go through that process with you or whatever it is. We're not going to work out numbers right now because I don't know exactly what armor you're hoping to get. You know what I mean?
Perfect armor.
Perfect armor. Oh, what page is that on?
Where's my end scene?
It's like, and then Koa looks him in the eye and says, "You will craft it for me, for while we are the Valiant Few, I am the Valiant One."
The martyr
Go!
herself comes down to present me with an armor set crafted in the heavens. Koa, you are chosen not just in this world of Adir, but in all of creation. I present with you this armor. Thank you, martyr. You are right. I do deserve it. And scene.
Moving on.
You know I deserve this.
Moving on. You guys are you work through the whole thing and you end up getting a price. Wade, I don't know exactly what the price would be. Let's say it's somewhere on the lines of like 20 gold or whatever it is, just as a placeholder number. It could be less than that, just like Aldo's was. Would your character want to go to the bank and see what it is that you had there?
How much interest do we make in a month? Because I don't know that it's 15 gold.
Oh, no, it is not. I don't remember how much you put into the bank. It is not a huge interest. The bank will always get the better interest. When you borrow from them, they have a higher interest, and when they borrow from you, it's low.
Yeah, I'll have to double
I know
check.
I put in like 7, I think.
I think I put in I think whatever the minimum was to have the good standing or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what that was.
I don't know.
I
my
have
notes are
5 in there. That might be the minimum.
Yeah, it's probably 5.
Do you each have 5 in there? Is that 15? Can you buy
No,
armor?
I have
I
6. I have it written on my actual character sheet. 6
Okay.
gold invested in Haudh-Gwenn Bank.
Cool.
Account was made on the 8th of Ori, 671.
Cool. I can do math for next session for how much would be in there. But go ahead, Keegan.
Okay, I have at least 5. I'll have to double check. I don't remember exactly.
Okay, so you guys are gonna head to the bank to
I think it was
investigate
7. Yeah.
This? That was a Marshall.
Yeah, I guess we would. I'm
Forensic,
pretty
I
sure
have a
put
whole
7.
bunch of notes. Unfortunately, some of my notes were on WordPad and have been kind of fucked up because WordPad got deleted on the latest Windows update.
Yes, in 2024, Wade, a millennial, was like, "Where is the best location for me to keep notes?"
The one place that every computer ever has always had.
Really? Oh, my MacBook has WordPad?
No, real computers.
Oh, okay. So my iMac has WordPad?
You keep saying things with Apple. I'm talking about Windows, the real computers.
Oh, okay. So my Linux computer has WordPad?
Windows.
Oh,
Windows. I feel like I'm fucking potatoes.
Okay. So that's okay. That's okay. I have WordPad on my PC. When I bring my laptop on vacation with me, I have WordPad that connects to my PC's WordPad.
I forgot how many times I play D&D from my laptop when I travel. 0 fucking times.
Just say it. Just say it. If it doesn't connect to the internet, it sounds like a failure. So
you would know a lot about that, Scott. Maybe I should learn from you.
I do connect to the internet.
When we're leaving the armor person, I will try to ask them like if they know what's going on with the guards.
Oh, did you get fitted as well?
Talk to them.
I know obviously that's like important RP, and I'll gladly touch on that.
Would have, yeah.
Okay, you got fitted as well and looked into it and so on and so forth. I assume you're going for a lighter armor or whatever it might be. So they go through this. They're very complimentary, but it's one of those things where I imagine you understand it completely, and so you just like you go along with it, you play into it, whatever. You have fun. Because of the sheer price of what it is, and you guys are genuinely interested in the fact that Aldo actually bought. They do even come over at one point in time, and they pop open a bottle of wine, and they get glasses for each one of your characters while you're going through this. Now, let's be clear. It's not fine wine. It is cheaper quality wine. But the aesthetic of watching other people watch the three of you drink wine while you're sitting there, one of you looking fine as fuck, and the other two trying to, it is the inspiration they're trying to have for the moment. So anyways, because the scenario is playing to your favor, Keegan, you can ask your question momentarily. First, roll me a diplomacy for gather information, but you do have a +3 from the whole scenario.
Okay.
Does that include the +3?
21 total. Yep.
Okay. And you're not using the 2 mod on that, I assume. So you are
Have any
going
left?
to ask your question, Keegan.
So, do you know what's going on with the guards out there? Seem like they're only kind of concentrated in this one area, and folks are going way out of their way to not run into them.
No, I hadn't noticed. Looks dodgy when he answers that question.
She's like, well, we did have a matter we needed to go to them for. Just starting to have second thoughts about it. I'm not sure what's going on in the town since we're not from here.
Oh, what matter was it in service of?
Honestly,
He says,
security of the
who is this
city.
matter in service of?
Who's the city, really?
What master do you serve?
He goes, yes, of course, but who?
It's a potential threat to the people of Haudh-Gwenn. We saw what we know as some hostile creatures making their way this direction. They're still quite far off, but we've been spreading the word as we traveled.
Oh,
Do you know what a gnoll is?
You mean the general people, he says.
I believe so.
He
There's a
goes-
separation I'm not aware.
He nods, he says, And then kind of like as he leans in to like check a measurement, he says, not sure they'll be interested. And like leans back. Yeah, 37.
Any way I could trouble you to elaborate?
Listen, I hope I'm not being too forward, but the pants that you wear, they don't fit you the right way. If you could please come around the corner and remove them, I can take better measurements.
I have been told. Yeah, I think I would like a new set.
I'm sure it's just the endowments and you finding the best way you can to place it. And he's like, come, I'll make sure you get a proper crotch fitting.
Like, I wouldn't say it in polite company as he's walking off.
He walks around the corner with you. And he's like, it's nasty business what's happening out there, though, isn't it?
I guess so. I'm honestly in the dark on that.
He's like, strange. The three of you seem to be a bit more enlightened. With most people with a heavy purse are.
Well, we just got into town. Heading in from Herod not too long ago. This was actually one of our first stops.
I understand. Well, this matter that you're addressing, it doesn't pertain to a particular anyone. It's public service. Like the Valiant Few or something.
Yeah, that's what we do.
He chuckles and, kind of like to himself, probably thinking of the Valiant Few, chuckles to himself. And then, we'll say, yep, no, that was the issue. And continues to take measurements. And then he's like, well, if I'm going to keep this between me and you. One moment. He leans out, leans back in. The guards have shifted their focus as of late, since the new captain of the guard has been officially announced.
New captain. Okay. Who is that?
Oh, it's of course one of the most honorable individuals that our humble city or our humble town has the pleasure of having with us. It's Beltran Graris. He has taken the guard under his the guard is now under his direction, and he's even gone so far as to expand the holdings of soldiers inside the barracks. Not much, but a bit.
Oh, delightful. Beltran. Of course. Who else would it be?
He goes, oh, you know the lad. He's a very, very widespread reputation. He's known, the caliber of man he is known far and wide. To those that are, more enlightened, of course.
Of course. That does make sense of things. This shift in focus, why does that seem causing people to be uneasy around the guards? Have they gotten more...
Oh, no. The guards have just shifted their focus from the parts of town that are of less importance to the parts of town that are of more importance.
I think that's... Okay. I think I understand. Well, thank you. Now I do feel more enlightened.
Oh, and you will be once the proper trousers are made for you. I don't know how you were moving around in those.
Carefully. You did catch, we are the Valiant Few. You did get that, right?
He stands up and looks at you and says, I didn't want to... Reputation, and something that your companion had said beforehand, Aldo. And then I'd heard the name, and I didn't want to make the assumption. But I did, in fact, assume.
You assumed correctly. That is indeed the Aldo of the Valiant Few, Mikhail and Koa. We all appreciate your work.
And heroes must be adorned with clothing that sets a tone when they enter a room. I mean, your stature, your whole aura, I'm sure it captivates the ladies and gents equally, and everyone else too, I'm sure. But you have to have a lasting impression, something that your features can complement.
You're correct. If only heroing paid as well as it should. But no, I think we're definitely interested. We're going to be taking measurements and we'll hit the bank right after this.
Nods and says, the bank certainly has a good number of guard around it.
So maybe it won't be so crowded.
Well, I have
he is going to buy
new
new pants.
I wish I could make adjustments to these, but unfortunately, I am not a tailor.
Never mind. He's not going to buy new pants. But he will take the measurements to take to a tailor.
He says, but I have one on staff. This gives you like a slap. Come on. Wait here. And he goes and he walks out to go call somebody over to go and assist you, and then helps out with Koa for a little while more.
Cool.
And he's like, oh, I don't know how you wear armor like this. With arms like that, you must be so restricted. When you take your tunic off at night, do you see imprints in your arms? Do you see lines digging in?
Hard to even tell anymore with all of the... He'll like show off his bites on his thighs again.
He says, can't keep the ladies back, huh?
Everything I encounter is vicious.
And so on and so on. So you guys leave the place.
Yeah. Once we're out and kind of away from people, Mikhail will be like, all right, I figured out what's going on with the guards and the people.
I cannot wait to get this armor. It's going to be fantastic.
They've got a new captain.
Who does? The guard. Oh, yes, the guards.
Hod Gwen. Yeah, the captain of the guard.
Great. That's good, I suppose.
It's not. It's fucking Beltran.
Of course. It explains everything.
Doesn't it, though?
It's going to get everyone in this town killed. What it's going to do. Why is every place we go, there's an immediate threat that needs our immediate attention?
He's moved the guards from the less important parts of the town to the more important parts.
Somebody steps over and goes, hey, what you saying over there?
Is
Say
it a
something
guard?
about
I want
guards.
to let you
Need
know
something?
I took the armor off. I'm not wearing the armor out here.
Yeah.
Are we outside by the guards now? Oh, okay. I didn't know we were having this conversation outside.
Well, you guys were
all of a sudden.
walking away.
I would have been like saying it if there was
He
an
walked
obvious
to us
guard
in
there,
the
but-
shop, I thought.
Oh, you have that conversation in the shop where there's other people around?
No, it would have been right outside.
Yeah.
I would have done it right outside. Like,
You
so,
need something over there? I thought you said guards.
No,
You must have been
Armor
mistaken.
shop. We were trying to find nice guards.
Yeah.
Leg
Ah.
guards, arm guards.
Yeah.
He goes,
Is
there's
that-
names for that. Pauldrons. And, other words. Use those words.
We're
Oh,
from out
like
of
gauntlets.
town.
Yeah. Is that a bad word here? Guard?
He goes,
Is that bad?
you just watch your mouth.
Is
And,
this guy a guard?
Yeah.
We had the death sentence on 12
Okay.
systems.
And then he walks by with his obnoxious swagger of some douche that
We've dealt with some of the guards here. Are they no longer like?
you have dealt with some of the guards, not these people.
Okay.
Yeah. The other ones were fine.
Mhm.
They got proper police now.
Wouldn't be surprised if Beltran did almost like a cleanse of anyone who isn't exactly what he wants them to be.
He's the type to do loyalty tests, I imagine, with the stuff he's into.
I don't think we should go to the bank right now. I think we should find a cheap inn and just lie low for a minute and figure out what we're gonna do.
He at least would know potentially what I look like. I'm not sure if he knows you two, but I saw him. We made eye contact in that cave.
It doesn't really know who you are. As long as you don't see each other, I don't think it'll matter too much. Just won't go by the guard station, I don't think. But
Well, now what do we do
Well,
about the
people
gnoll
know our
situation?
names too, so even using that could be troublesome.
yeah, well, yeah, that's true. He's gonna know we're the ones who did what we did. No, I think Aldo's right. We need to find somewhere to lay low for a second and see if anything shifts while we're quiet.
Can't just go and assassinate a captain of the guard. So what do we do to? How do we rectify this?
You say can't. We shouldn't. Be pretty tough to get away with. I don't know. Let's get somewhere where we can say whatever words we want without being interrupted. Like looks over at one of the guards who's like walking the other direction.
Well, literally any other part of town, I suppose.
Fucking pricks.
Gwen should be safe. I mean, she does everything right by the book, so I don't think that they would have interfered with her. So I should check in. Maybe she knows something. Perhaps Casper or some of them might have some more information for us as well, being as apparently they can operate a bit more freely outside of this one area.
Yeah, I dare say we have a few people we can talk to and try and figure out what's exactly going on here, but we need a base of operations first.
Yeah. Hold on. So just to clarify, so Snaga's saying that we have like those free rooms at the color spray. I thought that expired. Wasn't
We
that a thing
had
we would have had to
1
leave like
month.
right away on?
We had like 1 month to do it, and that was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we'd be
Yeah,
close.
you were close, but it hasn't. They were being douchebags, but you were close, but it hasn't officially expired.
We
Okay.
did tell Gwen to use it though, so does that mean we'd have less rooms? If she, I don't know if she would have used it, but I told her to, because we were like, "Oh, we won't be back," and you guys were like, "You should tell your lady friend."
Yeah. I mean, we can go there and check. If they're like, "I used that up already," then fuck it, we'll leave.
Walk in, we're like,
This
"Hey,
was
like,
provided by Hod-Gwenn though, right? Like
Mhm.
the counselors, more or less. You know,
Yeah.
Aldo would be like, I mean, we could go there, but that just means they know probably that we're using the thing that they gave us to use, even though they didn't give
I
us
guess
much
they
they
time.
know
could.
that as well." Then Beltran may find out that the Valiant Few are in town, and that may not be good for us either.
I've already dropped our name now. That's gonna be known.
Shit.
On the one hand, that might not be the worst thing. I mean, if we want a confrontation with him,
I don't want a confrontation with all the guard of Hod-Gwenn. It's not
I
going to go
don't
in our
either.
favor.
look,
Without,
the color spray also has illusory magic about it. It might be a bit more secure, honestly. I'm just worried that there might be more guards around it because it's expensive.
Well, they would know for sure where we are if Beltran decides to have us arrested for anything that he deems worthy. I mean, they could just claim we did something wrong. He has a good reason to want us removed.
He very well does. I met the owner of that place. I don't know. I get the feeling that he can be worked with for this kind of thing, for some amount of discretion, even if it's from the city. And even when I was talking to that armor smith, it sounds like there's a bit of a divide between maybe the general populace and the ongoing legislature and leadership.
So you
I don't
suggesting
think they're
we start an
necessarily-
uprising, a civil war of sorts?
No, we can just use it to our advantage in the fact that not everyone here is going to immediately tattle on us.
I see. We can go try. I mean, if it's all to Aldo, I suppose worst case we end up in a cell rotting forever. But if we're gonna go after someone of such stature, then we might be. Oh,
I don't.
all right. Well,
I don't
Oh,
think
we
we're
are.
necessarily going to try to confront him or anything, but like we're already here now. Honestly, word of us approaching was probably preceding us. I mean, we played on one of the ships. We've had to drop our name a few times just to make things work. I don't think we're going to avoid him knowing we're here. We just have to operate carefully.
we can try going to this inn, speaking with the owner, and seeing if we can trust him. If we cannot, then I agree with Aldo that unless we can have comfort there or protection there of some sort, we stay as far away from the important parts of town as possible.
I mean, hell, it might be good even to just go check in, sneak away, and then find somewhere else to stay. Come back and check if anything happened to our rooms.
Worth a shot, I suppose.
And these ones are free.
All right. Aldo, do you oppose this?
No, I think it's a smart idea.
So, Scott, I think the plan is we're going to go check into our rooms at the color stay and then leave. And then go to somewhere more low key.
Are we going
To
to talk
stay.
to the owner, or are we just going to...
I think if we see him, because I think I couldn't just like go get him before he just happened to be there and came up to me.
So you guys go walking to the color spray inn, and
Yeah.
when you're there and you walk in, I think it's their first time going in this place.
Mhm.
And so all of a sudden you guys go walking in. When you walk in, you look at each other and you're like, holy shit. First and foremost, Aldo cleans up. Like, you've seen Aldo bathe and like get ready and go, right? And you just saw him wearing some really nice armor that like really looks good on him. But like Aldo, like if he just learned how to use a brush, like Aldo cleans the fuck up. And so you realize for the first time, like, he's not just some haggard old drunk guy. He's like actually like a legitimately good looking dude. And the clothes that he's wearing, they fit him perfectly. He looks absolutely fantastic. Then you look over at Mikhail. I mean, could you be any more of a showstopper? I mean, your outfit says, you can talk to me. Go on. I allow it. Whereas then you look at Koa, looks
Just
down,
the
check on
loincloth?
himself. Koa says, you're gonna come talk to me. Come on. I dare you. Like, it is very much like, it is loud. It is open. It is your personality on steroids. It is really, really sharp. It is, it looks incredible. So as you go out there and Koa's not bald for once. It's amazing. Koa actually has like functioning follicles like he did in his late teens.
You're thinking of someone else.
Oh, sorry.
Koa
Oops.
is in his late teen.
Gotcha.
I'm
So-
the bald.
Either way, so you are going to was it? So you guys go in and you look at it's one of those like, holy wow, and then you look across the place and everybody else in the place too, like anybody that you see inside here looks fucking fantastic. So the whole place looks so nice. The colors across the ceiling with the chandelier, and the whole place looks fantastic. So you go in, and what do you do?
We have a coupon.
Pretty much.
I used to buy Groupons all the time. It's not that I'm against Groupon now. It's just that I don't do fun things anymore. But I used to use Groupons all the time, and the look on people's faces when you show up with a Groupon. Like, oh, we're here for the couples massage with a Groupon, and they're like, ugh. Cool.
I
Yeah,
don't
that's pretty
imagine
much
they
it.
give them out very often, so this will be like you have a what? We're like,
We walk in like we own the place and just be like, we have a coupon.
That's
you were holding a
yeah.
few rooms for us?
It says here at the bottom that you had to give us 3 weeks notice that you were going to be using this.
Damn it, fine
Must have
print.
got lost in the mail.
But it only lasted a month, and it took a week to get to us. I'm sorry.
Numbers, am I right? Anyway, 3 rooms, please.
So anyways, so what do you guys do when you walk in? Look for the bartender?
Where do you check in?
You've never done it before.
Because I don't know. Just look around. If it's not obvious, then
You
I'll be
were
like,
chatty with the
I'm going to
bartender,
talk to the
weren't you?
bartender.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
walk over, and guess who you see? Your hobo friend. Bartender that
Which
was there
one of
before.
us?
The bartender was okay. I was like, who?
I was like, mine or
I think it was the first time I properly described a female like head to toe hobgoblin as opposed to just in passing. Was that character?
head to toe?
Yeah.
You skipped a few spots.
She had luscious
All right, so
mountains.
Mikhail goes up to the bartender.
Does that make you happy, like Shakira? There you go.
Those hips don't lie. They took a test. I watched it.
You actually her you can't see her hip. She's behind the bar.
I mean Shakira.
No, so they could be
so
lying.
they might be a little fibbing.
They might be lying.
Okay.
So
So you walk over.
I'll go over and say a greeting. I don't know what. Hello.
Greetings.
So hey, it's
She looks
long
up
time no
and
see.
she says, "Be with you in a mo." Oh, welcome back.
Yep. Thank you. I got the other 2 with me this time. How do you actually check in here?
She's like, normally. Well, it doesn't matter about normally. I'm assuming I know why the 3 of you are here right now.
Probably, yes.
Yep, I heard about it. Hold on a moment. Finishes making a drink, and then walks away entirely.
Wait, hold on a moment.
Somebody comes over and grabs the drink off the area. Looks at the 3 of you, smiles, like again, very pleasant looking, very pleasant smile. Whatever, walks off. And eventually she comes back, and it's like several minutes later, and she's like, "Okay, it's already been taken care of."
The check-in?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
We can check out anytime we'd like, but we can never leave.
She says, "Are people still talking about that?"
Perfect. Do we need keys or know
Keys?
where our rooms are?
No. The doors know their owners.
Well, that's good. Which door knows us?
When you walk up to the door, it'll open.
Do we just walk up to every door until one does?
You walk by them.
And then one will open, and we know that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And then
Oh, if you don't mind, I assumed you were getting the suite. Like, not 3 individual rooms, but you were getting the suite.
if there are enough beds,
Of course.
then yes.
Wonderful.
May I just ask who was it that that financed this for us?
I mean, the rooms themselves were a donation by the proprietor. Made sure he donated it in the name of Haudh-Gwenn for all that was done.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we'll speak with him.
Is he around? Yeah.
Oh, he's always around, she says in a practice smile kind of way.
Go
I
look
turn around.
He's indisposed though.
Oh, okay. He did that to me last time, so I had to check.
Yes, can we dispose of him? I'm sorry, I worded that poorly. Can we
She looks at you quickly.
can we Mikhail, what's the word?
Can we bother him?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure you will as soon as he sees you. But the let us get you to your room. Why don't you go ahead and get yourself checked in? If you want to come down afterwards and have beverages, you're welcome to do so. But you seem rather burdened at the moment, so why don't you go and put down your gear? It's funny because you guys look at each other and you don't see yourselves carrying big heavy packs or anything like that. Your packs look light and tasteful.
By the way, Aldo, I have never in my life seen you look as good as you do right now. Why don't you look like this all the time? You clean up like something that cleans up.
Yeah, we should just get you a comb and like a hand mirror or something.
I can't really see myself, but thank you.
Yes.
Is there a mirror? I asked the bartender.
She looks at you with like an unamused face and says, "In a place like this,
Where is the mirror?
I'm sure you find at least one in your room."
Fair.
Time to go walking by all the doors.
Yep.
What a weird way to organize things.
Just like hustle up the stairs and start walking by doors till we find ours.
For the two of you, you've never seen such crazy overt magic before, right? Like for Mikhail, it was a throw off because he's sitting there like calculating like how much resources go into running a place like this. This is insanity. The two of you, you've never seen something so overt. Obviously, you, the PCs, have been desensitized to crazy displays of magic, both from film, video games, and playing D&D. But your characters have never seen anything like this. So, anyways, as you're walking by, all of a sudden, just casually walking down the hallway. Actually, you're adventurous as you're walking with purpose down the hallway. Eventually, a door click and swings ever so slightly. That doesn't creak or anything like that. It just is like a click and it slings open ever so slightly.
Is that our room or someone creeping on us?
Hello.
Walk into the room.
You guys push the door open, and when the door opens up, it immediately opens into a foyer with a door coming off.
Okay, I think this is ours. And then,
what is this? Where's the bed?
This is a foyer. It's not a.
I see.
I just like lead him into the rest of the suite.
Well, it's funny because in that front room there is a mirror.
Oh,
We start to
but I'll
walk by.
open the door for Koa and point at the mirror.
Aldo.
Yeah, I'm coming.
And Koa like first
Aldo
look at you, but he looks at
whoa.
himself and he's like, ooh.
Yeah, Mikhail didn't look in the mirror either, so he's like, "See, it's damn, hold on, a second. I should really cut mine like that, huh?"
You go to the next room, and it's a large living room. Has a massive couch on it, a couple of chairs, a fireplace, many little tables, so on and so forth. And there's even a couple steps up to another smaller, risen, again 2 steps up, another smaller portion of the extended living room that's right up there with a small door off of it. That small door off of it brings you to your own chamber, like chamber pot, like bathroom, right? As opposed to going outside, downstairs, whatever it is, to an outhouse. Also off of the living room with 3 other doors, not the stepped up area, the other sides. There's 3 other doors that come off of it. Going around to the different rooms, as you guys each walk up to a door, the door opens up for you, and you go in, and the bed in that room is larger than some rooms you have rented before.
Yeah.
Mikhail, I think all of us are meant to sleep in here. I have the bed.
I'll go find like the other one and go, "There's one in here too. I think that that's a lot of bed."
I once slept with a girl whose entire barn was smaller than this bed.
Was she here?
Not when I last encountered her, no. Was she in your room?
No, I don't think so. Could be. I'm still looking.
Aldo, do you need a bed? You could have half of mine.
Oh, thanks. I do need a bed.
Come on in.
That comes in and like, gets into the bed.
Koa doesn't care because there's so much bed.
Yeah.
Just screaming across the suite at each other.
It's like 20% larger than a California king. Like it's like an obnoxiously large bed.
That is obnoxiously large.
Didn't we sleep last night like on the floor, cramped around one bed in like a shitty room?
Right?
I mean, the room was nice for one person.
Aldo, I can reach my entire arm out in this bed and still not reach you. This is strange.
Right, guys, keep in mind, we're not actually staying here.
Now let's not be hasty, Mikhail.
If
I
we're not
agree with
hasty,
Koa.
we're going to change our minds. See?
Imagine if Bugbear and his crew had been here. They could have all slept in the bed.
Just hear him approaching rapidly.
Koa's
See,
like
if we're not
a
hasty,
kid.
that's going to happen.
He's like a kid at Disneyland. This is like insane for him.
I don't want to leave either. It's actual luxury. I haven't seen anything even close since I was home, and even then.
I'm at least gonna get cleaned up and sleep while we wait for the meeting.
Rappity top top. You hear from coming through the
God.
foyer, walking into the
Oh,
other
thank
room.
God we got at least a good 2 hours in.
Aldo walks past one of the doors. He's like, hang on. Koa, there's a third bed! It's just as
Sleep
big
in
as the
that
other
one tomorrow
two.
night.
Yeah.
guys, I'm lost.
We both walk out wearing robes like toothbrushes. Cucumbers in our eyes.
Oh, you found the cucumbers. Wonderful.
Who the fuck
How'd you get
Mickey
in
Mouse
here?
is this?
You see,
Did someone actually fucking knock on the door?
no, didn't knock. Just walked in and said "Rappity tap tap."
Oh, Jesus. Okay, that
It's the
happened. All right,
proprietor.
cool. Ah. Oh, hello again.
Now, I don't want you to get accustomed to the room service being delivered by me, but please allow me. And then walks over to one of the small tables and draws out a wand with a couple words and a flick of the wrist. Some food appears over there and says, "And in case you're feeling up for something a little bit more spicy, this one's my great grand's old recipe." And walks over to another table with a flick of the wand and a few words. Some food appears there as well and says, "I hope the three of you are going to enjoy your stay with us."
I hope so as well.
Mikhail, why can you not make
I feel
food?
like it would be hard not to. Well, I can make food. I just have to have ingredients.
Do you have
Don't
to have
worry, he
ingredients?
can-
He turns to the gnome.
He says, "Never tell."
They're in his nose.
Oh, this very well could be.
What is this?
Looks
Mikhail's just
Okay.
staring at the food.
I saw you fix a window. You didn't have an extra window in your pocket.
No, I didn't. I didn't have extra window in. I don't even know how. Cole, what are you talking about?
That you don't make.
I don't
food
know
like
how he
this,
did
though.
that. I don't
Ask.
know this one.
All right, let's.
Mr.
let's get
Proprietor,
this
what
part over
spell
with.
was that?
So he patiently watches you guys bicker back and forth to one another, and he goes, "Oh, an old family trick. I just wanted to say thank you to the three of you for everything that you have done for Haudh-Gwenn and all of Adir and the work that you've done in the past. I wanted to show you appreciation by donating this room to the three of you. You certainly do deserve the luxury. Now, if I remember correctly, I had originally donated a night for you to stay here. Is that correct?"
I believe
Oh,
so.
it was at least one, yes.
Well, if I'm going to be honest with you, there has been some changes that have happened as of late that have slightly negatively impacted my business as it stands. I'm willing to take this offer one step further and allow you to stay for the grand total of 3 nights if you would like.
Koa looks to Mikhail like a kid that was just promised his favorite toy, like a new bicycle or something. He's
Now
like,
again,
can
don't
we,
get it.
Dad? Can we?
Don't expect me to come and deliver room service for you each day. That'd be ridiculous. I just wanted to come and say thank you in person and to extend the offer if you were willing to accept. Are you the papa of the group? He says, looking to Mikhail.
He's
Well, tell him,
like
Papa.
looking.
Tell him,
Like,
Papa.
looks over at Koa. And is Aldo even still in the room?
Aldo is looking at himself in the mirror again.
Like looks at Aldo for help, and he goes,
Wait,
I
Foyer
guess.
mirror or his bedroom mirror?
The foyer mirror.
Okay.
I
He's
guess.
also eating.
What's this business that's so bad?
I like the idea that he spills a little bit of salsa on his shirt, but then it just cleans itself right there in front of him. All right, sorry, Wade, you asked.
What's this business that's hurting you so bad?
He says, "Oh, you know, politics be politics." So, are you going to accept?
Papa?
Yes. That works really well.
Wonderful. Now, do any of you have issues with sleeping? Sleep horrors? Just relative difficulty passing out in the evening?
I don't like spiders.
I can assure you, you will not experience a spider here.
Good.
No, I don't believe so.
Man, I really want to do the gnome voice, but my throat's so dry because I ran out of water ages ago. He says,
Do you have a service that if I fall asleep anywhere downstairs, somebody can bring me up here?
"Oh," he goes, "Oh, yeah, absolutely, of course."
Ah. Good.
Koa looks at Aldo like, why would you fall asleep downstairs?
Well,
Look at this
he's in
bed.
the other room in the foyer, right? He's like through a doorway, so he's kind of like calling through the doorway.
Oh, I thought we were all in the foyer.
So no,
That's
you
what I
guys were in
thought, but it doesn't matter.
the main living room area, right? And so he puts a hand over his mouth and he whispers in a gnomish whisper. So I don't know whether or not Aldo would hear it. He whispers in a gnomish whisper, "You can't fall asleep downstairs."
Oh, good to know.
You want to bet?
So-
Comes back.
He
That's a
chuckles.
lot of magic. Okay.
I feel like we're losing the plot here. The business, the politics stuff. Anything we can do to help? I mean,
Oh, you allow yourself to lose the wand for the spell. It's worth it. That is the reason why you come here. It's to let go of all the other stuff. Enjoy it. Enjoy the sparkle. Enjoy the glam. Enjoy it. That's why you're here. Lie back, eat the food, get the rest, make a friends, he says with a little lurid look, which is exaggerated because gnomes have, again, like large eyes and large mouths and large eyebrows for their small heads.
Yeah. Troll dolls.
Papa, I feel like there was something else we needed.
I don't like you calling me that. So
Koa starts laughing.
Brian, whose name the player forgets. I don't know. This is very generous. Thank you. And,
You're welcome.
How is the security here?
You're so silly. Enjoy your stay. I'm glad you're taking me up on the offer. It's the least I can do. It's one night for each of you. Think of it that way, right? And that's the least you can do. The least I can do. Well, if you need anything, don't bother. And turns around and walks out. And as he walks by Aldo, he does like look at him in the foyer, walking like in the mirror, walking by. So like you see his eyes meet your eyes through the mirror, and he goes, "Looking great."
One more thing before you leave.
Wide smile.
He turns on a heel, so he's like back, so you can see him through the mirror again. Aldo standing there.
Koa kind of looks to Mikhail as he's saying it, like we gotta press this.
He's like still thrown off.
It's the same issue everybody has. Hold on, I'll take care of it for you. And he walks over to a small little inlet or alcove inside the foyer that has like a drawn curtain, like a hanging piece of velvet that's there. So imagine like a almost like a coat rack, right? That's there, and he slides it open with his little body, little hand pulls it over, and he points up and says to Aldo, "Oh, why don't you go ahead and grab 2 of those coat racks? Sorry, those hangers."
Yeah, he does. He grabs them.
Yeah. In front of the mirror, hold one of them in front of you, like so.
He does.
Your outfit changes.
He just turns. He's like, Koa, and he's like, and then
the
other one.
changes to another one. He goes, "There's the default, but you can switch for one of the other ones. Enjoy your stay." And he goes, and
That
walks
wasn't
over
the
to it.
issue. That was not the issue.
So I start following him this time.
Yep.
I'm just like, so I did have another question. Semi-related to my last one, and I'm actually like following him now if he keeps walking.
Mhm.
I'll say, I couldn't help but notice the way that the guards are moving now is a bit different.
As you're walking with him, as he walks out of the room and you go into the hallway with him, as soon as he walks through the
I'm lowering my
threshold into the
voice.
hallway, he starts fading. And so like 15 feet after he gets into the hallway, he's just gone as the opacity drops and he just fades away.
And they're not here this...
oh my god, is he
Right.
like the ghost?
I like kind of reach into the spot where he was and like take a few steps the direction he was walking and like feel around to see if he's just invisible.
Perception check.
Try. I use the +2.
use the 22?
We're already over. Yeah.
You actually do brush him. You do. Like I rolled a die to see which square he was in. Based on like rushing forward, whatever it was. You actually do just barely brush him with your fingertips.
Aha! So I'll stand sort of in front of that space for a moment and just go, seriously, this is really important. But I'm keeping my voice down.
The invisibility fades, and now he's looking at you with a grumpy face. That usually works.
Well, I'm not the usual person.
I know you're more dense. It's a
Or
human
just more
condition.
persistent.
I understand.
Or just more persistent, which is also a human condition.
No. It is not knowing when to quit or take a break or relax.
Tenacious.
Let's
Listen,
not put positive spins on this. These critical analyses.
It's what I'm trained to do. Listen, I'm concerned for a reason. Even here, there's no guards in this area, despite them all moving to the important places, which this is. And we just learned that Beltran is now the captain of the guard. We may or may not have an issue with him.
Fine captain of the guard, indeed.
Yes, of course. I'm not saying anything to the contrary. Does he have anything to do with our stay here?
A stay that you're going to enjoy safely,
Yes.
unless you ruin it for yourself. And he turns and he walks away.
Okay. I start
Tackle him.
walking back to Koa.
I can't believe you actually got him when I turned invisible.
Fucking down the stairs.
I was like, oh, cool. He's gonna get away, magics and stuff. And you're like, no, I found you. And he's like, no, you did.
So the dude still, even after being found invisible, won't finish a conversation.
Unfortunately, Wade might not grasp it. I think Keegan grasped what was going on.
I
Yeah.
get it. He doesn't want to talk because maybe it's not even safe to talk, but like he could have given us something more. Hey, we can talk here.
He did give you something. He said, unless you ruin it for yourself.
Yeah. Basically. So yeah, when Mikhail gets back, he's like, as long as we keep the conversation light, I think we're pretty safe here.
Great. Keep the conversation light, but don't we have very heavy bags?
Yeah, which this really isn't the place to deal with that.
Great. Well,
We wouldn't want to ruin this for ourselves.
while we're here, he'll produce the 2 hangers.
So you
Unless
guys,
I'm actually missing that, and he was saying something else, and it's just the player missing the cue.
I was gonna say you guys hear like a yelp of like almost shock for a second from Aldo as he puts on one of the hangers, and it actually reveals what he's really wearing. And from going from all these different insane outfits to just being dirty and so on and so forth, it's kind of like, wow, this is oh my god, no, I gotta go back to this. Oh, this is incredible. Oh, and then they go back to another one quickly.
It's like, I'm gonna take that bath now.
You notice that there is no tub in your suite.
What?
There's no tub in your suite.
So we heard the words you're saying. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
Well, you smell fantastic, and you look great.
People go to a place.
This guy
to relax
really
and
doesn't
enjoy
care
a
about
nice
his workers
bath,
at all.
Man, they enjoy a nice bath.
You guys smell fantastic, and you look great.
Well, you could go ask the bartender. She tends to know stuff.
Let me guess.
Gotta
The
be
toilet's also the refrigerator.
There's got to be a bath here somewhere.
If you go downstairs and you ask her, she says, "Oh, you want to bathe? Of course. Let me have that prepared for you." Hey! No, or get somebody else's attention so they can prepare it for you.
Are they going to bathe us?
No, I think they're just going
No, I
to
think
heat the
they
bath.
might.
And I guess if you asked.
Make the proprietor do it. That way he couldn't run away.
We can make him do anything.
All right. Well, let's get a bath, get a meal, and perhaps go for a walk.
Yes, I agree. That's a great idea.
And a great place for us to finish that one extra thing we're doing an hour and a half ago.
After one more stop, actually.
I had one more stop I wanted you to do, but you guys didn't go there. So
We're about to right now.
nope.
Good.
Nope.
You got your second win, right?
No, oh God, no. I'm now
Third?
at 21 hours a week, so I still gotta go write my email. So I am going to bow out at this point.
Roz, that's quitter attitude.
It is. It very much is.
Leave. Why?
Okay.
What's it for? What's it do?
You shut up, wait. I worked 17 hours yesterday. Scott's like, I got a kid and I got to write an email.
Yeah. Well, luckily Gwen's not sick anymore. She was really sick.
That's good.
You
Like,
literally
she was-
had her on your lap whenever you started this call.
Yeah, she's not sick
She
anymore.
looks better than you do.
Dude, it was to the point where the doctors were like, if more or less, if this continues for X number of hours, which we ended up being okay, she has to go to the hospital and get an IV because she couldn't keep any of the milk down. She was just constantly
Sheesh.
vomiting, and she had diarrhea. It was really bad. The
But
poor
she looked
thing.
great.
But now she's fine. Now she's okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Let me find. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the raid channel button. I fell out of RP and my whole brain started falling apart. Okay.
Plot twist. Scott's email is just to complain to the lollipop company that their lollipops are smaller than they used to be.
I mean, to be fair, they are. Anything you guys want to say before we go?
Could have played more, but Scott ruined it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I guess we'll have to wait till next week.
Jake, can you give me that compliment that's more than 3 words that was asked for like 6 hours ago?
Yeah, your hairline has not changed the entire time I've known you.
That's actually a fact. Yeah.
It's a fact you've
Yeah.
mentioned a few times.
Yeah, I know.
I'd reinforce it.
I know.
His forehead just got bigger. That's all that happened.
No, I've always had a 5 head. I just have a big 5 head. Big old head. So
I don't know, man. There's a bit. I remember whenever mine
Nope,
started to go this way.
Nope. I've always my hairline has always gone back like that. I'll show you a picture of me at 25.
I get it.
It was like 80 years
Believe
ago.
me.
So
Give it a couple
old.
more years, you'll start to accept it.
When I was getting ready for the interview and I got a haircut and my beard trimmed, I was like, Brittany, I only trimmed it down to 9 millimeters. It shows more gray. Should I trim it all the way down to the 2 millimeters so you can't see the gray? And she's like, Scott,
2 millimeters, that would match your junk.
wow.
You're welcome. Whoever redeemed that. I saw the redeem.
Ow. Ow. Call me LA. I'm burned.
Dude.
Ooh.
Get us out of here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can go now.
Yay! Right. I can finally end. Bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
you can regret that one by yourself.
Oh.
All right, sounds